And in the beginning of it all, our prota, frail, thin, all wasted and also closed, runs in the middle of the forest until he falls down a cliff, tripping, turning his back down there, breaking all over. So he thinks he can't move his leg, and when he looks ahead, he realizes that he has been in the hands of these people all along. So he gets angry again. But those people say he must have had problems running for an hour to get there, congratulating Prince John, and they say they almost fell asleep from waiting so much. Then he asks himself what to do, because he no longer has the strength to run. Then he asked why, since he even gave up on signing up for the gym, asking what else do they want from him, because they threaten his life, and the guy says that even if he has given up or has no talent to fight, he knows that it doesn't matter, because as long as he has the right to the throne, this will not end, and they send the boy give up because there will be no other way, and even if he is the son of a commoner, while is also from the royal family, they will give him a painless death. And the boy wonders about this common blood, asking how he dared to dishonor his mother. Then he takes a dagger, saying that there is no chance of him having a painful death, so since he will die, he will fight until the end. And one of the assassins notices that he has learned to fight with warrior Zhang, but also realizes that it is what it seems and not, and it seems that he cannot escape his lineage. Even without skills, he will not give up until the end. Then he says it will be a fun hunt and orders everyone there to kill the boy. They go for it, and the boy starts to throw his knife at everything, but they manage to quickly take the knife out of the boy's hand just by hitting the back of his hand, and so they hold the boy by the neck, lifting him up in the air, and he asks if this is everything the prince is capable of doing to resist. But the boy takes another knife out of there. Then the other one who was behind asks him to be careful, but when he gets distracted, the prota sticks a knife in his cheese, killing him instantly, and so the others start to get angry, a little more alert, and the boy already falls smiling, thinking it was well done. So they ask themselves, how is this? Because how did a person without skill kill one of his members? And he asked himself if those random blows were to lower his guard. He managed to be smart even in that situation, and he begins to imagine what would happen if that kid studied martial arts. Then he goes with a lot of hate towards the boy and kicks him in the face, and the boy who was no longer there he falls, bleeding, and the guy says they only went easy on him because he's a prince. But then he pierces the boy's abdomen with a sword, making his scream echo throughout the forest. He continues their suffering with that. So the guy asks how he feels having a hole in his stomach. So he says he can't fool him twice, and at least he killed that guy. Then the guy tells him to suffer more, because he will give him a very slow death, and the boy continues agonizing, and one of them is kind of like that, saying he doesn't like that kind of thing. But since he killed one of his own, he thinks he has no choice. But then something happens, so of them is completely destroyed, and those who were behind cannot even believe it, because the leader of them basically turned into a cloud of blood, and they stand around that scene until a tennis shoe quite modern appears on the scene. They notice that there is someone behind him, and they look, and it's just a teenager wearing a hoodie and glowing, all electrically. They wonder what clothes are those. Which then the kid unfolds his arms and goes for them with a big smile, catching the first one quickly. Then he wonders what's going on, but they barely make it see the kid, and he apparently turns into one with electricity. So they think it's a skill of agility, but it's as if he becomes invisible, and so he kills one by one. And the last one left over wonders if it is the power of a master who has reached the last level, but he also wonders why would someone so strong help that shit. While the boy is dying, that soldier thinks he has already lost a lot of blood. It is just a matter of time, so he says he will retreat, leaving, but the boy just dismembers himself in the air. And Juan, even dying, says that they all deserved it. Then close your eyes. And the boy who was there says that it looks like the ancestors find humor even in his last moments. And the boy questions this ancestral talk, asking, what the hell is he talking after showing up like that? And he thinks his vision is blurry, and the kid looks quite like a generic isekai protagonist. So Juan thinks his body is getting stiff. Then he wonders if this is how he will die. But the boy who appeared there to save him notes that they found, and he has no choice, saying that he intended to teach how to use it, but they will having to improvise, saying he's going to hurry up since he's about to die. And so he applies something to the prota's neck and says it's kind of embarrassing when he's the one injecting, and says it's over, speaking to the ancestral lord, telling him to live and make his life easier. He also speaks, since it is the latest version, it should be easy to use the nanomachini, so I wish the boy good luck with that, and so disappears from Juana's side. But the kid is almost dead there and asks what the hell he's talking, just spitting blood out. Then he hears a voice in his head with the numbers serial that looks like those operator numbers that you just ignore. So he notices that there is someone speaking in your brain, and so they speak of the Isekai Company, the 7th generation of nanomachines, and it is activated. And it is said that long ago Ongu fighters learned martial arts to protect themselves from enemies, and over time the defense method began to become a tool for kill enemies, becoming increasingly sophisticated and complex, with series of movements and techniques tradition that used life energy. They taught their art to future generations, allowing them to evolve and those who dominated became stronger than ordinary humans and began to be called Hulim. And fighters who want to be disciples of the Hulims began to form clans, who were divided into forces of justice or cruelty, and in the middle of the scales there was a group that followed a completely different turn, aiming only at power, and the world recognized it as a demonic cult, and the illegitimate son, with the highest position in the family ranking, was the one who had the right to the throne. And this is the story of Zhang Yongwen, and our protagonist wakes up scared in a bed hospital, and he wonders if he's alive, because he's sure he ended up dead, so he asks what happened and why he is sweating so much, but then he notices that there is something coming out of his mouth, noticing that they are black spots, and he thinks he smells horrible, his body is all sticky. So they talk to him asking if he woke up calling him master, and the boy doesn't understand what's going on, so he asks who's talking to him, but the boy realizes that there is no one there, and the voice is still in his head, and he thinks that maybe it is Trimpathy, but he says he's heard about it before. And it's different. It's like it came from his head, and he tries to deny that the voice is coming from inside him. But it tells him he is correct, and he tells her to appear again, but she says she is currently connected, and it is the service of the master in her brain. And she presents herself as being of the 7th generation, but then he asks what she's talking about and why she's doing this to him. Then she keeps answering the same thing, until he just takes the nanomachini or calls of evil god, hearing it all wrong, and the boy begins to believe that this voice in his head is the evil god of demonic worship. So he prostrates himself asking if that is really an evil god. Meanwhile, they talk to the doctor, and he questions if it was an assassination attempt. Then the guard says yes, saying that even though there have been many murders recently, he didn't think they would send him there, and the doctor begins to think it was Lijiang's guard. The only thing they can do is think. It's a miracle the boy is alive, and the guard thinks someone helped him, but he can't say who, and the doctor asks if he can tell after seeing the marks. But then he starts to get scared, because the scene he saw, it was horrible. Because in the cold there were several dismembered bodies, all from the demonic cult, and among them was only one intact. But the dagger he had given the prince was stuck in his neck, and in the middle of that horrific scene he ended up hearing someone breathing, and not far from a Mang he recognized Prince John, and he tells the doctor that the boy had no marks on his body, and he breathed as if he were asleep, and his clothes were certainly cut by a sword. But the prince's body had no wounds, so the doctor remains puzzled about who helped, because there is no chance of the cult leader getting involved in this fight, and he thinks that this is getting interesting, asking to be taken quickly to the prince. Then he keeps asking if it was that voice that saved his life, but Nano says that if he is referring to the one he saved from guys, it wasn't him, but if he talks about the self-healing mode, then it was him, and he asks what he means by self-healing, and Nano simply sends basic information to the boy's brain. Then he asked why Nano keeps calling him master, and he says he was looking for the right words for this aerial culture, but he also tells the boy that it is not the evil god he speaks of, and so he notices that the machine sent it. So if he is not the evil one, he asked what he is, and he says he's trying to send basic information along with the manual to the brain of boy, and he asks if he accepts, and he says yes, receiving a lot of information from once, making him vomit because he couldn't handle it all, and Nano says that this reaction is common, telling him not to worry as he will not feel dizzy or nauseous in the second stage, and he says he's dizzy, questioning what's happening, and goes back to talking to Nano and Sheeny, and so she responds. He asks if it is true that there are thousands of machines in her body. He says yes, and says that there are specifically 6,480 to 1,040,000 nanomachines in the boy's body, and the boy thinks that it is neither a human nor a god, and he asks if he wants Nano could leave his body, so he says that as he saw in the information sent, he could only leave his body when he dies, and the boy thinks his brothers were desperate to kill you, even if he is not strong, and now he has given a nanomachini to your body, and he wonders why this happened to him, and he also questions who put it in his body, but then the guard knocks on his door asking him, saying that Dr. Beak is there. And the boy gets desperate, asking nanomachini to be quiet, because they will find him desperate if they see her talking to herself, but she says she can read your thoughts, so communicate. But he tells her to shut up, and she goes into silent mode. And when the guard comes in, he thinks the boy fell asleep, asking them to be quiet, but when he notices that he is awake, he goes all excited, but notices that the boy's body smells of shrimp, so he starts to remember who forgot about that. And the Dr. Beak, looking at the protagonist, takes the opportunity to ask if they have already met before. He says yes, because he would never forget the doctor who took care of his sick mother, so he starts to feel his pulse. Asking the boy to extend his hand, he becomes a little fearful, but doctor says everything is fine. When he takes his hand, he says that this is very strange. Then the guard is shocked, asking if he is going to die or something is going to happen to him, but the doctor says it is the opposite, and it could be a great opportunity for the prince. So he asks how so. He says that your body has gotten rid of toxic substances and your vital energy has been activated, asking if he took some special medicine, but the boy claims not to know what he means. So Beak, looking at the protagonist who now has has a perfect body for martial arts. And he's shocked with that, noticing that those stains are impurities that came out of his body. And he asks Nano if she did it. Then she asks if she should turn off silent mode, and he tells her to deactivate. And so she says that the nanomachines remove the impurities from her body, and in addition to recover the wounds, they also added muscles that should help the boy's body. Then he goes back to wondering what she is, asking if she's sure she's not a god of the blade, but she responds to her masters saying that she is just a machine. And it is said that even though the demonic cult was created from several clans and families, only 6 of them were the main ones, which were the clan of darkness, the clan of the sword, the clan of spring, the clan of poison, of sound and blade, and the lord was named from a marriage vow with each of the women of the 6 clans in order to produce descendants. And the descendants who were born and raised in their respective clans, when they reached a certain age, they were admitted to the demonic academy school, which opened once every 10 years, led by the magistrate's expert, founded in order to train the best warriors of each generation. And there was a period of intense competition every time of the princes joined an academy, and this period was called the battle period of the heirs by the magistrate. While Prada is talking to Nano, he remembers that the doctor was there next to him and thinks he has to hide the fact that the nano machine is in his body. But Nano says that the technology of this era will not be able to identify, so the doctor thinks that someone helped him. So he says that there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with his body, but he goes to write a tonic that will help in his recovery, and the soldier takes care of the boy, is happy with this, and asks if the doctor is already leaving, saying that he will take the door, but he says that he doesn't need to, telling him to stay with the prince. And so while he leaves, he thinks it's too much strange, wondering how a person changes so suddenly, because a long time ago he had sure he would be killed because of his frail body and lack of knowledge. But now he begins to learn how to fight and become better than the other princes, but he thinks the boy is illegitimate, so one wonders if he pretended not to care while he had plans, saying that his lord helped him secretly, so there is no need for him to know, as soon the academy will open and things will get difficult. And Prada in turn is happy that the doctor didn't have you covered nothing, and he starts to think about the reason he is alive, thinking it is because of the Jang guard. Because even if the nano machine had memorized it, if he hadn't come in time, things would have been they're going to be really bad. So the boy tries to thank Jang, but he apologizes, saying that the prince should wash himself first, because he stinks of scum. And so the boy starts to notice and goes straight to the water, and he talks to Nano asking about the Adakura, questioning how much he can heal. And Nano says that any internal or external injury caused by influence external can be healed easily, but blood loss or decapitation will take much longer, since it requires cell division. And the boy doesn't really know what to answer, asking why he says things that are hard to understand, and he asks if he would try this now. Then he cuts his hand and starts to feel pain like any normal person, but he goes on a machine and starts to heal he automatically, and so the cut closes in front of the boy, and he thinks that even though he has view, it's hard to believe, but now he knows how it works, and he asks Nano about the information he transferred before, asking if he can use all those functions. Then he says that he can use everything shown in the instructions, and the boy then says that he will test it after his bath, but he's already all cracked, so he says that doesn't make sense, asking how his body it was nice like that, asking if Nano did it too, and she says yes, because she rebuilt her body. And a servant comes and saying she's going to dress him, and Nano keeps talking, saying that while it is scientifically impossible to create something from nothing, it is not difficult to reconstruct an existing part of body, and he keeps feeling that the words she uses are too complicated, and listening to her he feels that everything he holds is useless. So he calls Nano again, asking if he can call her, and sending his name because he's big, and so she lets him call him Nano. And the boy goes straight to the library asking what he is doing now, and Nano tells him to look at a book and turn each page, and he asks if he should only do this, since the only books related to martial arts are about blood points and P, and he says that 3G is a breathing method to train the body and mind. But even if he practices for the rest of his life, it will be difficult to reach the lowest level. So he thinks reading about blood points is better, and so he says he's going to start. So he picks up the book, quickly turning all the pages, and he finishes flipping through it, and Nano says that he has successfully scanned the blood passage book, and he begins transferring information to the boy's brain, asking if he accepts this brava. So he asks about it, asking if he is saying he is copying information. Then Nano asks again if he accepts, and the boy says yes, and receives once again a shock of information that goes directly to his brain, and he gets totally nauseous, and Nano reminds him that he'll soon get used to it. And the boy says she's just worried about him, and he says he's just telling facts, so the boy thinks he's very insensitive. He wonders what he does now. Then Nano says that if he wants to acquire knowledge, he must think about it to get it, and he talks about blood points, which plays an important role in the blood flow of the body's veins and arteries and can be called just blood, but there are 2 different types. points that immobilize and points that immobilizing point is blown. The target's body does not move. He thinks this is crazy because it's not just memorizing, he understands what he says. And Nano says that transferred after correcting the errors in the book, and he asks if there were errors in that book. And he says that based on the programmed information, he corrected an error about blood points, and the boy only then begins to notice that this means he can learn faster than everyone else. World, so he trembles with euphoria, because the clan candidates have trained hard since childhood, and even watching these bastards, he couldn't learn the methods, and he says he doesn't have many about it in the library, but he heard that there are many in the academy, and with this skill he will become stronger, faster than anyone in that place, and he thinks that's his goal now. And in the chamber of the heir candidate of the Su Castle in Bakmayang's house, a person speaks who ordered them to get rid of a boy, and all 5 died, asking if that person kneeling down he thinks this makes sense, and he tells Prince Maquion that he thinks someone helped him, and the prince gets really pissed off, asking who said he could call by name, and now he goes back to calling himself just Prince John, and the boy says he thought that since he is a bad-blooded bastard would be easy to kill, but it seems he has some change, and he speaks who even tried to get rid of the guard, but he wonders if there is someone else protecting the boy, wondering if it could be his father, and he says he didn't want to get his hands dirty, but he doesn't choose. Then he says he will kill him at the academy, swearing his brother Jean and Yewan, and still in the infirmary, our protagonist thinks he couldn't sleep because of nervousness. So he opens the window, thinking that the day has come when he will enter the academy. Then on the side outside he sees guard Zhang doing his morning training, using his techniques to warm up his body, so the protagonist wonders if it would have been better if he had learned the Zhang technique dagger secretly, but he thinks not, as there is no sign of people from the 6 clans would leave him alone, and he says that when his mother died he promised he would not learn the technique to re-enter the academy. Then Nano calls him and asks if the boy wants him to analyze Zhang's training, so he is surprised by this, asking if Nano can analyze someone else's movements, and Nano says yes. So he says it's possible to analyze the Zhang's training and transfer it to your mind, and he says it is possible, and his program also has data from various arts that it can transfer, including it can do this now. So we're talking about my language, we're talking about hack, good hack. So the boy starts to wonder if it's a good idea. Steal the techniques without his permission, but he doesn't think so, because in the afternoon he goes to the gym with no regrets, and he doesn't have time to think about what he can use to protect. So he just tells Nano to do it, and she starts analyzing the movement, and as John performs the boy is able to analyze each movement of each muscle he uses. Then Nano says that the time limit has already exceeded more than half an hour, and the analysis was complete, and so it begins the transfer to the boy's brain. He feels pain again, and so the transfer is complete, but Proto says it hurt less than yesterday, so he asks how it can be, and how this is possible, because now he thinks he can use the guard Zhang skill, so he thinks he has to be careful for him. Not C, closing the window and starting to use it inside the room, and he quickly manages to summon Kyo around you and break the jar just by opening your eyes. And he starts performing the same techniques that Zhang was doing, and he realizes that it is the same as the 20 years of Zhang's training, which he trained every day by shaking his posture and dominating with his body. Doing this basically allows you to ignore all these processes. So Nano says that when activating scanning muscle analysis for training movements has also been completed, asking if he accepts the muscle transfer, and the boy doesn't understand much. But Nano says that if he doesn't accept it he will feel an absurd amount of pain, and he asks Nano why his body is so, and he says that through training your body creates the muscles suitable for movement, but his body hasn't developed those muscles, so they take damage, and the boy starts to turn on the verveer that speaks to Nano, who knows that he transferred some questions if he can explain in a simpler way, so Nano says he will translate to the language level of the user. Then he says that the master is not trained with Zhang for a long time, so even though his brain has learned, his body is not adapted to, and his muscles must go through a simulation so that he can familiarize himself with the movements, and only after that he will be able to fully use those moves. And he says it was better than before, but it's still difficult, and Nano asks if he wants him to adjust the language level to the lowest. The boy just tells him to start the simulation, and he asks that if he transfers he won't feel pain. And Nano says yes, asking if he would like to do it, as this transfer requires the use of all the nanomachines and it will take a few hours. And he thinks that if it's a few hours he still has time, ordering Nano to do this. And he says that the transfer hurts a lot, so he will be under anesthesia for a while, and the boy is surprised by this. And Nano says that there are 1,350,000 cases of fainting because of this transfer, and he wonders if he can do it without anesthesia, and Nano questions this, and he says that if he can't handle it, Nano can start the anesthesia, and so he starts, and the boy's body starts to shine, and he says he was very nervous, but it doesn't even hurt. But the joy of the poor doesn't last long, and he feels the thick stuff going in, and he almost faints, and Nano starts the anesthesia, making the boy fall back. Meanwhile, Meanwhile, Janky is calmly making a soup for us, and says that it is very good while the neighboring masters ask if he should prepare something special today, as he will make a simple recipe, and the prince likes it very much, and he says that it has been 5 years since that he learned to cook for him, and he wasn't even good, and he remembers the boy's mother asking for him to take care of Yeowon, and he says that it's been 5 years since Yorita, who had died from food contaminated, and the prince is entering the academy, and he coughs for Yorita Hua to protect him from heaven so he can enjoy another meal. But as he thinks to himself, he hears the boy groaning in pain and goes over there asking if the prince is okay, while the boy is completely passed out on his bed, noticing that he has a pulse and there is nothing wrong, but asks what he did. But look at side, he notices those marks on the floor, noticing that the boy has been watching his training for at least -2 years, and with that alone he reached his 20 years of training. Look man, if I tell you how unfair this hiking business is, you'll be sad. It's better if you don't even know. And sometime later, Nano completes the muscle transfer, disabling the anesthesia, and the boy tells her never to do that again, but she says he warned her, and he wonders if the boy was lying down, wondering if guard Jang came there. Then he gets up and takes his knife, saying that now it won't hurt to use that technique. Then Nano says that by transfer, he has the same muscles as someone who practiced these movements for 20 years. Then they say the bomb isn't worth it. The kid got sick in 20 minutes, so he thinks that this is great, putting the moves to the test. And this time it comes out much stronger. And the boy thinks that his same techniques ahead, but are more precise and powerful, and he thinks that the sensation from the air is wonderful. And he continues performing, until he changes the grip to continue, then use the first formation, saying that now he goes to the first step of the second formation, planting his foot on the floor, imagines that the whole room shakes, and he begins to notice that maybe that is not the ideal place for him to be doing that. And he is surprised, because even though he has not used it the Nei Gong, he still left marks, and he wonders if he has already completed the Wei Gong, which is almost an external mystery of the Nei martial arts. He says that if Jang sees this it could go wrong. Then he arrives telling the prince that the coffee is ready, and he starts to get nervous, because the mark won't go away if he presses, and when Jang comes in, the boy puts a table in place, so he says he's very hungry. But Jang asks if he doesn't like eating near the window, and he says that since he won't be back home for a while, he wanted to eat downtown, and so he noticed that the guy didn't notice. And looking at the plate he sees fried vegetables, bok choy, cooked pork, and rice with egg on top, saying that they are all his favorite foods, and he says that he knows that the boy cares about him, and since he's going to be admitted to the academy, it might be the last time he makes coffee. Then Nanu notices a sudden change in emotions, which made the acid rise up the esophagus, increasing salivation, asking him to please swallow the food with saliva to adjust the acid. And the boy, who is all excited, tells him to stop saying weird things and be quiet, and so he goes into mute mode temporarily, and the boy says he's going to eat everything and won't let him nothing, and guard Jang tells him to eat slowly, otherwise he might get indigestion, so he says which isn't very good. But the guard asks quite directly if he has learned his dagger technique. Then the boy asks what he is talking about, but the guard knows very well, because that mark shining there on the ground there is no way to hide, and he says it is a step of the second formation of technique, and it is much clearer than he saw before, and as he expected his eyes are not wrong. However, Proto in turn thinks that stealing other people's techniques is taboo in Murin, non-US power, and he tries to explain himself, but he thinks that even if he hates it he has no excuse. So Jang says he did well, and that's why he learned it in secret. After all, he is his guard, and if it weren't for the vote of the 6 clans he would have taught him much earlier. So he gives something to the boy, saying it is a Ni Gong energy flow method for the dagger technique. Then the boy asks why he is dealing with this, and he says he wants to leave the tips though. There are many better things in the gym than he can handle it. He tells the boy to learn that. Then the protagonist starts crying when he receives that parchment, and the guard notes the boy's affection for him, and he remembers when the boy's mother Jang died, with the protagonist telling the guard Jang that he will never cry again, never again, and he says that it has been 5 years since the boy's mother died. And during that time he held on the silent pain and helped Jean, but he is still needy for paternal affection, and anyway he can't be with him after he's admitted. And he says that's exactly why the boy may cry now, but he must stay strong from now on, with the boyfriend very angry in relation to the two. I hope that when everything goes well he comes to look for guard Jang, and after him becomes strong the boy begins to dry his tears and thinks that from now on he must not hesitate or fear. And even though his mother is no longer there, he still has a place to return to. And so at the Crazy Stuff Academy the kids start to gather. Then they say that all the clans arrived and asked how many people were there, and they said that there might be another 1,000. And one of the candidates, who probably aren't very keen on physical exercise, said that now he's kind of nervous, and the other says that since there is a competition between heirs they have to stay in areas since they are from small clans, and so a man goes there saying that they are very noisy, and says he can't see any kind of spirit in them, calling them idiots, wondering if they came without knowing that this place might be the last one they would see, and that is the fire guardian Li Wamyung, and Ivo Marino, remember Shanks, and noticing that red hair they wonder if he is not one of the 10 strongest in the cult. but then they even think that he was one of the 5, and he looking at the candidates notices that those in front are the 6 heirs of the clan. From the Dark Clan, which is number 1 is Muyang, and from the Sword Clan, which is number 2 is Kyungyong, and from the Spring Clan, which is number 3 is Mukyung, and from the Poison Clan, which is number 4 in Zhongseng, and from the Blade Clan, which is number 5 is Yu Chang, and from the Sound Clan, which is number 6 in Wang Giryu, who is a girl. And by the way, the leader of this clan only knows how to make ugly children, right? Oh my god. Then Myung says that she is the only woman this time, and looks for number 7, which would be Proto, but wonders where he is, and outside they tell the kid that he doesn't have a brooch. He can't find the brooch with the 7th prince's name on it, so he'll have to wait until that they find one. So he thinks it must be a prank from the 6 clans, and the boy says that will wait, thinking that they don't want him in the same place as them, but he thinks that nothing good turn around if he creates a conflict right away, and so he stays calm just waiting, talking that they tried to kill you as soon as they got the chance, and would probably kill you if they saw you too, and he says he went there even with all his attacks, and he will be stronger than anyone from the demonic academy, for even that, bro, stone is as hard as it hits until it pierces. And so, when the boy finally gets in, he's behind everyone, thinking there are a lot of people, and it will be difficult to get to the front, and everyone notices that he is wearing the black number 7 brooch, and he is a candidate heir who is not from the 6 clans, and they gossip about him not knowing any martial arts, wondering if he won't be the first to fall, and the boy says it's obvious they're whispering about him, even though he doesn't hear him, but the boy thinks he'll just let him laugh, and he can see him back there, saying that it's ridiculous to see him alone in the background, so he thinks which is a funny way to get attention, calling him the Lord's illegitimate son. This business about the Lord's illegitimate son never really entered my head. Was the Lord a cuckold? Because like, he's his son, damn it, everyone there is his son. The kid too, because he is illegitimate. That's strange. And then the trumpets start to play, and you notice that it's the sound of the chauffeur. And they will arrive soon, ordering everyone to be quiet, for it is the Lord. And so the entourage of the Lord comes with a bunch of tough guys, and everyone follows him behind until Lord sit down, and they arrange their seats. But Myung doesn't like that drunk guy who stopped there, saying that his clothes are all wrinkled. Then he asks what he's looking at, and that is the right guardian of the mad sword, Xia Meng, and so the one who appears to be more strong, having more authority than the two, just looks at them, telling them to be quiet, and that is the leading guardian, the guardian king Marikyun. And so the Lord sits all hot, and he is one of the 5 strongest in the wall, the lord of the Zhangma cult, Zhangyang Zhang, and when he sits down, everyone feels the pressure, and they say it's a crushing pressure, and as expected from the Lord, then Proto thinks that that is his father, and Marikyun sends everyone remains silent, and automatically there is no one to speak. He passes the word to the Lord, and after sitting down he stands up again, and looks at everyone, saying that they are all responsible for the future of the cult, and they give them good sales, and everyone wonders if that is Ni Gong that he is using to speak, and Proto says that it seems like he is just speaking, however, still sounds so clean and deep in his ears, so he says that in that place they must train and bond, and become the power of the occult, and everyone is amazed by it, saying that they will do their best for the demonic cult. And in the middle of all that celebration, the Lord looks to the side, seeing his excluded son back there, and even looking at him, he turns around and simply leaves, and Proto realizes what his reality is like, because to think that the first time he sees him, he could only see her cold eyes, and says that he didn't expect anything special, because he didn't appear even when his mother died, and so Ni Gong says that now that the speech is over, they should start off properly, but everyone is still excited, gossiping among themselves, so he yells at them, asking if they're not going to behave. He gets really pissed off, and he says that will simplify, telling them to listen carefully, as the academy will last for years. And at the 6 stages, the truth is, there will be a test, and they only have one chance to pass, so everyone is surprised by this, because if they fail, they are out on the street. So Ni Gong says that it seems they understood, and yes, whoever doesn't pass will be expelled. So one of the 6 princes full of swagger raises his hand, wanting to ask a question, and Ni Gong asked who said a bastard can ask. He doesn't like it at all, and gets pissed off asking what Ni Gong said, and he asks if the boy has a problem with being called a bastard, because he should already know that when he goes in there, he wants to know all the privileges of the 6 clans, so he asks if he wants to be expelled before start, and all his brother snakes start laughing, and he can only lower his head apologizing, and Ni Gong says that his question is obvious, as they might think that a chance for 6 stages is unfair, but benefits will be given to those who pass, and the first is the sphere of the black dragon, and Proto himself doesn't know anything about it. He has to listen to people talking around him, to see if you can get some information, and they say that it must be the one that whoever consumes it wins the 20 years of Ni Gong training, and they say that if you can pass all the stages and get 6, that's 120 years of Ni Gong, and it would be the experience of a great expert. But your friend says no, because they say that the more you take, the less effective it is, and it's hard to absorb completely. Because if it was so good, why would they deal with it? Because they would already have take it for yourself. And the prota grows the eye in these 6 stages, as he has no Gong now, and yet if he passes he can get it in an instant. So Myung says that the second benefit is the secret martial arts book. They all trained and know its importance, and he says that the library has 5 floors, and each time you pass you have access to 1 floor. And he says that depending on your effort you can learn the secrets of the 6 clans and other things. And Prota is also interested in this martial arts book, because to survive it is more important than Gong. And so Myung says that first of all, most of them will not arrive to the 5th floor. Even if they are resurrected, then they should not cheer up. The Sion looking at Myung and thinks that he is the best at raising and lowering morale once in a while, saying that he doesn't like anything he does. In Liko, Myung says that the third and final benefit is that they get a ranking that they never had before. And so one of the princes realizes that this is why they don't have rankings or privileges there, because everything changes when they enter the academy, and from now on only the strong survive. And Myung says that every time they pass the internship, they will get rankings. Low rank for stage 1, medium for 2, high for 3, squad leader for the 4th and clan leader for the 5th, and stage 6 doesn't matter to them, so they should forget about it, saying that most of them won't even get past 3, regardless of what they do. He asks if it wouldn't still be a disgrace for high-ranking members to become low rank, and if you hear, one wonders if they can even call the 6th the test, because it is almost impossible, and not even 10 have passed the test in hundreds of years. So Myung says that in the academy if you reach the highest your rank will be acquired, and they all started the same now, but there will be a difference later. And Prota thinks that if surviving until now was the biggest problem, now surviving means to climb ranks. Then Myung says he finished explaining, and from now on we'll have teams for the dorms as they begin the first test. And Prota doesn't quite understand what's going on and is surprised by their first test to be on the first day, and this whole issue was not heard wrong, as it is very unfair the first test to be on the first day. After all, what if they are expelled? But in this Myung says they stay quiet, because as he said, whoever fails leaves the academy, and they don't deserve it be in the lowest rank. And he says that the first test will test your skills basic, and they will need at least basic Nigung to be a school warrior. And he says that whoever doesn't have this will go into agriculture and work in the service district, so they must prepare to die. And Prota is shocked by this. And Myung says that they also need people for the dirty work, so they shouldn't fight a lot, and he gets more and more frustrated, because that's why the mothers of those snakes, they made him swear that they would not learn Nigung, because if he does not pass it on to him he will be part of the smallest clan of the cult, and if it happens anyone can kill him. And Mukin starts to smile, saying that he doesn't know what this idea is, but it's very good because it will save him work to kill him. But then he sees a group of women entering with a lyre in front of them of the students. Is that and the 5th elder, leader of the Sound clan, Hang Soil. And Myung says that this person will look at the first test, and he says that honestly it is very easy, and if they fail there they won't even be of the lowest rank. But the kids, they ask what kind of test is called the sound leader, and so Prota begins to notice that everyone covered their ears, and Myung says that if she plays her musical wave they would have a chance, but she will control them, so they should not worry, wishing them well lucky because they should be able to handle it without any Nigung. And Prota notices that it is a song of energy waves, and it starts to play that thing, because even with little Nigung they must hold out for a minute, and Myung says that everyone who holds out for that 1 minute will pass in the test, and tells her to start, and so that absurd sound makes several of them fall to behind. And Prota is also surprised, and several people from the smaller clans begin to fall, and he sees that the candidates of the 6 clans and other larger ones are holding on, and Myung says that's music to his ears, and the old woman keeps playing, saying that the candidates from the 6 clans have taken medicine since childhood that allows them to join a lot of Nigung. And the prince thinks that this idiot without Nigung must be on the ground now, and she keeps playing louder and louder. They notice that something is strange, and she is becoming more and more frustrated, almost becoming a passion fruit in a drawer, and the princess notices that apparently she's getting faster, and she's getting more and more irritated, and they wonder why. Then she wonders why he hasn't fallen yet, because Prota is calmly standing. He doesn't even understand what's going on around him, and he wonders what is this, because half of them have already fallen to the ground, so he wonders if it is suffering internal cuts, so why is he still fine? And Nano says he felt powerful high and low frequencies of the instrument. It has the possibility of serious damage to the Prota's body, so she activated emergency defensive mode to block the waves, and he asks if she did that so he wouldn't hear, and she says she disabled his hearing temporarily, so he asks how he hears her voice, and she says that the information is being sent directly to your brain, and it says this is difficult, and so on. Old woman gets more and more irritated looking at Prota and casting her Nagong directly in him, and he feels it, noticing her murderous intent, and he asks if Nano can block that intimidating thing. And Nano asks if he wants to block his view, but he tells her to forget it, and Myung begins to feel impatient with the crown's performance, noting that the Sound Clan's story has become stronger than it was in the beginning, and should be too much for Nagong's under 20s, and as he was waiting for that boy back there must be the reason, because he heard that the boy doesn't have Nagong, but he must be wrong, as he remains stable, and it is the first time he has seen a first test so good at the gym, wondering how long it will last, and so everyone starts to notice that their ears are bleeding, and they say it's hard to hold even with 20 years of Nagong, and they continue to cultivate while their ears bleed profusely, and they talk who need to go through this, because the pride of their clan is at stake, but the prince wonder why he is playing so intensely, because his facial expression also is distorted, so he'll assume she's mad, and he looks back, noticing that the brave one is there posing, so the others wonder why he is surprised suddenly, because they shouldn't look back, but they wonder if there is something there. They notice their brother standing still, calm, and they wonder what this is and how come he doesn't have Nagong and he's fine, besides he doesn't look tired, and they stay angry with the boy, assuming he does have Nagong. So Prota asks Nano, because if it's the way he's thinking, the children there in front, such angry old women, so he analyzes everyone's facial muscles, and gives a list of facial features of the old woman along with her brothers, and he says that since he can't hear anything, he doesn't know what's going on, but he can feel it as hostility, and it is obvious that his pride was affected. After thinking that he did not have Nagong, he will last so long, and he says that if he passes the first test in such good condition, they won't believe if you say you don't have Nagong, so he asks Nano to give him an internal wound. Then he asks if he means a wound internal with his organs. He says yes. Then Nano says it's possible, but he does not recommend hurting your body internally, but the boy says he doesn't care. And when the performance is over, he must make him vomit blood, so Nano carries out the boy's order, forcing damage to an organ as ordered, and the leader of the Sound Clan is getting increasingly uglier and uglier as the minute passes, and he is shocked that that kid that does not have he didn't even hold on so easily for 15 years, and he says it can't end like this, because his pride doesn't allow it, so she tells him to endure this performance that uses half the power in his body. But in this Myung realizes that it is dangerous, and even the princes begin spilling blood everywhere, and he tells Ancient to stop, because this is getting worse, to dangerous, and she stops out of nowhere, and so everyone almost dies, and they say that finally it's over. And Seob says that if she had used more power, everyone would have failed the first time test, and he can't believe Ancient almost loses control, and she wonders what just did, because she couldn't control her anger against a brat by increasing it by half of her power, and says that all this is because of a violation against Six Glad, she says, which is all because of Prota, and he himself standing there. In the end he starts vomiting blood coming out, and they're surprised by it, wondering what is going on and how he vomited so much, wondering if he's dying, but then he gets very with Nano, and he says that the program was processed as ordered, and the damage caused was in 30% of the body's organs, causing as much blood as possible, and he asks if Nano is crazy because he thought he was going to die. The Myung starts to go on top of the boy, because if he dies he will be responsible for everything, because he may not be of the Six Glad, but they can't let the member of the royal line die, and he goes to the boy asking if he's okay, and Nano says he's feeling sick because of 7% blood loss. Then it starts activating self-healing to recover the damage and the blood loss, but Nano says that it is not necessary yet, and so Myung says that the idiot could have just given up, and Nano tells him that this condition is dangerous, but he asks her to wait just a little longer, and Myung wonders about Nigong he has to last so long, but notice that the boy doesn't have any Nigong, and calls the crazy ones, saying that he is completely crazy, saying that there was already a bad rumor about him, but he didn't wait long. He doesn't believe he passed the first test just with mental strength and determination, so he calls people to help, and orders them to take the boy to the infirmary, and when he is placed on the stretcher, he asks Nano to heal him quickly, and this elder says that he withstood his wave of energy as if it were nothing, and to think that he would have severe internal injuries. So Myung says that she went too far, and she asks how it is, and he says that she almost killed him, and she asks if by any chance that child has a little bit of Nigong, and he says he didn't have any, so she is shocked, and says that she gave him a little encouragement, but there was none, and he kept his vote, and the Witch of 71 asks how this is possible, asking how he endured this without any Nigong, because if he didn't have it, he would have fallen like the laughing stock of children. However, Myung says that he had serious injuries and endured everything with determination, and she is incredulous with this talk, and Myung says it is a determination to give fear, and he thinks that if the boy were not illegitimate he would take him as a disciple, but still so nothing good would come of it with the other 6 clans, and so the drunkard thinks that this is funny, asking if he held on with determination, saying that this is fun, but Myung says that it's none of his business, telling him to go drink on a street corner until fall, but Seob says he doesn't need to tell him what he was doing, but he tells him to fall out once more. Then Seob says he's saying too much for a guy who would be dead if it weren't for a guardian, and so they continue arguing until they almost fall in the fight, and seeing that feeling and that energy that the two emanate, the children begin getting scared, but Siab gives up on it, saying he'll just leave, and as he passes by for the defeated, he says that the one thrown on the ground has that energy, and the children nowadays he doesn't have any courage, and he says that compared to that boy, he liked it a lot of that Shi or. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the infirmary, the academy doctor, back in Jiangyang, he is there calmly reading the books until they arrive with the patient, and he is all happy. Then he asks how it can be true, because a patient on the first day is as he expected. This academy is the best, and where he thinks to himself that he heard that student from back he's kind of crazy to practice, and so he tells him not to be like that, asking to come in with the boy. But looking at Prota, he wonders how difficult the test must have been for him to be under these conditions, and also asks if the boy was stabbed in the stomach, but they say that no, saying it is an internal wound. Then he is even more shocked, and the guard he says he doesn't have any dingongs, so the left guard asked him to be careful, and back thinks he has heard many cases in these 10 years of mentoring, but it is still the first time seeing so much blood in an internal wound, and they say they've already left the boy there, and they are laughing, but one of them looks at the boy and notices something strange. The other asks because they are stalling, saying that they are busy, and he says that strangely he looks better than before, wondering if it's just an impression, so the doctor goes look at the boy, and the protagonist ends up waking up, thinking that he completely forgot about the infirmary, and he almost blushed all over, and he says it still hurts a lot, but he has to hold on until the doctor finish. And back says the pulse is clearly irregular, so he must have taken a lot damage, but still, even if he bites his own tongue, it shouldn't bleed that much like this. So he thinks about starting acupuncture, but then a huge explosion happens in the room, and the doctor almost had a heart attack from fright, noticing that the guardian was right. He asked why he's there, saying that he's the boy who runs after his mentor like a coward, and you see being the doctor at the academy. So he thinks this crazy guy is still as arrogant as ever, and asked what he brings there, because he is sure that since he is a guardian, he is not hurt, and Siab begins to suspect that he apparently doesn't like his presence, and he says of course not, telling him to rest. So he thinks he will never understand it, and Siab looks at the protagonist, calling him an interesting boy again, and the protagonist wonders because this guy is there, wondering if he noticed that the kid faked an injury internal, and Siab goes to the side of the bed, while the protagonist takes advantage and feels a great smell of alcohol coming from him, and so he asks why the boy is pretending to sleep. My friend, if you make a face like that next to me, I'll sleep forever, you know? Don't even try to wake me up, it won't help. And seeing that the boy won't open his eyes, he lifts him up with Nigong, putting the boy sitting, and the doctor is surprised that he lifted someone without even touching, speaking that he really is a guardian, and the protagonist realizes that he sat using Nigong, and he realizes that he can't move his body, since he's still not well, and Siab says that if he keeps pretending, he'll hit him in the face, so the protagonist opens his eyes, noticing who was caught, and asks how Siab knew, and the crazy guy laughs again, saying that this is even more interesting, wondering how he manages to stay so calm in front of a guardian, and the protagonist doesn't like that personality at all, and he says that any experienced warrior knows if he is sleeping by the way he breathes, and he notices that he heard your breathing. And Nano says that the average for someone his age is 12 to 20 per minute. However, his breathing was about 8 times per minute, very different. But he tells Nano that he doesn't need that kind of information, and Siab says no thinks that kids nowadays have the courage he has, saying that he is very well, and the boy doesn't understand much, wondering if he didn't come there because he knew he was pretending. So he says that kids today are boring, and always want the way easier when there is a difficult obstacle, but the protagonist can only think that he couldn't handle it with willpower, and so Siab says he has a will that others they don't have. And so Beak talks to the guardian, saying that he is not in good condition, saying that he should wait for treatment first, but the drunkard sends the doctor wait because an adult is talking now. And so the kid starts to bleed again, and seeing that he doesn't look well, the guardian goes there and simply releases Nagong and puts the boy to sleep again, and says he's going to be direct, saying he wants to take him as his student. And neither of the other two there can believe what he is talking, and he takes the opportunity to take another sip of kashaka. Then the protagonist asks what he said, and he repeats that he wants the boy to be his student. So he asks the right guardian if he knows who he is, and Siab asks if there is anyone who doesn't know, but the boy asks if the 6 clans won't hate him if he does that. But he says it's funny, asking what they can do to stop him, since that he will have to compete with others with or without the boy. So he thinks he is a good opportunity, and yet he asks what if it is a trap, and the doctor for his part-time they realize that this is the 7th prince, and they say that they knew they were going to play pranks this time, but making him lose so much blood is too much, and the protagonist says he doesn't know what to say since he already has teachers at the academy, but then Siab gets pissed because he speaks as if he is begging to be a student, and he realizes that the kid has many doubts, and that's what's expected from his lifestyle. So he talks that it's okay, saying that if he's not convinced, he'll offer you something that he can't refuse. Throwing something to the boy, he asks what it is, and he says that it is what the boy needs to survive. After all, he was trapped in the infirmary and so arrived, asking if he wasn't worried about being left behind, because even though he had passed with willpower alone, he must not be foolish enough to think that we'll be able to pass the second test without Nagong, and Prada begins to realize reality. So Seob says that anyone who wants to become a warrior needs to be one step ahead in front of the others, and asks if he plans to stay in the infirmary for 2 weeks and come back at the beginning, because while he is there the others will certainly evolve, and the boy thinks it's true, but he has to stay there for a while to avoid suspicion. So Seob sees that his plan is going well and asks the boy if he knows why the idiot with hair red sent him there, and the boy asks if it wasn't because of the internal wound, and he says that of course, because if he gets hurt he should be sent to the infirmary. But he asks if it's not strange, because there are many other children who were hurt, but why he didn't send the others there, and he says it's because most of them can deal with it using meditation, and of course, it would be faster to be treated by a doctor or medicine. He simplifies what he means by saying that others can heal themselves and he has no reason to bring them there, and he realizes that's why he's there alone, because he can't heal himself, and Seob thinks he's almost done it. If asking what he says now, then he says that someone who doesn't even know how to meditate to heal himself could heal the internal wound in such a short time. But even if Seob pressed, the protagonist thinks it's possible since he has the Nano, but he says the rest is as he said, because as he expected, if he wants to go to the next stage he must learn Nigong. Then he remembers something and asks Seob, because he heard that if he passed the first stage he would win the medicine ball and go to the first floor from the library. Then he starts laughing again, saying that it seems like Ruby forgot to mention something important, because the boy can't come and go from there whenever he wants, saying that he can only enter once after passing the test, and the boy is shocked. And Seob asks if he found the same, that he was free to explore all the important books from there, saying that this place has high security, and the boy just stares at him. And Seob says he can only stay on the first floor for 2 hours, and the boy stays disappointed that he also has the medicine, because after climbing a mountain he will find another, and Seob says that he gets more time as he goes on, and he also cannot write any content. He must memorize everything before going. Dude, seriously, the amount of trouble I was in this world is no joke, because memorizing a whole book, oh, you're kidding me. And Seob says that memorizing a book is considered quite a lot, but then the protagonist thinks that this gives him an absurd advantage, because with the skill of scanning from Nano, in 2 hours it can scan not 1 or 2, but hundreds of books. And Seob say that for him who doesn't have Nigong for years in this tough demonic academy, really will test his medicine, and the boy understands that Seob is saying that he is different of others, but he even understands, as most of them were trained in the martial arts of their clans, and he has no martial arts nor Nigong, and to survive the threat of his clans, he will have to become a student. So he looks at the paper near his head, Nigong as breathing, and Seob says that's right, and if he wants to become his student he will teach him, and the boy says he doesn't know if he wants to be his mentor, because he has at least one person by his side, and what he could not learn thanks to the vote of the 6 clans is your chance to learn now. And so the boy stands up, kneeling in front of Seob, saying that he accepts him as his mentor, asking him to accept as his student, and he thinks that a student should bow twice, but Seob lifts him up, putting the boy stands and says that Jean's blood does not bow to anyone but themselves, and he sends the boy to rest for now, but until he returns he wants the boy memorize and learn all the breathing points of Nigong. Then he says he is going, giving the doctor good care of his student, and then that the doctor asks if the boy is well, and he says yes, but his master is very impulsive. Merrick says he must really like him, congratulating the boy for becoming that drunk student, and he says also because of the wound it will be difficult for him, besides his wrist is a mess, and he says he'll be back with some acupuncture tools, asking the boy to wait, and Proto thinks that with Nani as the keeper he got a lot of opportunities, and he thinks in his mother and the guard Jang, because among so many enemies of that academy, he is someone on your side this time, and on the Demon Academy's practice field is everyone training their Nigong. Meanwhile, the guys from the more advanced families, they look and call the left guard, saying that they came to report the result of the first test, including Cadet 7 who was taken to the infirmary, all who passed that up for 115. So Nigong says that they are 2 years less compared to the first test done 10 years ago. And as expected, the Elder's energy waves were too much, and he knows very well those who failed must find this unfair. They are actually doing evil, asking why they were rejected because bubbles came out of their mouths, saying that it's not fair. So the man doing the security asks if he didn't understand, asking if they think they can get through life with heavy work. But the boy asks how he's going to be able to live like this. So the guy says that apparently he doesn't accept the results, so he has no choice, ordering everyone to force their departure from the academy, and so everyone goes around brutally throwing the kids back, attack, and Rogan says that those watching have great skills, and those expelled will not win. And since they are stubborn, they will not learn anything with that. But Myong says that if it were him, he would also say that it is unfair, and it was because from the 7th cadet that the first test was difficult. Well, let's blame the guy who was being bullied and not the old lady who lost control. Good, very good. And he says that first of all of them have no luck or skill, but it is also their destiny. And Rogan says that among those who pass, there are many exceptional children, and Myong asks if he thinks this, saying that most of those who were injured are meditating, and the candidates of the 6 clans, 8 of the biggest clans made it easily, but they have a different level than the others, and he says that in order not to take damage from the elder's ability, he needs a few hundred years to gather Gong, and they are above the level of the other candidates, looking to the number 1 of the Dark Clan, Zhang Muyang, and also the number 5 of the Sword Clan, Zhang Yuchang, and he says that these to manage to do it without moving, and from what they say the battle will be between the Dark Clan and the Sword Clan, and as he thought, it will be interesting. And so he congratulates everyone for passing the first test, and they will receive a coin of bronze which represents the lowest ranking in the academy, and in the next 4 years they will be trained as cadets. And there are no yes and no answers allowed, and Mado is the only answer, and other than that, they will understand that they want the order to be repeated by asking if they understood, and everyone shouts together responding to Mado. Then he says that they are going to start use the groups. Meanwhile, the doctor says he has finished preparing the boy's medicine, and says it's going to start. Then Proto talks to the doctor, and he says it's back in Zhang Muyang, and tells the boy that in addition to calling him doctor, he should include his last name, and he talks to Dr. Back asking if his condition is that bad, but he apologizes to the boy for saying that to an academy cadet, but he will need it 11 to 15 days to participate in the test, and the boy is shocked by this, asking what he does, because if not does not start healing, then the treatment will end instantly. He thinks that healing too quickly will be suspicious, but he also thinks that using the normal training he will fall behind in training. Besides, he doesn't know anything about it first test, since he went there, but Back tells him not to be sad, because if he went treated by a regular doctor would take months, but it will be very quick since he is a Back student, then Zhang Mu. But the boy still doesn't like it at all, as it will still take up a lot of time training, and Back tries to calm him down, saying that it might not help, but he will pretend that it doesn't knows he is learning from the guardian, and the boy thanks him, saying it is worth rewarding in training, but the doctor says he doesn't expect much anyway, so he leaves for acupuncture. But when he takes off the girl's clothing cover, he looks at that physique, saying that he knows he didn't learn martial arts, but his body is better than him thought, and he thinks he didn't get it with Gong, wondering if it was Wei Gong, so he says that first it is in the center of the chest. While the doctor tries to do nano acupuncture, feels an attempt to cause damage with the metal needle, and activates self-defense mode, but the boy asks he doesn't do that, and he tells Nano to stop, because the doctor is doing a treatment, asking if he knows the difference between attack and treatment, and thus he quickly activates self-defense mode, and the boy almost has the thing, and he says that if he doesn't tell him beforehand about the treatment, he will consider any damage to the body as an attack. So he simply asks not to do anything without his permission from now on, and the doctor starts doing his treatment, and the boy thinks that his stomach is hurting less. And then Nano says that he is recovering the information contained in the acupuncture system, and Nano says that the needles should be placed below the chest, below the stomach, and in the boy's arm, and 6 of them help in the recovery of the stomach. But the protagonist says that would be able to understand even without this information, and so he looks at Beck, and he asks the boy take a nap while the treatment takes effect, as he is embarrassed by him staring at him, and he says he even wanted to, but he can't, with Nano explaining everything. So he has an idea, asking Nano if she can cure you with this treatment, it will be faster, but if she healing him too quickly will be suspicious, asking if she can heal him and make it seem like he still is embarrassed. And she says that after the end of the self-healing treatment, it is possible to change the pulse randomly to look like vital damage, and the boy claims to have asked out of curiosity, but he's happy that it's possible, and if he can fool him for 2 weeks, it might be his chance to learn Nigong from the guardian, and so he asks Nano to heal him and trick him when he comes to check, and so Nano begins self-healing as ordered by the boy, while the rest of the cadets are full of fear, as half of them will be expelled and none of the tops are on their side. Besides that, probably the 6 clans have an advantage. Some Young says he is the first and last test that requires teamwork, and if they want to compete among themselves, they must only fail together. While he laughs talking about such shit, Rojan thinks he is really very good at demoralizing, and he says that's all for today, ordering him to return to the dorms and rest, saying that starting tomorrow, they will be trained by the team in front of them. This team doesn't seem very friendly, because the guys have a look of someone who is dying for this, and he says that they will teach tactics and techniques kindly. They wonder about this kindness, because it wasn't them who beat up the cadets just now, and the kid was full of fear of this, and soon after, everyone is dismissed. The instructor of Group 8, Young, asks why Cadet 3 is still there, and he says he has a question for the instructor. But he should already know that the instructor cannot answer anything related to training, and the boy says he knows that. Then the instructor asks what the boy's question would be, and he says he already knows that he will be the leader of Group 8, but the instructor thinks that this decision will come out tomorrow. But these clans always know the rules, and he says that Cadet 7 who was placed in the group is in the infirmary. So that the instructor asks where he wants to go, and the boy says that with one person missing he doesn't want the group speaks. Then the instructor continues asking where he wants to go, and he says that since he didn't see the ceremony he won't know anything. That's why he wants him to know what was said at that day, and the instructor is a little surprised, while the kid thinks that that fucking bastard is in group. And his luck ends there, because he will end up with him in the infirmary, and the instructor in turn gets it all wrong, saying that the boy had a good idea, because it seems like he understood the basics, and so he congratulates him, saying that he accepts his advice as the group's instructor, and will give information for him. But the boy says he doesn't have to do that, and he can go alone. However, the boy says that this building is off limits to cadets, except in exceptional circumstances. Special, speaking very seriously looking at the prince, then he realizes that he won't be able to get there, and he asks why everything is going wrong, as he is the candidate of the Spring Clan, but he can't even use his title there, saying there's no way, and he says he asks this then to the instructor as a favor, and he tells him to go to the dormitory, but he calls the instructor, and he asks if there is anything else the boy wants. He asks if he can go to the less when he goes to join them, and the instructor says that there is no problem, but how it is getting later, he'll tell him tomorrow. And so the boy thinks that now that it's come to this, he'll have to tell him to go to the dorm, because he will make him feel so much pain that he will wish he had died that day. I never understood this business of calling the excluded so much. People, you aren't they already at the top? Why are they calling the kid who is just a poor guy? And so the doctor says to the instructor that the boy will need 14 days. He says yes, because the damage was so severe that he must rest for at least 14 days. So the instructor says that if he stays that long it's hard for him to level up. He asks if there's anything he can do to speed up the situation. He says he thinks that at least if he had Gong, he could do something, but Cadet 7 doesn't have any. And in his situation, the only option is to wait for recovery time. The instructor thinks that the second test in 3 weeks, he doesn't believe he will be inactive for 2 of them, and he doesn't want his group to be wiped out because of one guy. So he asks if can talk to the boy, because they have a lot to talk about. But the doctor says he thinks that the boy is sleeping, asking if he should wake him up. But the instructor says no, saying he'll come back, and so he walks away and continues to watch the boy, thinking that he barely passed the first test. It must be the end of his luck. But the boy continues sleeping peacefully, and in the middle of the night some people approach where the protagonist is, and they start tapping on the window, and it ends up being Siob saying that his mentor has arrived, and the boy is surprised. But soon this falls apart because of breath of Kashaka, and Siob asks if he won't greet him, and so the boy greets him, and he says it's great, asking if he finished his homework, and the boy doesn't quite understand. Nigong is breathing, and he says yes, saying that he said for him to memorize before he comes back, and the boy thinks he went to the infirmary yesterday. He starts to think that Siob is a bit impatient, and he is happy to have been treated by Nanny, and says that of course, he did as ordered, and Siob is surprised that the boy did that while he was sick, because he said that just to provoke him, so he keeps up the tough guy pose, saying that the boy didn't do his homework anymore, so he thanks the compliment, but asks his teacher if he thinks he came a little too early, and he asks why, asking if the boy is tired, but he says that's not it. So Siob says that's good, because now he's going to tell him why he needs to know this, and he can only teach me for 2 weeks, and he can come see you while he is in the infirmary. But as soon as he leaves, he will no longer be able to contact him. So the boy says he didn't think that far ahead, and Siob says he was hospitalized as soon as he arrived, asking how he would know, and says he has to work as a teacher during the day, and he will only be able to come at that time, or he will be suspicious. And Prota thinks that at the gym he will receive training from outsiders, and if he gets caught it will be a big problem, and he thought Siob would be stubborn, but he is actually quite considerate, and so he thanks them for their consideration, and Siob says that since they won't have much time, they will start soon, and the boy is surprised that it is now. And then Siob asks if he doesn't listen to what he said, as they don't have much time, and he tells the boy to turn around and sit down on the floor, and the boy is slow, and he tells him to read quickly, and the boy sits down automatically, and Prota says he wanted him to explain what he's doing. My brother, shut up, what happened? No need to explain what's going on. I don't understand, just shut up, that happened. And Siob says it's good that he managed to memorize the breathing, and then leans on the boy's back, and he asks what Siob is going to do, and he says that since he doesn't have much time, he's going to put the flow in the boy, and Prota is a little scared by that term, and Siob says that his teacher, in fact this is a sophisticated way that his great-great-grandfather created, and he says that he doesn't need to try hard, he will do all the work himself, and he just asks for the boy to clench his jaw, because if he screams the guards will come, and they will be quite screwed, and the boy receives an infusion of energy from Siob, making him widen his eyes, and he tells Prota to shut up. while Nano says that an intangible energy was inserted into the user's blood, and with that it begins an analysis based on the entered data, and the energy found is known as Ki or chakra, and it begins to analyze the effects on the user's body, and Prota says he knows his Nagong is forcing his veins to open, but this is too much, and Siab is amazed at Prota, because he really hasn't learned anything, and he doesn't believe that he has no blockages or obstacles in his circulation, and his muscles do. It looks like he's been training, but as far as he knows, he doesn't think the boy is trained in any art, martial, so he wonders if it came from the Lord, and remembers the Lord spending time with the boy, with her smiling a lot, and he says that of his 7 wives he thinks he only cared to get out, then maybe he secretly took care of your son. No, it's not like that. Let me tell you, the kid was really left in the shit. So Siab starts to get excited, because either way it worked, and with it like that it should take a week to create a good one amount of Nagong, and he continues to infuse his energy into the boy, while at the same time in the dormitories, someone beats up one of the princes and throws him away. So they run away behind him, and the prince is on the ground almost unconscious, completely dead, so they ask who that. His boy thinks he is, asking if he thinks he'll be safe after attacking John and Johnson of the Poison Clan, but the boy says it doesn't matter who they are. After all, the academy is based on strength, and now that he won they are in charge of Group 12. And that Okadet leader 18, Bekji, bro, they already arrived putting it on the table. They threw the prince up in the air. I want to see Prota doing this. And so after injecting his Nagong into the boy, Shaub gets quite tired and asks he memorize the flow, and Prota says he remembers it clearly, with Shaub laughing, talking, which must have been very painful that first time. But he says it's the best method to teach people like him who do not have Nagong, so he says that his goal is 7 days. He has to get enough Nagong by then, so he asks his boy, you understand? And Prota, looking at him and seeing how tired Shaub is, thinks he must have used quite a lot of Nagong too. He should at least hold out as long as he can, and he says that he will achieve as long as he continues to take care of him. So Shaub says that he spoke nicely, saying that it was the end of that day's training, and telling him not to forget breathing in flow, because he has to be sure he knows this. And he says that now he will leave, telling the boy to take care of himself, and so Prota just thanks his mentor, saying that he will certainly get it in a week. And at the Demon Academy in the training center, Myong sees the children chosen as leader of the groups, and there are also a lot of people who caught her last night, and the princess, apparently it wasn't a joke, because most of her team is all broken. And he says that the reason the instructors were not in the dorms last night was for the students to fight among themselves and establish the ranking by themselves. Then he looks at the group 12, noting that it should have the boy from the Poison Clan as leader, but it ended up being Cadet 18 who became the leader. And looking at them, Myong can see that they had a fight brutal, but daring to attack a prince. He is not only skilled but also has courage. Then Hanjin appears, saying that they will start training, and he agrees with that, calling everyone's attention, and says that for a week, starting that day, every morning in the auditorium to your right, they will learn tactics and strategies basic. So in the afternoon after lunch, they will train over there, asking if they understood, and everyone answers Mado, and so they send to the auditorium asking the group 1 move forward, and they all go. Meanwhile, the prince who lost is completely left behind low. His brother starts to tease him, asking if he fell in the rankings like that, and he gets pissed with the Muquo. But he says that as expected from the Poison Clan, they are nothing without him, and says that the boy is there below the small clans, and starts laughing at him, leaving the other one is all pissed off. But he looks at the boy who beat him up, and remembers that the name his is Bekji of a high clan, and asks how the boy dares to insult him, and he can have fun with his leader game alone, because he will make him regret it to be in your group. And at night in the academy dormitory they call Cadet 3, who is the Muquo, and the instructor says that his performance during the test was very satisfactory, and he thanks the compliment. Then he talks about Cadet 7, saying that he will stay in the infirmary for 2 weeks, and the boy is surprised by this, but the instructor says that this is what the doctor said, and even if he memorizes the theory, the lack of practice will be a problem, and he wonders if someone without Nigong will be able to recover. But anyway, he says he will return there tomorrow, and now that he is off he must do his best training or just reviewing, and so the Muquo gets really pissed off because the boy is away, and when he comes back to the dormitory he starts to break everything, and everyone notices that he is quite crazy, but where he demands he be quiet, because it will be worse if they end up provoking this man. Then he starts blurring, saying he's going to be there for 2 weeks, but already the boy says that if the doctor said that it must not be a lie, but the Muquo asks about it, because it's obvious he's faking it, and this dirty-blooded bastard just thinking lying there, comfortable, he makes a toothpaste. Man, what an envious kid. Why? Like this. Why do you have a bed too? And now the boy tells the prince to calm down, asking if instead of getting angry, why doesn't he do it like that? Then he says something in the ear of the prince, who hates a little happier, and for days later Beaker arrives sad, because it's been 5 days and there are no patients, saying he's going to die of boredom, and he thinks that I or one of them will definitely not be his last patient. Then they come back back knocking on the door like there's no tomorrow. So he asks what that happened and note that the instructor, and Pyong, he says that his chair was hurt during training with swords, and he says he didn't take off his sword so as not to make it worse and brought it until there. And Beak gets all excited, telling him to put the boy to bed because finally one has arrived patient. Then Beak finishes the treatment very quickly. He says it's because they didn't take it out the sword. And Pyong asks what this guy's condition is, and Beak says he didn't get hurt and he is sorted. And so the instructor is more relaxed, and Beak even dared, because what seems he worried for nothing, but he knows that he cares about his students, and he says that by the end of the second test, they are your responsibility, but two are already in the infirmary. And Beak says that it looks like he gave some stitches, but it looks like it's deep, so the boy will need to stay there, and he says not as long as Cadet 7, as it is only 3 days enough. And he says that for now he will return to training, asking to take care of the Cadet 23. He can't believe this happened right when they started sword training. For real, because it's going to be hard to avoid writing excuses. So at night the boy gets up while the protagonist is still sleeping, and he looks at some scalpels that are still beside your bed, picking one of them up, and wonders if he starts by being sure that the boy won't be able to walk. So he goes into the protagonist room and says that's all he does to survive, cutting the boy's tendon, telling him not to bother him. But then when he tries to hurt the protagonist, Nano activates self-defense, giving the kid a huge shock, making him faint and fall to the ground. Then the protagonist says it was exactly as he imagined, lifting the kid up a lot. Then the kid who had gone to bed starts to wake up, then wonders why he fainted. But when he sees his situation, he is all tied up and already is bald. So he is surprised and asked who did this, and our protagonist appears from next to him saying that he was the one who did it, calling him Baldy. And the kid asks how he is standing and how he did it, and the protagonist questions what he means, for while he was unconscious he tied him up and put him on the bed for calling again bald. So he asks how he fainted, but before that he asks if he shouldn't be injured because he looks super well. And he also wonders because he keeps calling her Baldy all the time, and when he looks in the mirror he notices who is bald and starts crying because he can't feel the soft texture of his hair, and starts crying desperately because how did he become bald? What is he doing crying over his hair? But then the protagonist punches him, telling him to shut up, but he ends up noticing that made the kid faint once again. Then the bald man wakes up once again. The boy asks if he calmed down. Then he looks at the protagonist full of hate, but he asks what the boy is trying to say with a cloth in his mouth, and he notices that the protagonist is not a naive person who he saw at the ceremony. And the kid is much angrier, and he asks who that is over there, and the protagonist asks how he thinks he survived for so long. Then he sees some knife, and he says there have been assassination attempts every now and then, and idiots have tried to poison, and he asks how many times he thinks it happened. Then he takes the knife to the bald guy's neck, and he claims to know it was a foolish thing to do on his part, but asks if he knows how much it hurts to be stabbed, because you might even die. So he tells the kid to say who did it, who sent him there, but he is still reluctant, and so he takes the gag off the kid's mouth and tells him to speak. Then he asks what he's saying, because he doesn't know what is he talking about, and if they stabbed him there, everyone will probably think it's his fault, asking if he doesn't know about the rules regarding training and duels at the academy, because students cannot hurt others outside of these situations. So the protagonist notes that as expected he won't speak so easily. So the kid says that it's clear, because even if he torture, he won't say, and he mentally gets all cocky, asking what the boy could do, asking if he thought he was tough, and he gets all cocky, and the protagonist says which is right, because then he just has to see if he opens his mouth or not. And once again the kid released the gag on him, making the bald man stay quiet once more, and ask him to wait there, because there weren't many things where he lived, but there are plenty there, and so he takes the needles. Then the boy wonders what he's going to do with them, and the protagonist starts laughing evilly, making the bald guy almost shit himself with fear. So he grabs the boy's arm and turns him around, asking if he is scared, because he started to close his fist. Then the bald guy starts to think that this guy, even though he is untrained, is very strong, and he asks why he is trying to open his hand. Then he asks what the kid is going to do. Then the boy says he will do a little and stick that needle under the kid's nail, my god, and just the torture technique that must hurt like hell, and if that kid was yours, now he believes in a god and he's praying a lot. He starts crying a lot, and the protagonist tells him not to exaggerate, taking another one needle, and the boy is already asking him to stop please. So the protagonist says that he wouldn't talk even with torture, so he must think of it as revenge, and he takes another one needle that he puts in the boy's nail, and so with all his fingers damaged, the boy falls to the ground with almost no life in his eyes. The protagonist asks if it hurt a lot, because he fainted twice, and he asks if they should do it on the other hand, and the bald guy starts saying no. And so the prota asks if he is willing to talk now, saying that he should have done so when he asked, so he thinks that kid is crazy, because he would have died going crazy if it's been like this for a while, and he thinks he's going to tell it soon, and the protagonist goes straight to the point asking if it was a mahjong. And the boy asks how he knows, so he asks if he's curious, and he says he is so, and the protagonist says that thanks to his consideration, his instructor comes every day to teach him, and he knows in detail what group he is in and who is in it. He had already guessed, but he wanted to hear from his mouth, clearly calling his name. Where is 23 Hyabong? Then the kid starts to ask who said he was dead weight, because in truth that boy is a monster, and he hides his strength and acts as if he doesn't have it, and he can't even imagine what it will be like getting stronger. And the protagonist says he has already obtained good information thanks to him, but he needs to sleep, so they ended up there, and the guy here is all happy. And the protagonist says with what happened before, he says he won't tell anyone, then asks the boy not to be angry, but he notices something strange. The protagonist has only one finger raised, and he sticks that finger into the side of the boy's head. Then he notices that it is Jeonhil, while the Digimai he claims to have thought that the boy didn't have Nigong son. That's a thing of the past. Now the protagonist is 2-0, and the Baldy falls asking, saying that crazy guy is deceiving everyone. He says this in passing. The protagonist doesn't he said a word to no one, and everyone is saying he's fooling everyone. People so we're assuming he doesn't have Nigong for you guys. And already at the end of the night, Xia begins to approach the infirmary, and he claims he didn't think he would learn so much fast. And so the day before, he throws some more Nigong on top of the boy. But he doesn't believe it what you see from this child. He managed to learn Nigong in just 5 days. And normally it would take at least 2 to 3 weeks, and maybe even a month. But it exceeded his expectations, and he really is talented. And originally we were planning to help him get it Nigong into weeks, then teach him basic techniques and breathing method. But he will have that he changes his planning. And so when he gets there, he meets his teacher, and he says that wishes him a great day. But then Siab asks where you put it, and the boy says he did under the bed, and tells him to bring it to him. And so it is said about the Dragon Ball, which is made by the Academy with medicinal herbs, which are usually given to students who pass the first test, and if absorbed correctly, allows the user to acquire the equivalent of 20 years of experience in Nigong, and after consumption, the effect tends to be lessened. Future doses, and Siab thinks that this thing still smells horrible, but thinks that if the boy uses it can get 20 years of Nigong, then he should be able to take care of himself. But in this he notices that something is wrong, and asks if there is anyone else here, asking who that is. And when he looks to the side, he sees that there is a kid all finished there, and he notices that the point of his doubt made him unconscious. And Prota says that he sees behind him when Dr. Beak left, and Siab is surprised that the boy tried to attack him, and he says he heard it since yesterday, the 5th day since they entered the academy, and the training was done with a real sword, and he thinks he stabbed himself on purpose, all to get to the infirmary. So Sion asks how dare he do this in the academy infirmary, asking if he doesn't know that it will be if he is discovered, saying that he has courage, or it could mean that someone sent him, and the face of the Prota already closes automatically. So he says that by the boy's reaction he thinks he knows who it was, asking the boy who was to blame, and he says it was the asshole from the royal clan who is in the same group that he is. So Siab is surprised by this, as he has never seen anyone really good in that clan, and he says it's a problematic family with problematic members, but he thinks he can't do nothing against them, because it seems that the boy has a very difficult life, and he says that everything is well, because he's used to it, and Siab thinks that because he said it that way, it's kind of sad. So take the opportunity to slap the boy who is sleeping there, because the boy burst your point of blood with less than a year of Nigong, and it will come out after a few hours, and it would take at least 10 years to do it right, asking if the boy understood, telling him to answer, and he says that will take that into consideration. So he finally takes that stinky dick, and Siab says he can consume that thing, and he asks if he should swallow it, and Siab says that no, telling him to chew and not swallow, as this makes absorption more effective, and the boy can only smell this horrible smell, saying that you already know it's going to be tough. Guys, you have the Nana, just ask her to turn off both her sense of smell and taste. You've already seen that she's capable of doing that. Do this. But the idiot throws it inside, bites that thing, and almost cries in despair. And it gets so bad, and it smells really bad, and it tastes so bad, and it paralyzes your tongue, and it does wanting to vomit. And Siab says that if he swallowed that, he should start using the techniques of breathing. And so the boy sits down, and Siab says he will teach him to absorb well, saying he will start, and with that he throws some more Nigong at the boy, with both hands. Then Nano says that a substance that transforms into energetic activity has been introduced into your organism, and in reacting to the energy flowing in your body, asking if it accepts this absorption to promote a faster cycle. And he says he doesn't know what Nano is saying, but he thinks he wants to help absorption, then it accepts it. And so it begins to stimulate the body's metabolism. So Siab questioned how this can be, questioning whether he was born with the body of a war god, as it is almost as if he was, absorbing the medicine and amplifying it, and he should absorb at most 80%, but he begins to notice that he was nervous for no reason, and so at sunrise, the boy manages absorbs everything, and is amazed at the results, and Siab asks him how Nigong feels, and says says he did well. After all, he was all sweaty this time. He was able to acquire 1.5 more than Nigong, and the boy is surprised that it was 30 years. But Siab says it's an estimate, and the other students will absorb it by themselves, so they shouldn't be able to absorb it half of that. And the boy gets happier and says it's all because of his teacher, and he wouldn't be able to do it without your help. He says that the boy is really very lucky. He says that his luck must also be thanks to Nano, and she says that she is programmed to help him, and in this he notices that it's getting really late and he has to go back. So the boy shouts to his teacher and says that starting tomorrow he asks if he can teach the sword skill formation, and he says that yes, but he won't have much time, so he tells him to get ready. In the meantime, they're in the middle of everyone, the students, that shitty prince starts laughing, saying that it's a wonderful morning, and his number 1 Baboro says that it seems he is in a good mood, and he says it is all thanks to Jarian, and so he thanks the prince, and he says that at this time that bastard must be with serious problems, since his legs must be broken, and he starts laughing, saying that he wanted to stay on the floor and crawl like an accept, and it makes you anxious. But I have terrible news for you, you idiot. Prota is fine. The broken leg will definitely not be his. And arriving at the infirmary, Bake starts laughing like a wretch, asking how the guy's hair his kid disappeared overnight, and the kid gets pissed off because he can't even yell at him because of it. From the guy on the other side, and the doctor apologizes for laughing too much, saying it's worth covering, but he says it's too late, so he goes to Prota and notices that he's doing very well, and the doctor realizes that something must have happened during the night, but he says he won't think about it a lot, and they said that the doctor should just focus on the treatment without questioning. And 2 days later, in the beloved house, in the clan's lodging, the idiot prince says that this is interesting, asking if he shouldn't have been kicked out of the group, but the bald guy says that he was going to cut his tendons, but perhaps his wounds were too serious, and the doctor stayed with him overnight and never left. So the prince asks if the doctor didn't even sleep, asking if he's making it up apologies. He tells the prince that he attacked the night as he asked, but the doctor also woke up, and the prince gets very angry, attacking the boy, asking how good a doctor there can be, and the boy flies away all broken. The prince starts stepping on him and calling him trash, asking if he can't do something simple. Then kisser number 1 asks him to wait a little, and the prince asks why, and he says that at least he should know the doctor's name of mechanics, and he says he's Beekjong Myong, and that's what he heard, and the boy seems to know that name, and the prince asks if it means anything to him. He is probably the disciple of the Dr. Beekjong Wu, and he is surprised by this, as he is the one who is part of the poison clan, but works with medicine instead of poison, and became the Lord's personal doctor. He heard that even though he is a doctor, he is in rank 30 of the academy, and it is not certain, but if he is a disciple of that name, his martial arts may be exceptional, so he keeps beating the kid, noticing that sending him was a huge waste of time, so he continues beating the kid even though he is not to blame, and tells him not to even dream and receive help for his clan. Then the boy asks what he said, remembering when the prince came to him to entice the boy to do something for him, then asked about failing, but the prince told him not to worry, for he must know that he is of the Spring clan, and if he is expelled for some reason, he will definitely help his clan, and the boy thinks that if he had kept his promise, he would have told the truth, and tells him to keep hitting, because he wants to see if he continues so when that boy arrives, and so the prince feels uncomfortable, asking why he is wearing a bandana, ripping it off and noticing that the kid is bald like a grape, and the prince can see his own reflection in that shining mirrored sphere, and he begins asking if the boy thought he would forgive him if he cut his hair. Then everyone took note, thought everything was quiet for a while, and the dorm is noisy again, and so the prince says he feels like shit, calling the little jar to go away, and he follows the prince like the good puppy that he is, and the boy stands there almost crying and thinks that Mugyum and you and they can all die, cursing him with everything that is huge. Meanwhile, Prota is calm, asking the doctor if he knows martial arts too, but he says he doesn't know, not at all, for he learned only medicine, and 7 days after the infirmary, and 7 in the morning, the protagonist is already doing a much more specialized training in front of Siab, and he starts to think I can say for sure that this guy is a genius, because he only showed the butterfly technique a few times and has adjusted his posture in the last few days, but these movements are stable and natural, and if he trains seriously he won't have any problems doing the techniques, and so he asks the boy and move on to the next one, and the protagonist thinks that thanks to the Nano's analysis on the professor, he can redo perfectly, but that will look suspicious, so he goes a little slower and replicates the steps, and Siab says that the martial art graph has 24 initial techniques, 3 initial ones. Make a technique, doing 8 techniques, and he says it took time to teach the basics, so he couldn't teach the connections, and if he had 1 or 2 more months with him, he could teach him completely. A week is too little, so he says that's it. And the boy memorized it very well, and he also gives the boy a paper, saying that it is the initial part of the butterfly technique and methods by profession with Nigong, saying that he wanted to teach what the last day is like, but since it's him, he knows. He will learn the basics easily, and he will look into everything when he meets, and next time, telling him not to be lazy and learn. Then he thanks him, saying saying no will fail with Siab, and he says he shouldn't. So he takes his sword and tells the boy that that is his martial sword, ordering him to try to wield it. And when the boy picks it up, he asks if she is light, and he says that she is not as heavy as he thought she would be, and he says that normal swords weigh 2 or 3 gyuns, but the sword of his clan, the sword of light, weighs only 1.5 gyun. So the boy asks if it is because of the butterfly technique, and he says he's very smart, and so he takes the sword and cuts off part of the boy's bed, and he realizes that the sword is very sharp, but he thinks that if the doctor sees this he will be upset, and Siab says that even though the Chin sword has a limited range and has no light, this is done with refined metal, and the sharpness and durability give the sword its name, and tells him to step aside to show him what he wanted to see so much, telling him to pay attention, as it is the technique butterfly of his manner. And so the boy asks Nano to prepare to analyze, and so she begins the analysis just as he ordered, while Siab leaves the others to guardians watch him on a rooftop. And Myung says that finally that rat, no, the right guard is leaving, and Marakian says he did well to pretend not to know, but he asks how he could go against his orders, as he is happy that he does not have to see him for area. Then he says that they should send the guards to the 2nd floor since they are many, but Marakian simply says he's going, and Myung takes the opportunity to ask him why he cares so much about the 7th prince, and he says it's because it's fair, and Myung says that that's a very interesting thought. But Marakian says he shouldn't question him anymore, and simply walks away, and Myung says that this is really expected of the Wind King, and never it is known when he will leave, and if he decides to leave it would be impossible to assure him. And then he asks if 10 days really makes things fair. So Baek goes to the infirmary and finds it strange that the boy is always awake when he comes, but he is still sleeping at that day, and asked what happened, as it is the last time he will be able to rest like this, and says that when he leaves he will go through a lot, telling him to sleep a little more. But the boy in reality is undergoing a transformation in its muscles, and the changing muscles seem to adapt the butterfly until 80% complete, and changes in the veins 75%, and 1 hour remaining until they are 100%, and an hour later after the rock key is popped, Baek wakes up. Startled by the sound of the boy vomiting, he asks what happened, and Prota is vomiting a lot on the edge of the bed. Then Baek asks why he is suddenly vomiting and sweating, and after that he lays the boy down, because he seems to have improved, and when checking the boy's pulse he asks what he has seen, questioning himself, what has been lying down for so long can have a pulse like that, and its pulse is racing as if his body was in constant movement, and Nano tells Prota that the body's response, the evolution has stabilized and he is starting to become calmer, and the poor doctor who is there on the side, he wonders what he has seen, because suddenly he became stable, and he says he never heard about something like that, so he just throws it up in the air, and says it's worth leaving him sleep, because it's close to lunchtime, so he's going to eat. And when Prota gets up he notices that he got bothered once again, and the kid is getting stronger and stronger, and he notices that the strength that goes into his hands is completely different from 6 hours ago. He thinks he knows for how many teachers he went through to get to this level, and if he knows he got this body in just 6 hours he would probably be scared. And he remembers the demonstration Seobile gave of her technique in front of the boy, making him afraid, and he thought that was amazing, because creating that pressure with the Simni Gong technique is totally surreal. And he asks Nando if she analyzed that, and she says yes, and did a complete analysis, and he asks if the boy managed to see everything. He says yes, but Seobile says it's a shame, because he wanted him to teach right, but this is the last day. But if it is him, he knows he will master the technique just he is watching, so he thanks his teacher for this teaching, and Seobile tells him to continue training, because when he returns to the gym it will be very difficult, telling him not to lose. And so Prota thinks that there is at least one person who cares about him, so he must make your expectations. And he asks if Nano has finished analyzing the movements, and she says yes, saying that according to the analysis, she will acquire the necessary body to the other movements, your muscles and veins, needing a significant change, and the estimated time is 6 hours. And after the boy has the perfect body, he can copy the technique perfectly, and say that he only used one technique, and it is the same as the teacher. And he thinks about using 2, but he notices someone walking in the hallway, but he notices that there is something strange, and he's asking if he's always been this sensitive, because somehow he thinks that his senses have become sharper, along with when his body is changed, and he thinks that this is great, because the preparations are complete, and Beck walks in there and sees the boy awake, and asks when he woke up, and what is complete, and he says he is ready to be released, and he thinks that the presence he felt was that of Dr. Beck, and so he receives all his clothes and also his pendant, and at that the doctor starts to get sad, because he doesn't even have other patients, and he asks what he will do if the boy leaves, but Prota gives an evil smile, saying that he will have more patience soon, so he asks if he thinks so, but he says that it is better not to have patience, and Prota remembers to thank him, as he depended on him for a good time, and Beck says that everything is fine, because he will get through the bad times and he will pray for him. And as soon as the boy leaves, Beck thinks that he has nothing to do now, and wonders if he should sleep. And as soon as he leaves, Proto thinks that if Beck didn't pretend or didn't know that Siop was there speaking, the time he spent in the infirmary must have been uncomfortable. So he never will forget this consideration, and the patience he so desires he will certainly send to him. Look, I don't know if doctors would normally be happy with a statement like that, but at least it's coming from the heart. Meanwhile, the two idiots in Prota's group are goosebumps for no apparent reason. And already in the demonic gym during afternoon training, they notice that the other demon heir of the group. They notice that it has been 2 weeks, and Mugyum begins to be happy because he finally arrived, the common blood. So he goes straight to the leader, introduces himself. He asks if he has recovered, and he says he is completely recovered, and he says he already explained it in theory, but asks if the boy remembers his place. And he says yes, so he tells him to take that sword, that shield, and take that and go over there. While the boy goes to his place, Mugyum starts barking next to him, but Prota just ignores him completely, and the boy is filled with hate. And Prota thinks to himself to Mugyum, don't get excited yet, because he will show you your place very soon. And so it is said that they will start training with real swords, telling them to be careful and keep a safe distance. And if an accident happens again, he will expel them with the permission of a leader, asking if they understood. And so they all respond and start the training. And the instructor thinks that even though he is an arrogant jerk, Mugyum controls his team like a true leader, and every problem is the bastard because he put him in the most peaceful position on purpose, sending he just doesn't do shit. Then he notices the kid standing there, so he thinks he's doing better than he thought, wondering if he is analyzing what others are doing. Noticing that he is quite perceptive, so he tells him to raise the shields properly, maintaining their position and posture, saying that they did very well, telling them to wait for their command. And so 15 minutes later, he says he didn't tell anyone to move, asking who did this, asking if they don't know how to do it right, and think they will defeat their enemies like that, telling them to pay attention. And the instructor thinks that his guys who are already training are just like the boy who just arrived is doing so well without even shaking, because it was him who was in the infirmary this whole time. And he starts to think that he has to change this guy place, and so asks to change the formation and orders to surround the enemy in a semicircle, taking a step short forward and then to long steps. And so they say they did very well, and Prota stay calm while everyone is dying to do just that. And Mugiolo stays below, wondering if that kid doesn't make mistakes, because that kid is a shitty commoner, asking if he thinks he'll be watching this, and then speaks to Jarian telepathically, telling him to activate if he hears, telling him to do what he says when changing formation. And so a plot begins between two, and the formation changes again, ordering them to make 3 levels of shield. And so Prota thinks it's not difficult, and asks if it's because Nana analyzed it, saying that it's very difficult. And they say that if the shields are firm, they should place the swords in the gaps. And they say that even with caution, they must maintain speed. And Jarian, who is behind Prota, says he can see him from behind perfectly, saying that commoners should kneel. And he tries to hit the boy, but Prota looks him straight in the eyes, and he gets scared because he realized, saying that he was only going to use a little Nigong, since he doesn't know martial arts, but he says he will with everything to kick. But before touching the boy he can't even touch, he receives a winner of Nana's automatic defense, which literally throws him away. Mujin is left disbelieving that the boy defended it, and the baldy guy is in disbelief that he was thrown, because his Nigong is stronger than yours. And the leader goes next to him very angry, because he's in trouble again. He gets scared and tries to get up, but his ankle starts to hurt, and so he tries to look at Prota, and Prota looks at him too, giving him that little smile specifically, because yet another NPC who tried to mess with him got completely screwed, and he thinks that a commoner dared to laugh at him. But then the leader asked why he was fixing his teeth, saying that he must be an idiot who has no idea. So he talks to the leader, saying that it's not that, saying that it's his ass. Then the leader asked whose ass, saying that he must be crazy, punching the kid in the chest, and saying that he was the one who stabbed 23 in the back, and he won't have time off for the next 4 days, and until the time to come he will train with his leader. And he begins to feel that things are getting horrible to his side, and the leader asks if he's still talking shit, so he simply answers Mato. And so everyone realizes that he deserved it, because he was thinking too much of himself with Mugian defending him around, and Mugian himself dies of rage, because all his plans are going to hell, watered down, and he becomes increasingly irritated with Yoan. And Myong, seeing everything from afar, thinks that the boy's Nagong is stronger than he thought. And even if the right guardian taught him, it is strange, because that bald guy should have the equivalent of 30 years of training since he got the medicinal orb. So how that the boy passes this on? No chance that he would teach him properly, and he wonders if the boy has an ability to absorb the orb completely, and there would be no other way to explain. And like father, like son. So he says he has to heirs in same group, and this will get interesting. And already in the weapons hall, the leader says that they can eat, and everyone goes for it, and Prada is all happy because this is chicken, but nothing thinking that it is very tasty, and he says that it is torture to be able to eat only porridge for 2 weeks. But he wonders if the idiot will watch him eat it all the time, and he thinks he will only enjoy the meal for now because he doesn't even know why he hates it so much. But he can't forget what he did because they wouldn't know how he was watching his mother die without being able to do anything, and he can't wait to give back the favor because he will destroy them all. And the leader says that since lunch is over, everyone is dismissed and everyone except number 80 can go, and he stays behind, and so he will train a little more with him. And Prada gives an evil smile leaving for home, and he notices that his dorm is on the 8th floor, and he thinks it is easy to remember since it's the same as your team number. So the Mugio calls Prada asking if he was thinking of going without his permission, and Prada starts to think that this guy really meets your expectations, and he always makes an effort for him that wants to act like the master wherever he goes, and starts gossiping that he is that heir of the Spring clan, asking what this is in front of him, and they say it is the 7th heir to the rumors, and so the princess watches from afar. And Mugio thinks he has a lot of people there wondering if he should start, so he goes to Prada's pair calling he with dirty blood, asking if it was easy lying in the infirmary, asking what which was, questioning if he is angry or calling him a shitty commoner. Then he asks if they are insulting the Lord. He doesn't quite understand, because calling him blood dirty is to insult him too, and he questions how so. And Prada asks if his status is so high that can insult him who is like a god to them. And Mugio starts to get cornered seeing all world gossip, and he thinks he would demoralize him in front of everyone, but he is the one going through therefore. And so the princess says that the Spring clan is really stupid, and the Prince of Prada asks why he's making a fuss over something so stupid, calling him a dumb bastard. Then Mugio decides to go for ignorance, grabbing the boy's neck, calling it a piece shit, saying he's going to put an end to that arrogant mouth. But Prada just drops to punch him in the middle of the face, making him fall to his knees, then asks what he's going to break and what he was talking about, and the kid starts to bleed and asks how this commoner dares to do this. And he goes after the boy with the horse technique, but then Prada appears in front of him jumping backwards, and the Mugio is surprised by what the boy did, so he starts to run away. But the Sword Clan boy asks how he manages to use that skill. Then the Mugio asks what they are doing, ordering them to get that boy, and he stays behind in disbelief that the boy dared to hit him first and runs away, saying that if let him go he cannot be considered human. And the protagonist begins to flee through the forest. They wonder why he is so fast. Then they think there is something strange, because it is as if he was running just enough so that they don't get close to him. Then they notice that he is attracting you, but then the prince appears asking why they are hesitating and calling him slow, saying he'll finish this alone. And he thinks about me or Om talking that will finish him and destroy all his bones, and he will follow him until Prada stops. He already starts to curse the kid, asking if he is tired of running, but then he asks about running, saying that it's a joke, and saying that there's no reason to show off. Then he raises his hand and brings it down on Morgiana's head, and he tries to defend himself, but he almost doesn't make it. Being thrown away, he is surprised, saying that he defended the attack of him using Nigong, but he was still pushed, saying that his Nigong is strong, and so he asks how the boy knows martial arts, and he starts to think about it, because his attacks are very fast. He didn't have any Nigong in the first test, asking what happened, and so Prada thinks he's great, and he's frustrated as he wanted, saying he's going to continue feeling up to the boy, and he uses the second sub-expression technique, Knight's Frontier, but he barely manages to hit Morgiana, and he dodges and tries to attack Prada, while the match is in the middle of the stomach, and the boy feels that technique then. He also uses the clan technique in the spring of the second expression, the continuous attack, but Prada succeeds dodge, and when he comes back with the elbow, Prada stops with his hands, being thrown to far away, so he thinks that he is still not a match for Professor Nigong, and thinks that he should have the point than other students, even before being admitted, and now it must be even higher since he took the pill, and the kid starts to get a little more cautious with Prada, but he thinks that he can still withstand, and he needs to attack him without giving a chance for a counterattack. Then the boy disappears from in front of him and starts to surround him with speed. Then the Morgiana is surprised and everyone notices that it is an illusion, asking how Prada manages to use this, and he uses a blind spot to attack Morgiana. But the boy manages to dodge by ducking and uses his leg to Prada's face, throwing it away, and Morgiana thinks he's good with sub-expressions, but no has any idea how to fight back. That Prada notices that he was thinking about the techniques and didn't see that shot. Then Morgiana says he is surprised that he used skills that are not his specialty, but he knows that the boy is improvising and says that it is as he expected. He will just imitate others without knowing his own limit. Then Prada notices that he realized that he only learned these two techniques with sub-expressions and that he has no experience real, so he thinks he underestimated it, because who would have thought that experience makes such a difference. And Morgiana says he doesn't know how he learned martial arts, but he activates the clan's technique in the spring of the fifth sub-expression. The double submission and says he will ask later. Then Prada wonders what it does and what sub-expression he needs to use, and Nano says there is a danger of an external source detected and it increases the functions of the eye in response to danger, and says that it will study in defense modes through the battle tutorial. Then she simply casts the good old boxing and he dodges to the side and hooks Morgion. And not even Prada understands much well what's going on, and the boy comes out with his mouth bleeding, jumping to the side, and he notices that what the boy used was not a technique, and Prada questions what that is, and Nano says that optional martial arts boxing was used for this tutorial, and he is surprised by this. And Nano says that teaching is independent, and they created results through analysis of the enemy's teaching every 0.1 seconds, and the dumb Prada still doesn't understand, but notices that this is boxing, and asks if it is possible to use the techniques instead, and he says that the analysis was complete, saying that it is possible, asking if he accepts, so the boy accepts, and in that Morgion asked if he learned, saying that it seems like he has aces up his sleeve, and he goes after Prada again, saying that this won't happen again. Then Nano once again changes the boxing defense mode to techniques, and Prada continues without knowing where he's going to attack from, managing to dodge quite easily, and Morgion notices that he dodged all his attacks, and Prada manages to counterattack beautifully, hitting his body for times, and in the middle of the beating they play the sad pass card of the villain, with someone telling Morgion to do his best, because if he does well, the Lord will leave that bitch and go back to her, and the boy's mother tells him that he must earn everything, and speaks to it, trembling and grabbing the boy's hair, and he agrees with her, and as time goes by she starts to blame him, saying it's because he didn't do it right, and all because he's bad at everything, and if that bitch hadn't shown up, but she says she's not yours guilt, and it's all because he doesn't do anything right, and she starts strangling the boy, saying that he is a mistake, so he wonders why he remembered this now, and then he starts to get more and more very angry, looking at Prada, noticing that he lost. Then he says he would never lose to he, returning once again to gather Negong and attacking the boy, but Prada manages to hold his head easily and take him to the ground, hitting him with everything, making the boy smell like a sack of potatoes. Then he starts saying that because of a bastard like him, but Prada cuts through all that bullshit, saying that he reaps what he sows. The little henchman can't believe this is happening, because he actually won against a guy that the two of them together cannot defeat, and he remembered being told that the boy had no Negong, which is 10 days ago, that they wonder what they should do, and Prada questions if they won't get caught too, and they shake their heads like there's no tomorrow. So he tells them to take it to Maquion from there as soon as possible, and everyone will ask if the prince is okay, and Prada thinks that if he had more authority and strength, perhaps they would obey him like that too. But in this the prince starts to throw a tantrum, telling them not to touch him, because he is going alone, so they try talk to him. But the boy keeps calling his brother a piece of shit, asking why he doesn't manage to do the job, and Prada says that if the second test wasn't in a group, he would have cracked open his skull. Then he says he's making a lame excuse. Then he says if he provoke him, he will do it. Anyway, so the boy starts to tremble, ordering him to do it. He says he can't even get up, and he keeps pretending to be nice, so he continues La Canina. He says he's leaving, telling the boy to stay there chattering. And so he sends the boy come back, but he knew that if he came back he would get a hell of a beating, and Prada goes straight to he, thinking that this was dangerous, because if it weren't for Nano, he would have lost. He learned faster than everyone, but he can't compete with experience. He won't be like the teacher just by knowing the techniques, and if he wants to achieve it, he must acquire Legong and experience. But he thinks that the 6th clan will not let this go, because first he needs to learn how to use what he is now. So he calls Nano, asking how many functions he has used so far, and she goes look at the history, and he says he used 3% of his functions, but the boy doesn't even know what 3% is, and she says he used 3 of 100%, so he is shocked that he only used that, and she says that it did not exceed more than that according to the records saved in its internal memory, and he notices that this must mean that it is many more other functions, and he asks Nano to tell her exactly what she can do. Then she says the manual will be transferred to the brain him, asking if he accepts, and the boy agrees, and she says that an additional language in English will be transferred to better understanding, and he notices that it is the strange language she speaks sometimes, and she agrees with it. So both the manual and English go into the boy's brain, and he takes another shock to the head, feeling sick once more, and the transfer is complete. And he says it's a lot more information than normal, but he's just a little dizzy and doesn't think so, that he's going to vomit, and he thinks this is great researching, noticing everything he can do, and he is shocked by this, as he sees the repetitive battle in augmented reality, and with that he can acquire the experience he desires. And she says that the body analysis must be complete to create the simulation, and he says that with this he can get the one from Mugio 1, and she says that there is not enough information, but the character can be created based on the previous fight, and he thinks it's a shame he doesn't have more information, but he wants to test it now, and so he says that it must be nice there in a flat field, saying that there doesn't seem to be anyone there. and thus Nano activates the character in the boy's vision, and a 3D person appears in front of him, and he notices that it is an augmented reality character, and one that only he can see. And so she says that the settings are modified before the character is formed, asking him to select the percentage of impact. He thinks about it. She says the amount of impact that he will receive from his attacks. And if he wants it the same as normal, he must set it to 100%, but the adjustment can be smaller. So he tells you to put it at 100%, because he thinks it shouldn't hurt. And so the simulation will start with 100% impact, and the kid starts calling him a commoner, telling him to get inside. And Proto gets pissed off, asking why this attitude is part of the simulation. So he says, which is great, because he can't hit him anymore because of the second test, but now he can do whatever he wants, since he's just a character. And the fake Muchio says that if he doesn't go to him, he goes to Proto, and he goes with the first technique of the clan in the spring, with the fifth formation, escape from the spring. And Proto is surprised that it is exactly the same, so he almost hits him, but Proto steps out of the way and tries to hit him from behind. But the boy was already expecting that, and asks if he thinks this shit will work, and manages to hit the kid in the stomach once more. Then Proto asks why he feels pain, and Nano says that Nano imagines he felt the same sensation as pain he felt before using the information from his brain, asking if he would like to change the percentage of the impact, and he says that everything is fine, saying that it will continue like this, being very stubborn. And the boy keeps calling him a commoner, telling him to come up. So Proto gets angry and really goes after him. And after a long time of this fight, he is lying on the ground, so asks Nano what time it is, and she says it's between 9 and 11 at night, and he thinks he fought against him 15 times and only won the last time. He says that the first time ended with only 5 formations, and he couldn't even defend himself properly. And a character of that level, if he fought him in truth, he would have been completely beaten. And then Nano says that his abilities increase with his experience, and if he continues training and increasing the frequency with which he uses Dance of the Butterfly, he will become stronger. So the boy thinks he lost to a guy who only used 3 formations and the same basic movements. Then he tells him to wait, because in 7 days this character is not going to be a match for him. So in the academy dorms, he asks what his bed, and when he is inside the place, everyone looks at him scared, and he thinks he just hit an error, and they are already like that with him. And one of them goes to the protagonist, calling him Prince, saying that his bed is over there, and he is surprised. Everyone wonders which one is that guy's. So the protagonist asks why he changed editors, asking what he wants. He says he already did Abandoned by Mokion, and has nothing left to lose, and he's going to die anyway, so he will like everything about the boy. And he says that he, Cadet 23, Cubon, wants to serve the first Prince Yu Hong as their new master, and everyone starts murmuring about what he said. This vow of loyalty, because he is a prince who has no power, and the protagonist asks about he serves, and he says he regrets his actions, what he has done so far, and asks him to accept as his servant, and allow him to serve as long as he can. And the protagonist thinks about a servant for him who had trouble trusting others, so the boy starts asking him to please accept. But he says that for someone to ask for this without being forced, especially by the Lord, then he ends up accepting, and the boy's eyes shine at this, thanking him and saying he will do his best. Then Mogyeon says he left for a while, and stupid things happen. Then the bald guy says with the boy, calling the initiate, asking if he will swear loyalty to whom. Then he notices that they are scary, but he can't show fear, so the protagonist questions who he thinks he's supposed to be, calling the servant there an insect. He asks what he's talking about, and the protagonist says that the insect there is him, calling him trash. Then the boy asks what he said. He questions if he's saying something, then asks if he's scared, and the kid loses control, calling him a common bastard, going after the protagonist, trying to hit him, but then he gives up on the back of the neck, putting a kid to sleep face down on the floor, and he says he's nothing compared with the character, and so the boy thinks he certainly made the right choice. Then protagonist asks to Mogyeon if he wants to try again, but he simply tucks his tail between his legs and passes for him. Tell him to enjoy it while he can, because nothing has changed just because he has a servant, and everyone notices that he avoided him because he really ran. But they say that even so his age remains great, but perhaps Iwan can bring changes to the academy. And so, a week later, on the day of the second test of the training camp, the leader says that he taught everything they needed and now they are responsible for themselves, asking if they understood, and they confirm that they did, so they say that now, before the draw begins. As explained before, groups 1 to 4, 5 to 8, and 9 to 12 will be drawn to find out who fights who. First, the teams in groups 1 to 4 must step forward, and they ask if the leaders of group 3 and 4 have changed. Noting that in group 1 Mui Eon of the Dark Clan is still the leader, and it was where 70 was in group 4, and so they say that probably yes. Then Myung notices which were the people, and fight 1 will be group 1 versus group 3, and fight 2 will be group 2 versus group 4, and so one of them starts to get happy, sending greetings to his leader, but the other one gets quite sad. Then Myung calls the next ones, who would be the leaders of group 5 to 8, and was surprised that the leaders have changed. changed, especially from Group 8, and Young is even more so, as the leader of the Group 8 is now Prota, and his envious sister says that she warned Mui on so many times about that idiot, and after the afternoon training, he was watching the others, noticing that they are still training in groups, and they don't know that their strategies are being leaked, and they say that there is nothing left there, saying that he is going to train, and so they call him and his sister, and he asks what it is, simply ignoring her, and she goes in front of him wanting attention, and he asks what she is doing, and she questions if he is really going to ignore her. He asks what she means, and she says that he called after thinking a lot, and he will treat her like that, and he asks if she doesn't know that the guys in the Spring Clan are idiots, telling them not to talk to him, and she says he is very annoying, saying she's going to say it quickly, telling him to listen. Then she shows some things on her arm, and he asks if she hurt herself, and she says it's from yesterday, when she went to train alone at night. They ambushed her, and he asks how come, who would have the courage to do this, and she says she doesn't know how to say, because the person was masked, and wearing a mask or not, she was attacked because she was being careless, and she tells him not to talk nonsense, because that's not how it happened, and he asks if she wants him to be careful, since she got hurt, and she says he should know he has a big chance of going after him since they are in the same group, and he asks what she is talking about, and she questions if he remember when they said they were going to split into groups of 4 people, the enemy team would be drawn, and he asks what that has to do with him, and she asks why he thinks they are being separated into groups of 4 people when they could have a group fight against each other. So he says he doesn't understand where she's going with this, and she tells him to think about it, because since they said that each team will be with the others in a group, they know exactly who. He comes to the conclusion that they said this before on purpose, so that the team leaders would be attacked, and she notices that what it looks like he is not so dumb, and if the leader was not there, it will be difficult for the team to maintain formation, and she simply explains that she is talking to he should be careful, since the test is tomorrow, telling him not to go out alone, because she doesn't want to hear that the heir was expelled, without even taking the second test, so she leaves him behind, and he says that the weakest one is coming to warn him, and she is overestimating, but he thinks about taking more careful with this, wondering whether he should bring Jarian with him, but then the assassin is already looking at him very closely, crazy to attack him, and already at night with Prota. Nano tells him that it is already late, and he asks Nano what is the percentage of victories that he had, how much of a Zhang character, and she says it was about 60%, and he remembers saying that she could easily beat him for a week, but only won 60% of the time, and she says that her skill and information proficiency improved greatly after 106 training sessions, and it is estimated that he will be able to be content with the results in the next few days, and he asks if she is comforting you, but she says it is an estimate of the analysis, and he says that being cute, saying he's going back to the dorm. As he walks at night, he notices that he is being followed, and then he stops, thinking that here was the sound of a Loda, so he follows the sound wanting to see what it is, and when he gets there he notices that he can't see it properly, but it looks like there's someone on the ground, and he asks Nano to use night vision, and it activates in his eyes, and he can see that it is Mugyum fighting with someone. He is being attacked by the guy in the mask, and his sword is already covered in blood, and goes after Mugyum, who doesn't have much to defend himself, almost losing one of his ears of Abano, so he jumps to avoid being hit from the side, and takes a leap to escape from another attack. So Prota thinks that to be able to pressure him like that, the guy's movements in the mask are very good, and he wonders who he is, and Mugyum in turn as he falls, feels his knee, and feels a terrible pain, losing his balance to the side, and the guy mask notices this, and goes after him with everything he wants to hit him, and Prota thinks he doesn't want to help him, but he can't let the leader die before the test, so he sends the guy from mask stops, and he notices that there is someone there, and tries to hit the boy, but he succeeds dodge and hit his abdomen, or so he thought, because the guy manages to get back before being hit. Then Prota notices that he has increased his distance with him before he could attack him, and he has experience, he can't know his level, so he also finds another person, and disappears from there, aborting the mission, and Prota thinks that should give up chasing him, so Mugyum stays there on the floor all pissed off, and he asks if he's well, and the kid gets all pissed off about receiving help from a commoner saying that this is shit. Then Prota says he will leave you there for now. When he gets to the dormitory he will arrive carrying the bald guy, and also with Mugyum all finished, so they question what happened, and he says he'll explain later, just telling him to take care of him first. So Bong asks if he is polite, but he says no, saying he is fine, and he asks Nano if the bald guy will remain alive, and she analyzes his wounds and says that he found a sword wound, and its width is for centimeters and depth is to millimeters, and it says that there should be no problems if it does not get infected, so he says he's fine, but then they scream that the prince is bleeding. He thinks who didn't pay attention because of Jarian, so the prince is losing a lot of blood, and the wound was light, but he asks why he's bleeding so much, and he tells Bong to call he fast. The boy runs, and when the leader arrives, he takes a shortcut. The boy asks how he is, and the leader says that they will be able to treat him, but there is a problem. The protagonist asks what the problem is, and he says that this guy won't walk normally. for a while, and Mugim is in disbelief hearing this, so everyone wonders what will happen to him, because they are screwed now with the leader not being able to walk. But in this their leader puts Mugim to sleep a little, and says he's going to take him to the infirmary, so Prota tells him to wait, and Bong says he will do it, but he says he will do it himself. And he goes after the leader saying that Cadet 80 hurt his head too, although not as bad as Cadet 4, and he says he knows about it, because he thought someone was going to bring him, and Prota asks if he left the boy there to attract someone, and he says that then he is not so dumb. And the boy asks because, and he says it's nothing big, just his team thought it would make them fail. And he was surprised to hear that the one over there was injured, and that's all he wanted to say by saying that he doesn't go to him, and says it's time to go back, and he knows he can't go out at night, and the boy says he understands, and he tells Prota that he must learn to fight with what has. And the boy asks what he said, and wonders if it means what happened to the other teams too, as he thought it was something to do with the testing method. But it seems not, and there's something wrong with the second test, and he starts to think a little, looking at some ants, and note that attacking the team leader means they were trying to defeat more easily tomorrow, and he begins to understand why they said which teams would fight in advance, and they did it on purpose for this to happen, and accept the delay that they want to make you act like demons without sticking to the rules. While with Team 8, everyone is crying and deceiving, saying that they are screwed, and Prota arrives asking how long they will go get like this just because the leader got hurt. Then they ask who said they are shaken, and Prota asks if they are saying they are not shaken when they just sit there looking, without even thinking about electing a new leader and creating a new plan. Then they ask who could be the leader, as only Prince Mujwan received this training. So Bong asks because they think so, because they have their prince there, their master, and with that no one takes much faith, noticing that he is only the 7th prince, and begins to look at each other. But Cadet 38 agrees with the decision, and the other one too. Everyone says that since he didn't give up to fight with Mujwan, he can be better, and everyone agrees that he will be the leader. And so some of them wonder what they do, because there is nothing they can do. Since Mujwan is not there, they should just agree for now. And passing the test is the thing most importantly, and so Prota asks if everyone agrees and says that this is great, because he thought of something while he was in the formation training. And so at half-past night in teammates' dorm, Prota asks Nano to activate night vision, and when he does so, he starts to observe everything that is happening around him, and so he manages to climb a staircase of the system. And when he gets there, he wonders how many times he went to Team 7's dorm that day, then asks Nano if anyone is awake, and she scans the entire room 7 and says that all the people in room 7 are sleeping soundly. He says they finally slept, and he asks Nano if the person who attacked Mujwan is there, and she analyzes the 20 people and compares the body structure, and says it's not there, so he thinks it doesn't matter, paralyzing most of the team, then close to their leader. Then their leader asks who is that. He says it's like a scare, but he manages to quickly erase it, and he realizes that the boy woke up to his presence, and he is quite noticeable, as expected of a leader, and he claims to have thought he would never recognize someone wearing a mask in the dark. And so he starts using an acupuncture to paralyze the boy, and says he won't be able to walk for a while, since he used acupuncture and his muscles and meridians, and says that it is not his fault, he should not stay resentful. And now he wonders if he will go to another room since he finished with Team 7, because the leader from Team 5 is Wanhyo, and who he saw was not a woman, says there is more. Wanhyo can't defeat Mugyong in martial arts. That is, the one who attacked is on Team 6. He says that all 16 people in Team 6 are in deep sleep. And the boy notices that Nano said 16 people, and there are 20 people on Team 6. And even if they consider 3 women, there is someone missing, and he asks to Nano if any of these people could be the masked person, and she says no, and he thinks that the person is not there, and he is probably the masked person, and he says that if he is on the first floor, he must have noticed that he was walking around there before, so he wonders what that he does, but then he wonders what he's thinking, because there's no law about fooling around only the leader. And there it is, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. And already on the day of the second test, while he is choosing something in that checkbox, Mugyong notices that if he is the leader of Team 8, that means that that boy from the clan in the spring got hurt, and he notices that they understood well the test result, because as he thought the participants will not disappoint him this time. And he asks if everyone is ready, and they agree with that. And he says that they are already have prepared justly for the test so far, and expect them to show worthy victories, and many of them do not understand this precisely, and they come down the stairs while looking around. And Prota notices something strange, noticing that this guy, his eyes are familiar, and sends him Nano analyze, and so analyze the body structure of that kid, and notice that it is 100% compatible in height and body type. And so the boy starts to smile, noticing that he found that guy. And so in the second test, round 1, Team 1 versus Team 3, they come face to face, and it is said that the team that gets the enemy team first wins. And so Mugyong tells them to start. They go head to head, and Mugyong starts coordinating all of them, and Mugyong is surprised, because he is using a diagonal formation, and so they start on the flanks, hitting shield with shield. And he tells everyone not to be pushed, and they must resist. They are struck by swords, they are struck by shields, they are struck by slams, and several of them are suffering very serious injuries. And so Mugyeong wins easily by defeating the enemy leader, and without having much to do, completely defeated, he admits his defeat, and Mugyeong thinks that it's not like the opponent is weak, but it was pretty boring, and he congratulates Team 1 on the victory, announces that he and his leader passed the second test, and Team 4 versus Team 2. Team 4 continues to win, and so they go to the next teams, and the time comes in the protagonist's turn, and he gets excited, but his team is quite fearful, and he says that their enthusiasm has really run out, wondering if it will work out right, so he asks if they are nervous, because he knows they are anxious because of the change of leader, and he's also a little nervous, but if they don't win, they'll leave from the academy, and it's too early to regret, they have to give their best. And most of all, he says he's angry because he doesn't want to leave the bastard who made him go through this others, attacking their leader like a coward win, and they are all moved by the boy's words. And he says that if they think that way, then they won't lose, he won't say anything else, they will only win, raising everyone's morale. And So Myung notices that he knows how to encourage the cadets, and there's no guarantee that it'll win him, but he feels like they'll know soon enough, whether he has the ability of a panther or whether he is just a cat, and so he tells them to begin. And the leader from the Team 5 clan is his sister, and she says she wanted to fight with Team 8 led by Mujin, but the battle for the position of heir is not with a person like Prota. And she says that leaving the academy there will be better for his miserable life, and he orders them to attack, and he asks for Nano to activate the strategic tutorial in augmented reality, and she quickly does. So, operating command through the strategic tutorial, and Prota asks everyone to wait, and she says for number 2. And he says that the opponent is switching to the arrow formation, so Nano tells them to change to the layered formation, and he says that as expected they can only try fight them there. And he tells them to activate number 6, and Myung notices that they are in formation of layers, which makes everyone wonder how he could have made such a stupid decision right at the beginning. And Myung says that this formation is useless if the leader is weak, and is very reckless, even though the right guardian has been teaching him martial arts, and he wonders if he expected too much from him. And so the girl asks if he thinks he can go head to head with royal heirs, and throws shield on top of the boy, but she gets a big sus, wondering what this is, and he put up with her stars. Then Myung notices that he has defensive ability, and he himself thinks that he still lacks the Igong compared to her, but if he considers his Igong that has risen to the teacher's level, he does better, and he thinks this is encouraging. Then she notices that she is being pushed, and if she doesn't change formation now the weaker ones behind her will fall. So she asks what that this bastard did, and the only thing she can do is retreat back, and tell everyone to retreat, and use number 1. And Nano notices that the opponent has changed to the standard formation, telling him to change to, and he tells everyone to change to number 3, and so she lets out a little smile asking if he thinks the method already used by Team 1 will work on her, and she says that her Igong is impressive, but as expected he is a terrible leader. And so she orders everyone to wear the number 6, and she says she doesn't believe it, because since he's not worse than him and Igong, she's going to break in half their formation with the formation and throw in an instant, and when they get separated she will finish with Prota, and so he goes ahead with the whole thing, and everything starts to change. So they ask what is happening, because his formation is changing to the pincer movement, and so she tells them not to panic, and to prepare for attacks from both sides. And so Prota tells them to change to number 2, and makes him go into a tailspin, as it is a formation and an arrow right at that moment, and everyone is surprised and told to concentrate in front. But then Prota changes his plans again, notices that it is the back, and so they order to defend themselves from the left. Then the press asks what is going on and what this commoner is doing while she is desperate. Prota is very calm, surrounding them with a circle. They are completely surrounded, and she realizes that the numbers were a switch, and so on into the night. Last he says that they will use the formation numbers that the other groups used in training against them, and when it serves them to switch, they will confuse the enemy team by switching to the original numbers. And that's his plan, and the princess gets really pissed off because this bastard dared to play with her, and so he orders everyone to attack, surrounding them all, and they begin to go to the center and drop their shields, and she asks what they are doing and who said they could drop their shields. But they have no will to fight, and she says no, because they will laugh at her, and everyone will laugh at her. So she looks at Prota, calling him a piece of really fucking shit, going after him, telling him to die, using the flaming piece of sword, but he drops his shield and goes for her with the sword too, managing to deflect the attack him and cut the girl's face, while she cuts his leg, but he doesn't stop attacking, then manages to hit her hard, and her arm goes flying. I think that's the career of someone's DJ will have to rely only on his left hand, just talking, and everyone is shocked by this demonstration of mastery by the protagonist. So, she doesn't even believe it, because she has seeing that her arm has dissipated and is no longer attached to her body, and she begins to scream desperately for his arm. Then they say they will need to stop the bleeding. Then Proto looks at the sword and wonders if it's because it's not a real sword, because he nullified her attack with 5 badas. But the first movement at the end was incomplete, and so she keeps saying she will kill Proto, and he thinks that as he expected there is a limit to how far sword training can go, and so the victory goes to Team 8, and unless Team 8 and its leader, Cadet 7, pass the second test. Everyone congratulates Proto for achieving this victory. Then Myung says that for him to use the 7 connections in the butterfly he still lacks knowledge of Ungong, but just looking at the movement is almost at the level of Cobb, and he starts asking what that drum did. Well, no, it's not because he taught him well, and he grew up in every way aspects in these 21 days. Wonderful tactics and strategies, as well as daring to cut off the arm of his sister, and Myung begins to think that he is a genius sent from heaven, and he begins to wonder if he should have made him his disciple before this hobby. But he thinks not, since he is the owner from the academy, even though he's not very happy about it. So everyone starts to notice that he defeated the Sound Clan, then wonder if he was hiding his martial arts, and think he has what to keep from him, while they think that the boy simply showed everyone his true self, capacity. And so the third group of competitors starts going to the arena, and they go further lower than everyone else, and that kid who was behind the leaders thinks to himself that he thought that had avoided defeat, but he didn't even think about it. He was almost hit by the protagonist, but he didn't even thought the crazy guy that he hit like that, and used the time he wasn't there to put his legs of all in the worst conditions, and it was one himself. And he says that the boy did well by winning over everyone, and so they say that everyone on Team 7, except the leader, is limping, and they think they're going to defeat them, easily attack each other with everything, and they don't know who did it, but they are grateful, and so they leave with Formation 6 with everything on top of them, and they say they can't do anything with their legs like that. But the dirty killer orders them to be free for the rest of their lives, making the formation of Arrow, going after them alone. Then they think he's stupid. He could. What does it matter? Formation if they are limping. But his shield is easily knocked out of his hand, and he notices that he flew away, and the kid stuck his sword in his chest, and it was hitting the kid. He limps everyone forward. He really does it. Then he doesn't let anyone get up, and goes all out, and in the end he ends up victorious, even though he fights almost alone. Then he looks at Proto saying that he is next, and he realizes that this time he made a very annoying enemy. And so Team 7 wins the battle, and already on the main pedestal of the academy, on the first floor of the director's auditorium, they tell him about the participants who failed to levels up to Team 5, and he says that several failed this time too. And Ranjan asks if he is talking about the big clans, and he says that those who don't have clans want to be guards for those who do have, then it doesn't matter, but the heirs may feel wrong. They would have passed if not it was a group test. He says that something like this wouldn't happen if they had the same rules as Academy Guide, but Ranjan says there is no way, and if they don't put him back evaluating their performance, the big clans can be very offended, and so they say that the heirs can feel good in their clans, but it's a shame that the smaller clans miss the chance to get the medicine ball and enter the library, and in fact, the two who passed the test must meet in the library now, and the Provo was in a precious library of the academy. And arriving there, he says it looks bigger than the main building, and he says other cadets have already came on the first floor while he was in the infirmary. So probably that day, they go to the second floor. He remembers hearing himself telling him to do his best, to master the butterfly technique and breathing without wasting time on useless things, because it does this to increase his chances of passing the test. And he asks if these useless things would be about the library, and you hear people saying that's exactly what they're talking about, because he's already learning techniques from the 4th and 5th floor thanks to him. So he won't be sad about not being able to go to the first walk, and there's nothing about martial arts there, so he says that's what he said. But he has the Nano. He will analyze as much as he can of the first and second floors, and when he enters there, he notices that it is the first time he has seen so many books in his life, and it is only the first floor, and he can stay there for 2 hours, and he needs to hurry, and tells Nano that he will pass the pages, and she will be analyzing, and so he analyzes the 5 arts of sword mastery, and she goes on completing several books. So in the end he asks how much time is left, and she says there is still an hour left, and asks how many books she scanned, including sword mastery. There were 55 books, and he asks her not to send them everything still to his brain, as it seems like there are several giant books, and he wonders if he should have less to. But then he finds a gentleman and a huge monument next to him. Then he notices that he seems to be quite experienced, and asks if he is the warrior who protects the first floor, and also asks why there is a tomb there in the middle. And so he looks at the boy, noticing that he is the 7th heir, and the man says that it is the tomb left by the founder, the ancestral celestial demon, and the boy is shocked by this information, and the man says that it is carved from a sapphire, and the boy notices that there seems to be a poem written there, but then he notices That was hand-carved. Then the man asks if it is not amazing, because the ancestor focused his Nigong on the finger to writing in the sphere. Something very difficult to scratch, even with a sword and a lot of Nigong, and people usually get all focused on the books, and don't pay attention to that. But he found the tomb. Maybe because it's in his blood, so he says he almost missed it too. But in this the man says it is expected, because who would pay attention to something like that with so many books around? He says he protected this place for more than 20 years, and no one has ever paid attention to the pit, including the descendant of the heavenly family. And he says that in any case took up a lot of his time and tells him to continue his studies, and the boy just says goodbye to him. But then when he goes behind the stone, he notices that there is something strange, and there are traces of blades behind the grave, and he says it looks like someone was trying to hide something. So he sends Nana to analyze, and she does an analysis of the surface of the tomb, and says that according to the analysis, there are traces of a sword blade, and the boy is shocked, asking who would do this, and then he says that according to the analysis, it is noticeable that they were made by two people, and he is shocked by this, and when he analyzes it further, he says he can't tell by looking at it like this, and tells Nana to show him in 3D in augmented reality, and she does it for him. And he notices that there is a huge difference in strength and angle of each sword, meaning that you can now see, and it's easy to see that there were two people, but he wonders if he's trying to hide it the original scratches. As these scratches were messed up by CM, he thinks that maybe it was possible to find out something, and he asks if Nana said she could tell the difference between the two swords, asking her to get rid of the CM strokes, leaving only the strokes made first, and so she does this, and the boy is shocked, because as he thought, these are not normal features and it is a sword movement, thinking of the first ancestor. They are movements of a formation unknown. And when protagonist arrives, the conclusion that this is a movement of swords, ribbons, formations unknown. He thinks he doesn't know what kind of movement it is just by looking at the marks, because he can't understand, and he questions whether Nano can analyze the marks and simulate an augmented reality, and she says it is possible. But before that, the resistance sapphire needs to be analyzed so it can analyze the user's strength, so it asks how she would do it. But then that guard goes to him asking if he did in his reading books, which the boy is surprised, and the guard notices him looking to that rock, asking if the boy saw the back, because it's pretty ugly, and he wonders if it isn't sad, because there were rumors that the ancestor left a technique of the sword of his epiphany there, and the boy is surprised that that is the epiphany of ancestral demon, and the guard says they don't know who did it, but desecrating the stone that way is something really bad, and he says that maybe they did it to get the epiphany of the ancestor. But then the boy wonders if this was really vandalism, and the guard says he will continue to do his patrol, saying that the boy can look as much as he wants, and he thinks it's good that he's leaving. And Nano answers the boy, saying that the resistance of the sapphire can be measured by placing your hand on it, and the boy thinks that this should be obvious. Then put your hand on it and your fingerprint starts reading everything that is there, and Nano says that the analysis was complete, and considering the resistance of the diamond is standard with the resistance equal to 10, the resistance of that sapphire is equal to 7, and he thinks that it is very resistant, and asks who ruined the line, and Nano says that by daring to analyze the resistance of the stone, the sword traces will be simulated in an augmented reality. So the boy is surprised by this, with a man appearing before his eyes, and he tries to question who that is, but Nano says that conversations are not allowed, and the boy notices that Nano interrupted him, and he interrupts again, saying that the simulation is starting, and so that doll in front of you in 3D begins to prepare to attack, then lowers his sword, leaving the boy completely surprised, and he makes those cuts in a phenomenal way, and he asks Nano if that it's just a movement. She says that the result of the analysis was that of several connected formations, and according to the boy's martial art it's just one move, and he says he doesn't have a chance, because even the butterfly technique, which is made of 8 formations, is complicated enough for him to take half a year to master. But that thing there wasn't even compares himself, and says that it is impossible to cancel this technique, and he says he did not expect to find nothing on the first floor, but he got something like that, and sends Nano to analyze it for now, because he's going to transfer later, and she starts doing that, and the boy thinks that he could have lost that treasure because of that mark, and he doesn't know who is, but it must be pretty bad to do that. But since he gained that move, he should be grateful, and Nano says that according to the analysis of the sword, after remove the mess, 45 connected movements were found, and the boy almost couldn't believe it in this, and Nano says that 45 movements were analyzed and recorded, and the boy says that were not even strokes to cover the technique, but all the sword movements, and he begins having a theory in his head, ordering Nano to analyze it in augmented reality. Then she begins to demonstrate to the boy the first movement, which is already absurd, showing the second, the third, the 10th, the 20th, the 30th, and all of them, and the boy thinks that the movements are becoming more and more perfect, and so she ends the simulation in front of him. While he's sounding like a hot dog just watching them, he asks Nano if she can do the initial move, and the 45th move now crowd one against the other in an augmented reality, and she says it is possible, and so the dolls appear in front of the boy, leaving him more and more surprised, and she quickly activates the battle in augmented reality, and the two begin to face each other. And so 45 manages to cut off the first one's head very quickly, and the boy is surprised that he was completely nullified. And that first move that he thought was perfect, with the difference of a formation, it was not to get rid of the movements ahead. But yes, the 45 sword strokes were to record the long process of trying to nullify the movement original. And so he goes to the supervisor saying he wanted to ask him something, questioning if this is the only floor with a tomb, and he says he only worked there, then no can say. But he knows there is one on each floor, and the boy starts to smile, sending Nano get ready, because they are going to the second floor, and thus into the precious library from the second floor. The boy starts walking around there, and he notices that they haven't finished still, since he only has 2 hours on the first floor and 3 on the second. This would be normal, and there he notices Jean and Chong sitting reading, and thinks that the other heirs didn't even come. There, since they were confident about their techniques, then he notices that boy must be careful, since he is studying low-level martial arts, and he thinks that he should be careful with him too. And he sneaks past everyone and goes to the tomb, noticing that there really is one there, and will look back, and just like he had thought, those cuts were there too, and he thinks that the surface is completely scratched, and orders Nano to do the same as she did on the first floor, and she says that the same traces of the first floor were found, and the first is a movement of 20 for formations, and someone else's strokes are 50 such sword movements. And the boy thinks about this number, saying that they must have researched more to cancel it out the first movement that was recorded there, compared to the first floor. So he talks who wants to see this, but it will be difficult since everyone is watching, and he sends Nano save the sword movements in your memory and say that you got incomparable movements, and hopes to be able to transfer it through his brain soon. And he has Nano analyze it. In the meantime, he starts leafing through books near everyone, making a lot of noise. They get uncomfortable asking what that kid is doing, and they say it's hard to learn anything anyway reading the words one by one. But that kid just keeps turning the pages, so they think who need to focus, because there's no reason to pay attention to that shit. And they say that there's only 1 hour left. In the meantime, the protagonist orders Nano to analyze all the books until completing the absurd number of knowledge. And with everyone getting irritated, Zuxa looks for the boy who is doing that thing where he is leafing through the books, and he is slightly interested in that. So Nano tells the boy that a total of 156 were scanned books, and he tells her to analyze all the books they scanned that day and save in the program data, so it thinks that should be enough. And now it's just one more thing, as he is confident that the original butterfly technique is in the top 10 martial arts, but he shouldn't overestimate himself, regardless of the combo martial art is, and its understanding is exceptional, but mastering it properly requires practice the formation and movements thousands of times, and one important thing is experience. Then he remembers his master saying that he also had to go through a lot of hardship and fight with various enemies to understand martial arts, and that is why the academy is a great place to gain experience by fighting different clans and people without clans. And the boy thinks that all that's left is to try to see the skill and augmented reality of Nano, and if everything goes well, he will get a good variety of experience. And so on he goes to the supervisor saying that it is late, and he marks the boy's presence saying that he can go, and says that now that he stopped to think. Someone asked what time he would leave, but he asked to leave it alone, and the boy is left wondering if anyone is waiting for you. But you think it must not be so important now, because they said that the individual training rooms would be opened after the second test, and he wants to go to there. He immediately transfers the movements, and then he goes to the individual training sector from the demonic academy. And when they get there, the team leader from the second test goes ahead of the boy, saying that he looked everywhere since he wasn't in the dorm, but he was there. And the boy notices him in front of him asking what the kid is doing once, and he questions why he is asking what he already knows, questioning whether Jean found that he wouldn't realize that he was the one who sabotaged his team's legs. So the kid starts to get irritated because he is too busy to be able to pick on that crazy guy, and he says that seeing how the boy exudes a lot of bloodlust, it seems like he wants to fight him, and he asks who told him to leave him alone. And the kid gets more and more irritated with that provocation, and he thinks that he does not react to his provocations unlike someone else, thinking about that other brother of his who is all hot, and he realizes that that kid is not weak and he needs to go all out. But then someone comes calling the two of them, but they are already penetrated so he can get into a fight. They don't even notice him, and Xian is pissed, not believing that they didn't even notice him. They turn, entering between the two, and so they are shocked. And the pro of the note is that the guy is Yur's brother of the Blade clan, and he says they're very focused, as he expected from the team leaders at the second test. Then he apologizes, saying that he has been waiting for a while, asking if you can talk to him first, saying it's quick, and asking him as a favor by lowering at his head. And that boy is surprised, because an heir is bowing to another cadet, question how come he speaks first when he chased that kid all day, ordering him not to do it and get out. But then Qian asks what he should do, as he waited because he wanted to see him. So that kid gets more and more irritated, questioning how Qian dares to belittle him and attacks him. And Qian notices that he is quite excited and deflects the attack as and so he ends up almost cutting the boy's head off with his hand, stopping Xi on the side of his chin, asking how about it. And a pro of the note that canceled the movement, he did it for the first time with a simple formation. This means that your skills are advanced at that level. And the boy begins to realize that he has no chance against him, asking how he was getting beaten by that guy who isn't even that great. And so Qian says his movement is bad and gets unsteady every time he takes a step, wondering if he has a bruise on his rib or something like that. Then that kid notices that this guy is definitely not on the level of a cadet, and even with his normal body he wouldn't be able to do it. And Qian says it will be quick, and the boy just turns around, telling him to do whatever he wants and leaving. Then Qian notices that he is hot-headed, but Qian wonders what he wants with, wondering if Qian wants to take him out of the game before the next test, and whatever it is he can't face it now. And the boy turns to the protagonist and he quickly tells him not to activate the battle tutorial mode in augmented reality because he wants the butterfly sword technique and doesn't do what he's told, operating in the action command mode by the battle tutorial, and the battle technique is set up. And Xian asks him to wait, asking why the boy is so serious, and says it must be because of his position. But he says it's okay because it's their first meeting as brothers from the same father, and so he greets him by saying that it is a pleasure to meet the boy. And the protagonist can't believe what he's seeing, asking if he's joking and getting very pissed. Then Xian asks if he didn't like it, and he thinks that's probably it, seeing the way he was treated by the 6th clan. Then the protagonist asks if he is waiting for he does the little floor when he already knows all about it. But he says no, because he wanted it. Their first date was good since he likes him now, and he says they are following the same path of the sword. And the protagonist asks if it is just because of that, and Xian says yes, wondering if he knows or was surprised he was when he cut off the last arm of the Sound clan, and says he became a passionate fan of the boy. But the protagonist tells him to stop talking shit and tell him his intention, and Xian says there's no way because it seems like it will take a while for him to get closer. Then he says he won't say it twice, sending Xian to work the blade clan, demonstrating his true intentions. And at this the protagonist is surprised, and the boy notices this, and Xian thinks it's something really surprising. But then Xian asks if he's serious, but the boy says he was waiting in the library all this time. He still thinks it's a joke, saying he doesn't know about the others, but he doesn't think so that he is your enemy, that he wants him to be part of your clan, and he protects you by your side. And Xian gets really pissed off at the boy, asking if he's telling him to give up on being the heir. Then he asks if that's what it seemed like, but says it's too hard for him anyway. Then the protagonist asks how so, and he says that he heard because if he goes the way of the sword, so he's going to have to face him, and he doesn't stand a chance. But he's become a passionate fan of boy, and a bright future he will be promised if he follows the same path, asking if it is not wonderful. And the protagonist wonders if he doesn't see him as someone who can oppose him. But then he refuses, and Xian asks what he's talking about, and the protagonist says he won't defeat him, then he should not stand in his way, and so he will consider leaving him alive. Then Xian gets really pissed off hearing this, and so Nano says that a strong energy was concentrated in the enemy's right hand, and he must use the second formation of the butterfly dance, circular movement of the butterfly of light, and then half a step to the left. And the protagonist wonders if it has already started, and then it starts to get into battle position, and Xian is surprised by this, laughing. And so Nano says that energy is being dissipated, and the intention of the attack enemy was suspended. So Xian says he got a little nervous, but this way it's more fun, asking about what the protagonist said about not getting in his way, saying it's kind of cool. But Xian notices that only his mouth is smiling, and Xian thinks that his waist it takes no effort, and they will meet again since they will follow the same path. But then he gathers his energy in his hand again, and Nano says that a strong energy has been concentrated there, and so he makes a huge cut next to the protagonist. Then he notices that that is the energy of Blaze, forming an entire blade of aura in his hand, and Xian simply says that he doesn't have the strength to threaten him like that. So the protagonist says that he must have already reached maturity complete since he can use the blade's energy empty-handed, and he says that the rumor about him having competed on equal terms with the Black Clan's Mu Yang for the position of heir should not be nonsense, and he finally begins to notice that the two of them really are on different levels. And so he talks to the boy saying that he will see later, and the protagonist gets very angry because he thought they are on the same level after defeating Mu Yang and driving out Yahello from the academy. But then he gets frustrated, thinking that he shouldn't rush because the goal is not to reach them, but rather reign over everyone, as he returns to his orders. And Xian notices that the protagonist has lied his attack from the beginning. He was going to cut off his right arm in an attack, but he escaped the trajectory before he could activate his sword blade. Then he thinks he really is different of everyone. So in the individual training room of the academy, the protagonist arrives there and notices that it's not ideal, and he says that it's a cubicle that barely fits in there, and he thinks that there's no space enough to practice formations while using shadow step. But he notices that the walls are very hard, and if that's the case, he should be able to study without being bothered, and even if he only managed to gather internal energy there, it should be enough. And then he tells Nan to activate reality increased, and he orders her to simulate the formations analyzed in the sapphire tomb on the second floor. And so she quickly starts putting that avatar to perform all the attacks, and the boy is surprised as it is faster and more complicated than the one on the first floor, and even if he uses the last formation of the butterfly dance, he won't be able to block even one movement. He wondered how many people would be able to block that formation, and so Nan simulates the formation left by another person in order of time, and so he does the first, second, and third, going to the 16th. Then protagonist thinks that this is totally insane because it is not possible to do a technique like that without being completely sword crazy, and he can tell just by looking the process of mastering a formation for an unnatural and somewhat embarrassing formation to become so perfect in the 16th alternative to the point of giving you pimples, and so it is absurd. And he tells Nan to show him the original battle formation against the other 56 formations in order, and so she starts that avatar fight, then activates focus mode and continues with victory from the 1st to the 16th, where she is finally defeated, and thus the simulation is complete. And the protagonist thinks that just like on the first floor, the absolute formations that were recorded were nullified with just one move difference. So he begins to wonder what would happen if he was against this absolute formation or the butterfly dance, because the sword formation at the beginning did not block any attacks from the absolute formations that were engraved in the stone. So he proposes trying, coming face to face with himself, and so he says that there must be a way to defeat using the butterfly dance. dance. And so both of them prepare to go after each other. And Nan says that the user's brain activity is increasing rapidly, simulating blood pressure thanks to the energy flow and energy in the user's abdomen, increasing and becoming active. And so, while the simulation is going on, a fight breaks out between the two, becoming very intense in the boy's mind. And so he continues to cultivate while doing that. And his progress is apparently very good until he wakes up. Then he wonders what happened, because he was sure he was focused on the battle, wondering if he was in a trance, because his body feels strange, and he starts to shake and thinks this can't be happening, quickly gathering his aura back together, and is surprised by something because of its internal energy equivalent to 30 years. However, it has increased for 40 years, and he begins to wonder if he had an epiphany, and for him to have this without Nano's help. Those formations really deserve the title of Murina's best martial art, and he says he feels can use the butterfly dance much better now, so he starts practicing and says that the way that he cuts through the air is different, and his epiphany not only increased his internal energy, but then he notices that there is something wrong with his hand, and he notices that he has just materialized energy, and he says he can't make a sword since he lacks internal energy, but he will have the equivalent to 60 years of Nigong after the medicine ball, and when that happens, the difference between him and Chang, it will decrease a lot. And he asks Nano how long he was like this. She says he was in that state for 2 hours, and he is surprised it was so long. He thinks it will be difficult to transfer to his body too, since he has to go back to the dormitory, and he orders Nano to transfer the formations engraved on the tombs on the first and second floors, just like the 45 and 56 formations, all to your brain. Then it starts transferring, and the boy is already taking a huge hit, feeling a lot of pain, wondering when the pain will stop, and asks Nano how long it takes to transfer. And she says that according to this, it will take him 10 hours to transform his muscles into energy flow. And the boy is surprised by this, as it is not much more than the butterfly dance, even though they are different martial arts, and he says there's no way, because he'll have to leave early, saying that he will return for now. And so he goes to the dormitory and notices that many cadets are not there, wondering if they didn't come back in the training room. And so Bong goes to the boy greeting his master, and he notices some papers in the boy's hand, noticing that he was memorizing what they studied in the library. And he asks the boy if he managed to learn something good, and he says it's nothing special, because it's just a second-class martial art, and he studied a stepping technique since he is weak in it. He says that this is the moment when everyone are working hard, and think that the 4 days he gave them to rest cannot be wasted, and if he wants to advance even a little, then he cannot waste that time on things useless. And so the next day, the boy is already in the individual training room, suffering a lot, and Nano says that the user's muscles and energy flow are complete, canceling his hibernation mode, and the kid gets up and starts vomiting quick. And Nano already begins with the process of stabilizing the biological reaction of transformation, and he thinks that everything went well even though there was only dust on the tail, and he says he can't get used to it, no matter how many times he does it. He makes his hand with everything, noticing that the strength he can putting it in your hand is on a completely different level, and it seems like it has gotten much stronger when he mastered the butterfly dance, and he takes off all his clothes and it's cracked, so he thinks these muscles are really cool, and it doesn't even look like his body, and he thinks that for some reason he feels motivated looking at that wall, and then gathers energy in the palm of his hand, preparing and setting up the guard. And the leader of Team 6, who is cultivating on the other side, thinks that his skills were not enough, and thinks he became overconfident after hurting Muggy-One, and thinks that since he could see the glaring difference between him and that guy with the blade, he needs to study much more to regain his dignity, so he must forget Shin for while aiming for something bigger. But then the wall next to him starts to crack, and it is completely blown up, and the supervisors who are outside are also shocked by it, that noise coming from inside. And so the leader of Team 6, who was cultivating his hit all over those rocks, then starts bleeding, wondering if that's a killer, questioning who would dare to do something like that. But when he looks over there, it's Shin, who is totally in berserker mode. But when he realizes the shit he did, he starts to see the hot lid. So the leader of Team 6 doesn't believe that it was Shin who did that, and so people arrive to save him, telling him to wake up. And some time later with the protagonist, the instructors say that even if it is the individual training room, he asks how he can make a hole where the other cadets were training, wondering what he would do if it was something serious, because that person could have died. And they tell Shin to be grateful that the cadet 108 is still alive, otherwise he would have been expelled from the academy, and he is still pissed at Shin even if he is sleeping. Then they speak to the protagonist, who can be sure that he will put that in a report, and he starts apologizing, and the supervisor says that he is prohibited from using the training rooms on the first and second floors, and he must go to the basement rooms, and if he breaks them too, he won't have a training room ever again, and he says he'll be more careful. But as he turns to him away, the supervisor thinks that to break the wall made of stone means that his internal energy exceeds the limits. Meanwhile, the protagonist asks Nano why he became so strong, as he never thought he could destroy that wall, and Nano says it's because his muscles and energy flows have reached their maximum potential, to the point where it can leave marks on this very resistant wound with just his physical strength. And the boy is shocked by this, because now that he thinks about it, the simulation was created by analyzing traces left in the tomb without showing the real one's movements, and that's why the focus was on leaving a mark on this fair rather than on training perfectly. So he wonders how this would work in the dagger technique or the dance of butterfly, but then he notices that his power has reached the limit of his physical body, and Nano says that it is its result of altering the body, so it does not affect physical growth and follows what is estimated in his growth data. He wonders if this means he can get stronger if he grows more, and Nano says yes, because his limits will be increased when he grows completely, and he has the brilliant idea of trying to grow more. And it's like she says, but she says that time is the answer, and even Nano can't make it grow any bigger. She can only simulate its growth. So he says that it is more than enough for now, because if it could stimulate growth, certain parts of it would look a little scary, if you understand me. And in the basement of the training hall, the protagonist thinks he still has the equivalent of decades movement practices sent to his brain, and he's kind of nervous, since it's going to be his first time training the absolute technique, which may be the epiphany of his demon ancestor, and he goes to the first one, which is the absolute sword technique. So he does that movement absurd and is surprised by this, and stops trying again, but wonders what is happening. But he thinks it's not that. He wonders why it feels so wrong. Then as he continues to try to reproduce, he begins to improve, saying that the technique of destructive sword was right both times, but he wonders why the absolute technique of sword seemed incomplete, saying that it was not that harmonious movement that he saw in the simulation. And he tells Nano to compare the movement extracted from this film with what he did in the video now. And so she activates augmented reality, and he sees exactly side by side the movement and what he did, and he notices that when he did, the movements were connected, but in an unnatural way, and he notices that it is even finishing slowly, and he wonders why. What is the problem? Asks if it's simpler when it's a movement, and he says that even if it doesn't have the correct flow, shouldn't affect him, and he starts to think. But then he thinks about the energy flow, and notices that even the last formation of the butterfly dance could not be used properly without a correct flow of energy. So he thinks he's at Disney, and says he feels like crap, asking what kind this is a joke, because leaving only the sword movement and omitting the flow is very stolen. Then he remembers those words engraved on the tomb, and asks Nano to show him the front of the stone from the first floor, and she places the stone in front of the boy in augmented reality, and in those words it is written that the mighty wind blows and the clouds go high, and after spread his name across the continent, he returned home, and as he could not protect the four corners of his nation with the powerful warriors he gathered. Then the protagonist, looking at those words, wonders if there is any clue there, and Nano says that this ancient poem of 3 stanzas is the find by Xiangyu, and the boy apparently didn't know about it. And she says that there is a poem written by Liu Bang where he returned from his victory against Xiangyu, and he is in doubt because the poem was not written by the ancient demon, so he wonders if any words were changed, but it says that neither one. Then he gets frustrated, but orders Nano to analyze the surface to look loose. So she analyzes everything and says that after the analysis she found small holes underneath each turns on. Then he notices that he actually has something, and notices that the number of points are different by fuck, wondering what that means. Apparently Braille hadn't been invented yet there. He was unable to read only Pasanama, and so he thinks about those little holes, wondering if it refers to blood pressure points, as for points mean for pressure points, but he thinks it doesn't make sense. He keeps asking himself, but ends up remembering that the first book Nano reviewed was about pressure points, and that book had a number and a note for each point, and the fourth would be the solar plexus point, and he thinks that this is strange, because the energy flow should start by dancing in the stomach, but then it would be a 7 points. But then the boy notices something, thinking that the big character has 3 points, he adds for 2 and it becomes 7, and the next wind that has 9 points and the one below are 1 more. He does several calculations until he reaches the last one, which is 23rd, and he thinks he has discovered it. He hit it, being all excited, starts to laugh, and outside everyone hears himself calling himself a genius, and some time later, after eating, he thinks he should go to the basement and try the absolute technique with the correct flow, but then calls the protagonist. He already looks back curiously, and Oompa asks to introduce himself to him, asking if everything is okay. Fine if he challenges him to a duel, but the protagonist is doubtful, asking why he would accept, saying that there is no reason to duel with a stranger when it is not a test. He doesn't even want to spending his time, but Oompa keeps following him, assuming he was just being selfish. But then he tells Shin that if he defeats him, he will give him a gift and information about the third test, and so the boy is tempted and goes away with him. So Shin says he doesn't understand, asking why he acts so stupidly to ask for a duel with information in return, and Oompa says that if he had to explain himself, it would be to check the qualifications. So the boy is in doubt about it, and Oompa says that it may not be Ryo's arm, but he'll show you a technique that is the pride of the Blade Clan's lunar energy. So the protagonist just sends it falling, and the kid actually does it, going all out for him, and aims straight at him the side of Prota's face, but he takes his face out of the way, starts dodging everyone his attacks, so he thinks the boy is too slow, while the Oompa tries to hit Prota, just gives him a blow, throwing him away, and the boy flies bleeding, falls bleeding, and gets crushed bleeding out. And Prota, animal as he is, thinks to himself that he put a lot of force into questioning if the boy didn't die, and in this Oompa Shin feels an absurd pain in his abdomen, shocked that he lost it so easily, and he says that after seeing it fighting Ryo he thought he could do something, but he wonders if he was hiding his abilities, and as he stands up he says that Shin is amazing, because it's like expected of the celestial lineage. He says he thought the boy only had the skills of an artist advanced and committed, but Shin asks him to wait, questioning why he asked for a duel, because whether he won or lost he wouldn't gain anything from it. And Oompa notices that the boy probably doesn't trust him as expected, and says that as he said before he just wanted to check his qualifications, but the protagonist doesn't quite understand, and Oompa says he also wanted to check their own, since it is for the third test. Then Shin asks what this has to do with the third test, and Oompa says that there is a great chance that it will be in a group, and so Shin will not understands very well, and questions whether the academy had not said that the test would no longer be in groups. So Oompa says it's because it won't be like the second test, and this one will require a lot of strength, individual, and the goal is to select high-ranking warriors, and he says that only artists, advanced martial artists who possess this type of art for at least 30 years of internal energy can become a high-ranking warrior. And so the protagonist says that within cadets who pass the second year, only 20% can be considered advanced. So to compensate for for the lack of internal energy, they will have to get a medicinal bullet. So Oompa says yes, saying that when we're taken, a large number of cadets will achieve this level suddenly. But there is a large problem there, and the protagonist asks if the martial art is advanced, and Oompa says yes, since the second floor of the library only has intermediate arts. Many will fail in this regard, and if the test is not about creating advanced martial arts, there is only one answer, and he says that's exactly, saying that in this test a secret level will also be given of advanced martial arts. But Shin says that this is probably not all. Oompa says which is clear, because if it were, it would be very easy, and he says that if the third test was just learned, 80% of the cadets would pass. So Oompa says that if his father told him is correct, the book should contain the 7 demon sword techniques, which is a part of the formations of the demon sword, and is used by all high-ranking warriors of the cult. So Prota thinks in this formation, saying he's heard about it before, and he remembers the jungle guard talking of the formation, created by the greatest swordsman of that time, the sword demons, and he speaks, which was a martial art originally created to combat the 18th and 108th formation of Soren's disciple. But among them the 7 techniques are special, even though they are only advanced martial art, and when 12 people use them together, it becomes the 12th formation of swords, and when 36 people use them, it becomes the 36th formation, and when 108 people use them, it becomes the 108th formation. Then he says that an advanced art becoming a terrifying formation is incredible. So the protagonist thinks that even an advanced artist can defeat an expert with the 12th formation, and a master with the 36th and the 108th has the power to defeat a grandmaster. And so Yumpa tells him that his father said he formed a group of 12 people to learn the 7 techniques, so the boy is surprised by this, and Yumpa says that it is because this is the principle behind the formation of the sword of technical, but having the techniques alone is apparently not enough. In performing the training, it's quite difficult, to the point where, unless he's an advanced martial artist, he can't even understand the formation. So he asks if that's why he wanted to test it on a duel, and Yumpa says that's exactly because he couldn't play after coming only once technique. He needed to confirm your skills to know if he would invite you to the test. Then he asks about this invitation, and Yumpa says he forgot to say something important, as it is the result that the cadets lead the third test, and from learning the arts to everything else, he heard that the leaders were decided by the results of the second test, and Shin realizes that the leaders who will choose the members that Yumpa says yes, but also says that a cadet can refuse, and he assumes that the third test is more for the 6 main clans and the young masters than for ordinary cadets, and Shin comes to the conclusion that the third test is another part of the Battle of Heirs. After all, he will be immediately disqualified if he fails to gather the members and master the techniques and training. But then he remembers something, saying that as Yumpa mentioned, cadets can refuse to join a group, and normal cadets don't have choice but to depend on the leaders to pass the test, and wonders if that wasn't why Yumpa said he would invite him. So he says yes, because getting the members together and mastering is just the beginning, and when the evaluation is by duel or something else, it is obvious that a leader would go with leadership skills for the test, and he remembers saying he would reward you, but the reward is himself. But just by looking at Prota's face, you can tell he didn't like this very much stuff, and says that no one asked him, and questions if it is possible that he will not be chosen as a leader. But the boy says no, saying that he gives confidence that he will be chosen. However, to pass the test, a skilled person like him would certainly be better than a cadet. Comment. So Shin thinks to himself that what he is saying is not wrong, that he has skill enough to be a leader, but he thinks something is wrong because he's going to have to use that. Then he asks why the boy chose him, because as he said, there are other heirs, as well as other leaders who passed the second test, and Yumpa says he didn't want to say why thought the boy would get angry, but he already made an offer to the young master of the Black Clan and the sword, but he was rejected, and the boy says yes, because he has already assembled his own groups, and Shin notices that he was his last option, and he says yes, because besides, they also share the way of the sword. So the protagonist doesn't like it very much, and Yumpa gets nervous, saying that he is not asking you to be his subordinate, he is just asking that he uses you to pass the third test, asking if he could accept you please. Then the protagonist, a heart of ice, gives a slight smile, and Yumpa is all happy thanking him. However, Shin says he refuses, and he asks what he is talking about, and the protagonist says again that refuses. And a few moments later, as he is leaving the forest, he asks Nano for the facial analysis results, and she uploads the results, and he notices that she cannot detect the results perfectly, but it was great to have activated when he thought there was something strange, and Nano explains to him that there was a small change in his facial muscles, and there were 45%, there's a chance he has lying, go for it. And when Yumpa said he's just asking for the protagonist to use it to pass the third test, Nano says that his muscles continued to contract, increasing the chance of lying to 62%. He says he was keeping a safe distance, since it was just a chance. And when Yumpa said that they shared the same path of the sword, he remembered Yushin, and noticed that there was a contradiction in what the boy said, as they were pursuing the same path of the sword, and yet he went to the Black Clan and stopped the sword, clearly omitting the Blade Clan, and the boy thinks that Yumpa must think he is a fraud, and so Yumpa goes to Yushin, revealing that he refused after hearing all of the third party's information test, and he starts laughing, thinking that Jean is really interesting because he got what wanted and leave, saying that he knew he wouldn't fall for such a lie. And Yumpa thinks about the plan, and Yushin asks what he will want, asks if he will beg and crawl for him to give him accept, questioning if he thinks Jean is that stupid, but he says he isn't. And Yushin says that joining the group and disqualifying it by leaving the group on the day of the test, if it was like plan, would be fun, but it would be a shame if he was disqualified for something like that, and if he didn't were a rival in the Battle of Heirs, I would do what I could to recruit him. And while he is taking, Yumpa puts his knee on the ground, asking him to give him another chance because he still has some plans. But Yushin says no, saying that it's okay, and says that he doesn't need to do it more this. And before it's too late, he must find a group, or who knows, he could be the leader. Then Yumpa is shocked by this, asking about their deal. But Yushin tells him not to do this because there are some guys he needs to choose besides him. And so he turns around, talking with Yumpa, saying that he has no use for someone useless, a piece of trash like him. And he is shocked by the chance of that kid and just leaves crying, while Yushin thinks that Jean defeated him in an attack, and that the skills he saw a few days ago were not of that level. And he begins to not liking the situation at all, saying that it left him very perplexed. But he thinks that only time will tell you if it was luck or skill. Look, I have something to tell you, that your brother is busy of hack. He has at least 2 liters of hack in his blood with that Nano machine. Meanwhile, protagonist goes back to the basement and thinks about those 11 products he'll have to fix it. But I don't think it's certain, since the academy hasn't said anything yet. Nothing. But wonder what he will do if it is true, as he has some in mind from group 8. But it's not a lot of people. There's no guarantee they'll follow you. He should finish his training every day and think more about it in the dormitories. And he asks Nancy if she's finished doing the reviews of the books they scanned in the library, and she says yes, saying that she completed the analysis of 55 beginner martial arts books on the first floor and 56 intermediate martial arts books on the second. He then asks her if it would be possible to make a hologram of a specific person after analyzing your energy and body movements, and then making a hologram that fights with that person. And Nano says that it is possible to select that person with an avatar and specify martial art. So he says that for martial art they go with the 5 arts of mastery of the sword, while the person would obviously be his brother. And so he keeps calling him of a commoner even in the staging, and the protagonist certainly doesn't like that and tells him to leave to the scene. Then he starts attacking the protagonist with that art he specified, but the boy he gets out of the way quite easily and hits his brother's neck, breaking it. Nano says that the character died because of a broken neck, and he is shocked, saying that for days he was just pushed because of the attack. But Nano says that the character couldn't resist the full force of his master's attack. Then the protagonist begins to ask if he has overcome Mugu because of the achievement, but thinks that this was not what he had in mind, because even if he uses intermediate martial arts on the character, it won't make much difference. So he sends Nano create 10 characters and give each of them a different intermediate martial art type. And so she creates that simulation, and all 10 characters are Mugu 1. And she says that the set of martial arts would be the sweeping sword, celestial, spinning rain, and sensitive sword, sword crushing, fallen fist, horse's fist, sweep of darkness, emperor's end, and grave of the sun. And the protagonist wonders if he went too far, and he tries to tell Nano that 10 would be too much. But then Mugu 1 starts calling the boy a commoner times 10, and now everyone is making fun of him, the protagonist face. Then Nano asks if he should change the number of characters, but he says no, telling her to just start because he will kill them all. While he is attacked, he remains thoughtful, but he can deal with most of them, and so he blocks the first wave of attack. However, the second one comes from below, almost hitting him, but the protagonist quickly manages to jump the attacks, but he doesn't measure his strength, sticking his head into the ceiling. Then he falls face down on the floor, and Nano immediately temporarily suspends augmented reality. So the boy begins to think that this hurts, because he forgot with little grace what place that reality had, and in that scene, that crack in the ceiling, he knows he's going to get hurt. So he goes and looks and starts picking on the protagonist, wondering what he did to the roof. He already starts to have a headache head on behalf of the kid, and asks if he didn't warn him, saying that he's there banning him from the room training from that day on. And the boy keeps apologizing, but the instructor orders he follows. As he goes to that other accommodation, he notices that that place seems to have half the size of the training room, but the door is much there, and so he says that the boy will train there, and the protagonist doesn't understand anything about what's going on. But the supervisor says he'll just keep breaking the walls if he uses the training room. Then he wonders what place is this, because it is much bigger and better than the training room. And so the supervisor says which is the training place that is available to those who reach the expert level and pass the 4th test. But the boy doesn't understand why he's doing it, and the supervisor says that of course that he has not yet passed the test, but since he caused the antecedent, they left this place available a little earlier with the approval of the academy. But then he asks how he knows that he reached the expert level, and the supervisor says that to break the hard walls of the individual training center, it has to at least have the energy of 1, and those walls of an even harder material, so it shouldn't break no matter what he does, telling him not to worry about focusing on your training. So the boy thanks you, saying that with a room like that size he shouldn't have any problems using augmented reality, and asks Nano what time are, and she says it's approximately 8 o'clock at night. So he thinks he still has time, wondering whether to continue the duel with the 10 characters, since the only martial artist advanced is very weak. So he asks Nano if he could fight the character from, and she says it's possible if it's just based on the butterfly dance movements he showed it in the infirmary. So the boy gets excited, because if it is the teacher, even if it is just the data from a technique, it would be better than mutual, and so it activates augmented reality, and asks if he will select the martial art, and he says that for now it is just the butterfly dance. And so his master appears in front of him, so he thinks that even though he is just a character in his head, it's much more tense than fighting mutual, and the avatar's personality really similar to the real one. So he asks Nano to leave him on mute next time, and he starts to think that his master is in the top 10 martial artists of the demon clan, and he is no match for him in terms of proficiency, and he has to aim at his weaknesses. But in this, your master quickly manages to block the attack of the kid, and the kid thinks it was too easy, and then he ends up getting a hell of a beating on his chin, which makes him bleed quickly. And so as he flies, his master prepares to him again, and so the master uses the butterfly dance, the 3rd technique, 7 butterfly dance advances, and the boy is hit squarely and thrown far away. And the protagonist thinks to himself that I knew I was no match for him, but I thought I would be taken down in just one technique. And he is surprised to note that this is the skill of one of the greatest artist martial arts of the demonic cult. So Nano asks if he would like to change the character's martial art. The boy says no, ordering the fight to restart. So he asks if the boy wants to do it again, and so he says he's going to try the absolute technique. And Seob goes after him, but then quickly manages to use his fingers to stop Seob's technique. And he is surprised by what the boy is doing, and so he continues to finger everything that is Wayne and thinks it's working, and so uses the final movement, which is only with 2 fingers on the middle of Seob's eye. But he stops it with his swords, throwing the boy away with a counterattack. Then he feels that damn pain and thinks he still can't defeat him, even with the absolute technique. But note that those are injured, and note that there is an injury sword at the teacher's character, realizing that the finishing move also reached him. But his wounds are superficial, so he thinks that in terms of pure sword technique, he may have surpassed the teacher's character, but he was not able to handle with critical hit thanks to the huge difference in experience, and he thinks he can't defeat a true master just by knowing the absolute technique, and he thinks he is for years old to fight the 6th test of the Demon Academy. So in these for years he will surpass CO. So starting with your character, and so for days later they go to the training center martial arts and come face to face with all the teachers, and the boy remains frustrated because he did his best, but the best he could do was fill in evenly with 10 characters from Yu-Gi-Oh! 1. And at that Myung shouts asking if they enjoyed their 4-day break well, and they respond positively, and Myung says that as it was announced for days ago, they will do the 3rd test and distribute the Black Dragon medicinal bullets. And in the 3rd test 12 people will have to perform one formation, and everyone is in doubt listening to this, while the protagonist thinks the information was true. And Myung says that the minimum requirement to be part of a formation of 12 people is to possess advanced martial proficiency. So he gives the book to everyone, they saying that this is the basics of sword formation of the demon. The main lineage is so much pride in the secret book of advanced martial arts of the 7 demon swords, and if they able to absorb the bullets delivered that day and work tirelessly to learn the 7 demon swords, they should have no problem acquiring martial art proficiency advance. And the protagonist thinks that so far it doesn't seem difficult. But then Myung says that the 3rd test will happen in 27 days, and each group will have to defeat the instructors in front of them now. So he says it's simple, but none of them like it because the instructors are experts. They having heard that some of them have the proficiency of a master, they already thought that it was very difficult. It would be much easier to fight only with other cadets, so they wonder how will defeat someone when they have so much experience in real combat. And the protagonist notices that everything is happening as Myung said it would, so all that's left is to announce the leaders of the groups. And so Myung says that the process will be completely different from the 2nd test. They will leave everything to them, so they should do their best to gather members and learn, and after they have explained the selection process to the group leaders, they will hand over the secret books and the medicinal bullets before dismissing them. But then Shin becomes doubtful because he thought they would select by levels. Then Myung says they can see the numbers of the instructors in front of you, saying that students who manage to get the badge yellow of them in 7 days, they will be the leaders. So everyone is surprised because they will have to steal of them, but they also realize that among this activity, if they fail to catch the badge of one of them, the number of groups will decrease and fewer people will be able to participate. And they explain that there are 207 people there, so there would be 17 groups of 12 people, and 3 of them they will be expelled from the start. Besides, they want them to start by stealing the badge of the instructors before even defeating them in sword formation. But Myung orders them not to think about it too much, because instructors with yellow badges will not use their technique special and will only use the 7 demonic swords. But then the students say that this does not solve your problems, saying that it makes no difference if an expert is using only advanced martial art. And the protagonist says that he is now seeing their true intentions, because to be able to nullify the 7 demonic swords in such a short time, one must have a deep understanding about their movements, and he thinks they didn't just do it to simply increase the difficulty. 7 days is a very short time to learn how to nullify the 7 swords of the demon. They did this on purpose to leave them in crisis and desperate. And Myung thinks that as expected, everyone is confused, wondering if he should scare them a little more. And he says that everyone is 7 days, but asks if there is any cadet who wants to challenge them right now, and everyone is silent. And Myung thinks he thought at least one would volunteer, and says that if you have courage and skill, it would be a great way to be recognized. But he thinks which course would have the opposite effect if they lost. And he begins to think that he actually doesn't have balls. But then someone raises their hand, and he notices that the leader of Group 1 and candidate for Vice Lord of the Black Clan, Mudong, and the protagonist also raise their hands, preparing to go. But he also notices that the guy who defeated the Poison Clan candidate, Jong Sung, also raised his hand, and here he is the guiding bit, and he says that to men who he didn't expect they volunteered, thinking that things will really be amazing from now on. And so Chong looks to the side, and the protagonist thinks it was that guy right next to him who became the leader of the 12th group instead of Jong Sung, and thinks that looking from there he looks like very powerful. So Mudong says that he likes their look and asks the instructors which of them want to entertain them, and he talks about the instructors group 18 and 12 and says that he said so that they would not approach his cadets. And so the official martial instructor Ro Jin Shang goes forward, so he is surprised by this with him walking, and Pai Daong thinks he doesn't need to volunteer if he's taking care of it, and from then on he thinks the protagonist will have to take care, because no matter who he chooses, none of them will make it easy for him. And Mudong begins to bet that they are planning to confront the cadets in order to deny them the leadership position for now, and thanks to Jin Shang it won't be so unfair and intense. So he asks why they don't start with the leader of Group 1, Cadet number 1. And so Jin Shang tries to face the boy, but the Ong starts screaming, asking the director to allow him, and Jin Shang wonders how he dares, because he should know that he has an interest in that cadet. He gets very pissed, sending it to the guy, and the Ong apologizes to his senpai because he knew he wouldn't make it easy for him, and he believes that Mu the Ong is the most suitable to become the next Vice Lord, and he doesn't want him to be humiliated there. But then Jin Shang raises his hand again, saying he will take care of the cadet aiding them. And So Myung thinks he shouldn't have tested Jin Shang's patience, and now his cadet is going to be in really bad shape, and he approves of that. And so Mu the Ong thinks he was already planning to face the protagonist anyway, so he'll get the prize. And so they stand face to face, and the protagonist says Nano. They didn't miss a single second, and Myung tells them to start. And Mu the Ong goes all out with the cloud palm flow, and the supervisor gets excited about that, because that palm is one of the 3 best in the lineage main, and it is said to be one of the Black Clan's specialties along with the Great Demon Sword Black, and it's as good as the rumors say. But he thinks it's a shame he has to use the 7 demon swords instead of his own poison arts. But then the boy manages to undo here quite easily, and the protagonist notices something strange, wondering why those movements look like so familiar. And so Mu the Ong completely changes his posture, bringing his leg back and moving his arms, attacking over and over in instruction. And he thinks the kid is amazing because he is not scared even though his attacks are being blocked, and he can tell by the energy being released by his palm techniques that he has achieved the proficiency of a martial expert, and he thinks that his understanding of techniques surpasses the normal movements. And so he says that in terms of martial technique he is already at the level of an elder, and so he uses the 7 swords of the devil and the 2nd sword and the 3rd sword to attack the boy, and he says he's going to have to stop treating him like a mere cadet. Mu the Ong thinks that even though the black cloud palm flow is a higher level art, he is blocking his attacks, and he begins to doubt that this is an advanced martial art, and the protagonist thinks he can't believe it because the techniques formed can be different. The movements that the technique makes are exactly the same as those left at this fair, and the only difference is that the 7 demon swords have only 12 movements, which are half of the 20 for destructive sword techniques, and he says he can't be sure, but the demon sword may be the one that left the sword marks. And so they continue in that fierce battle, so the boy and the expert end up clashing, their attacks being thrown to behind. So Mu the Ong thinks he is an expert like him, but slightly more skilled because he can block their palm techniques using only the advanced art. He bets that he has a lot more combat experience, and he starts to think he's an instructor, and he's not for nothing, and says that if he can't get close to him soon he will have an even greater disadvantage, thinking there is no way. And so he puts one hand in front and the other behind, changing his shape. Then the expert notices that he must be planning to end the fight with his best attack, and in that case he will gather all his energy to block you. And Mu the Ong goes for it him, and he comes back with a palm attack. And so the expert already prepares himself because he thinks he will make a right palm, thinking of blocking that. But Mu the Ong ends up going down a little more, placing his knee on the ground, changing the form of his attack, attacking with his left hand, and so he breaks the whole posture of the expert. He thinks they are the same movements as before, but now he's doing it inverted, and he thinks it's difficult to handle, and he tries to stop the boy's left hand with his right hand. But Mu the Ong switches again, and this time attacks with his right, hitting the specialist's shoulder, who falls injured to the ground, and the boy remains calm. And at the meeting everyone makes chaos because he defeated the same instructor, and they notice that that is an energy blade, noting that he has already reached the proficiency of an expert, and they believe that the young master of the Black Clan is the closest to the position of weak alert. And so Mu the Ong thinks of left sword, right palm, right sword, and left palm, saying that it is a secret art that allows you to use two special techniques at the same time, reversing right and left always, and this ensured the leader of the Black Clan, Mu Jin, won, the second best martial artist in the cult. But he heard that he was the only one who managed to master the technique, and yet there's that kid in front of you thinking he's a true genius. And then the specialist quickly takes the golden seal from his chest and hands it to the boy because he got the right to become a group leader in the third test. And so Mu the Ong thanks he and the protagonist think about taking the badges, noticing that there is something about the way they spoke that he bothers, asking if a person can only get a single badge. But then he goes in front of your specialist and thinks about leaving it alone, since what he does there will decide his future, and he needs to prove himself in front of everyone. And the instructor realizes that it's impressive because despite being face to face with them, instead of being nervous, the boy is confident. So he thinks he is honestly surprised because he thought he wouldn't even pass in the first test. But he thinks it's time to put an end to that boy's luck, activating his energy blade, saying he's going to crush you in front of everyone. But I am rooting so hard for the instructor uses that absurd strength of his to at least break the little leg. And then that the protagonist begins to feel that intention in his direction, the instructor realizes that it will be the butterfly dance, telling the boy to make the first move. And the protagonist thinks that may have reached the proficiency of an expert, but still lack the internal energy to be compared to a true expert. The fact that he lets you make the first move is proof of that he is underestimating. And with the 10-star defensive technique, he will end this in an attack. And so the specialist is surprised as the protagonist goes up, with his hand completely open and just thinking about crushing him. And he thinks the kid is too fast. And so the protagonist, he lands his hand on the specialist's shoulder, who is thrown back with absurd force. Then he starts to be pressed, and the expert thinks that to be pushed 5 steps back. Even after blocking with the 7-star defensive technique, the kid has a good internal energy, but his external energy is too powerful. And the protagonist thinks he really can let this victory happen easily and starts to make even more effort. And the specialist, he's already shaking like a leaf with the pressure of the protagonist's hand. And he knows notices that the boy is there humiliated, so he puts a little more force into his movements, making the protagonist hand step back for a moment, and he ends up coming back. And so the expert thinks that the energy is not yet the same as that of a true expert, and he questions whether the boy thinks he can get away with attacking he with the 7 demonic swords, the 4th and the 6th sword. But the protagonist thinks he can see. Even without help, he can say that his techniques are stable, and compared to the destructive techniques in the sapphire, this is too easy, and the protagonist can dodge it just by ducking, putting his leg almost in the instructor's path, and he thinks the boy is a fool for approaching, thinking he's going to finish him off with his 2nd technique. But then Zhang quickly undoes everything what he was thinking, throwing him away, and Myung says he can't believe it because he nullified the techniques of the 7 demonic swords with just basic butterfly dance movements, and the instructor becomes increasingly annoyed, thinking that he will be hindered by the techniques, that Brad is a humiliation that he is not willing to go through, and he thinks that since he has arrived to this, he will knock you out with the 10-star defensive technique to create an internal wound. And Myung notices that he is trying to use a lethal technique, thinking that idiot is crazy, and the protagonist ends up having to defend it by simply putting his body in front of it, and he feels pain damn thing putting out the blood, and he thinks that his internal energy is being affected, and Nanu says that his organs are being injured by the energy being forcibly injected into his body, and he asks Nanu to help him, and she quickly regenerates the injured organs, and he holds on bravely without falling, and she activates regeneration without stopping, and the protagonist continues defending itself from all those attacks in almost cyberserker mode. Then the expert wonders why and how it can be, because he is sure that he is receiving internal wounds, and he starts getting scared of the boy, wondering why he's not falling, and he keeps getting increasingly nervous and hesitant. So the protagonist quickly uses his right hand to open that he left, and the specialist thinks he just needs to hold on with his power armor, but the protagonist's strength is so much that several of his ribs are broken with a single attack, and when his ribs break, he becomes almost a blood teapot, spilling blood everywhere, and then everyone is scared by that brutality. The expert before falling supports the boy, calling him a monster, and Soshin remains standing, panting, spitting blood everywhere, and looking quite scary, and everyone remains silent watching that. And Chan thinks that a guy wasn't exaggerating, and he could be a problem, and Myung thinks that the 7 demonic swords created by another demonic cult legend, the Demon Sword, is a collection of sword moves, but its countless combinations create moves that are very difficult to counter, and he just did it, thinking that Shin surpasses the excellent, saying that he is a martial genius, and thinks that he should not have left the damn odor, and so they call the director, saying that they are going to take the blood instructor to the infirmary because her ribs were broken, and they also say that 3 bones are fractured, and Myung is afraid of that, because now that he thought about it, he forgot to tell the instructors that the cadet 7 punched fortified walls, and if he, but knowing this, he probably wouldn't have lost in such a humiliating way that they order him to take the instructor immediately. The boy manages to become a leader, while all the instructors think the cadets will think they are very good, as they have already lost twice, and Jin Shan looks back watching them all, noting that with talent and skill, it is possible for them to surpass their instructor, and at the same time, instead of being happy for the next generation, they are worried about saving their own ass, but he thinks he doesn't think he is in a position to teach them, especially because he gets carried away for the moment and chooses Cadet 80 without noticing such a talented individual, and now he has a new regret, and So Myung says that they will have the final duel, with Jin Shan staying forward with Beat GI, and the instructors root for Jin Shan to save him, but then one of them says he can't imagine him losing, but tells him not to worry because he's not any instructor. This is Jin Shan, their senior officer, and the cadets wonder if Beak will win, and they think that there is no rule that prohibits it, and since he volunteered, he must be hiding his abilities. As Cadet 7, and Beak says he will be his opponent, but asks for Jin Shan to grace him with his teachings, so he thinks that Cadet is quite humble, and they will give their best, and so they come face to face with Jin Shan activating his aura all over his body, putting a lot of pressure on Boy, and Beak thinks that that presence is very overwhelming, wondering if that is really the person who was smiling a second ago, but he thinks he won't regret anything by going forward, trying to do the most he can give, and so the protagonist notes that this is a kicking technique, observing everything with a year, and being happy to continue gaining characters to train, and he says that seeing Myung performing the two-handed techniques were very interesting, and it was just a fraction of his techniques, and he doesn't know if it will be analyzed properly, but it will be useful, and it will be worth it if you have to fight him in the future. And Beak starts attacking with that kick technique, trying to hit to places at the same time, but Jin Shan manages to dodge as then Beak thinks he dodged everything just by moving his torso, and Jin Shan quickly changes his position, telling the boy that his back foot is open, and so he tries to shoot Beak in the foot, but the boy manages to step on Jin Shan's hand, spinning in the air and trying to activate another of his techniques, leaving Jin Shan surprised, and he manages to connect a kick straight towards Jin Shan's face, but the senior instructor wasn't going to let himself be hit Beak's foot, who falls backwards, totally screwed up with a huge hole in one foot, and he thinks that he has created a blade such fast key. He must be a master, and he only used a simple sword move. He didn't use a technique of the 7 demons. Sword still, and Jin Shan says that Beak is an expert in techniques of kicking, but can't use his right foot now, wondering what he's going to do. Then Beak notices that he is much stronger than the instructors before, and gets up even if limping, putting your foot on the ground and maintaining your posture, and think that with this difference in skill it can be complicated, but he needs to try and finish this with a single technique, and Jin Shan thinks he has a good fighting spirit, and so the boy puts pressure on his injured leg even with his foot splashing, and he goes towards Jin Shan, trying once again to hit him with his technique kick, and Jin Shan thinks that even with his injured foot he doesn't back down, saying that it's good to be young man, but in that the boy quickly cancels the kick technique that was heading towards Jin Shan, who he was going to stop easily, goes down to the ground applying a feint and attacks him from below up, and he notices that the boy is going to attack him even with his injured leg. Realizing that Beak also has the proficiency of an expert, but while Beak tries to hit him with something on both legs, the only thing left of Jin Shan in that place isn't after him, so he thinks he fell into it, and Jin Shan crouches down in front of the boy's face, saying that he wasn't that bad, but it's a shame, and so he manages to hit the boy between his chest, throwing away with a single attack. Then he falls all screwed up, and everyone notices that he lost. After all, he fell after just a few techniques. They realize that it really isn't easy to defeat an instructor, thinking that KD had 1 and 7 were really monsters, and Beak notices that he lost. There's a lot of blood coming out, and if he didn't go easy on himself when using the Keyblade, he would have hit his heart. So Shin thinks the boy was just unlucky, and if the instructor doesn't wear the master, he would have had a chance. He thinks the other instructors are happy that he lost, and Jin Shan takes the opportunity to give the boy a nudge, advising him he can connect his feint and his technique more smoothly. He will be able to confuse plus his opponent, and says he is anxious for his progress. And even though he is all screwed, he thanks his master for his teaching and returns limping and trembling to the other cadets, and Shin notices that the boy is not doing well at all, as he is pale and his neck is red, and orders Nan to analyze Cadet 80, asking her to leave the result ready, because that way he will be able to look when the third test announcement is over. So in the meantime, they say they will be handing out wooden swords for the third test, and it will be one by one person, and they must be careful not to break, and they will be able to become a leader of the progress. They got the badge in 7 days, asking if everyone understood, and they answer positively, and the protagonist thinks he should consume the medicinal bullet first, as he also has something to check after that, but then he gets afraid, because several cadets stop in front of him, and so one of them looks right into the boy's eyes, and Bong asks what he has to say with his sovereign, along with for others who guard the protagonist, and he gets all silly with Bong calling him their sovereign. The night before in the dormitory, some cadets went to talk to Bong, which also encouraged them to think that he can change the state of things, but he questions if Bong doesn't think it's a very dangerous bet, asking if he isn't afraid of the 6 clans main ones, and Bong says he is truly afraid, but if he is destined to always be despised being from a small clan, he will take this risk, and says that if he goes with his sovereign, there is hope for people like them, so they get motivated by this, asking if Bong really trusts him, and he says yes, so they also get motivated, saying they're going for it, saying that they will enter this bet together, saying that Ma Zhu, Wang Zhang, and Dai Myung swear loyalty to their sovereign, Zhang and Wang, and are in their hands, and so Bong speaks to the boy, but Zhang says that everything is fine, saying that he doesn't need to worry, and so the highest of them says it was a pleasure to see his wonderful martial performance, and says he is Cadet 857, and his name is Wan, so he says he's going to be direct, saying he wants to be a member of the group Prota, and he is surprised about this, and all the subordinates are happy about this. The faster they gather members, the more time they will have to practice, but they think that since they need 7, they will have to reject 9. And one who says he is from the Blackfist clan, they have an elite clan, it is at the advanced level, and as a member he should not slow them down, and Hak Hyung says he is also at the intermediate level, but when he consumes the bullet will be in the forward, saying that he promises not to disturb you, and they all tend to approach, and some are jealous, because 5 of the 16 people there are from the elite clans, and 11 people are repeating for 2 spots, thinking that's why they hate the elite clans, but in that the protagonist thanks them for asking if he can join his group, but he needs to say something first, and says he's not looking for people just to pass the third test, and everyone is surprised with that, and he says he wants people for when he leaves the academy and follows the hard path to main lineage, and he says he is looking for companions who will be with him in the worst and best moments. This is almost like a marriage proposal, but as it isn't that plus friendship, I will pass by here. And looking at this, those who have a weak determination wonder what they should do, because they don't want to be in the middle of the battle of heirs that Prota thinks. It's as expected. They are apprehensive, and he says he doesn't care if they are from small or elite clans, as long as they want to join him, and because of the end of their journey, the way they are now will become irrelevant, and says it will change the 6 foundations of the main lineage, and they start asking if that guy thinks he can do it, because he might be a candidate, but obviously they wonder if it will work, wondering if this is not a statement of war, so they think this is bullshit, and they think they're going to have to wait for the leader of a different group, and the protagonist asks them to be his companions and become part of the new foundation of the demonic cult, and that is what he, Jean, and Yoon want their members to do, and they stay in the one with some apologizing to the protagonist, because he just wants a leader to get past the third test, and they say it's a shame, because I wanted to be part of his group, but I think it wasn't meant to be, and so some leave, and Bong thinks that this is bad, because he should have said all that later to accept them, but he notices that some of them stay, and one who Omin and Ojong continue quite determined, and they speak to Prota saying that he also observed the other candidates, but something seems to be different about him. He says that the journey he described is so dangerous that could take them all to the grave, and to be honest, he also wants to give up, and the protagonist thinks, which is not surprising, since he is from an elite clan, he has the option to go after a candidate, but one who says that like any other martial artist, he dreams of power and glory, and as Dao hearing his ambition, he made him want to get closer to the boy, and he simply did kneels before the protagonist, swearing loyalty to him, and says he may have his doubts, but he will never bend the knee to another person, and so one of the Demon King's future swords. The first sword, the Pohio Wanu, he says he asks for Leo as his first sword, and Omin and Ojong conjure loyalty to the boy, and the protagonist begins to feel that things are moving forward, thanking all of them, but Bong says it doesn't matter if he is the first sword or not, saying he is the first subordinate of his sovereign, and Wan, who just smiled looking at Bong, and so at the entrance from the demonic academy training center, he speaks to everyone, saying that he wants them to absorb the bullets and memorize the full text of the 7 swords. And they wonder if it's just the text. And he says that starting tomorrow they will train together, and he will analyze their movements personally. And so they think they were right to choose him as their sovereign to take care of them that way, and something incredible. And the protagonist in turn mirrors himself in the only master he has, saying he's just going to beat them until they learn, wondering how hard that could be, saying that he will do the same as his teacher did. And he tells them to go to their training rooms because they will meet around 10 o'clock after they consume the bullets. And so one who goes to him, he asks if the boy wants to say something, and he says that he might be worrying from now on. He thinks he should always have a subordinate accompanying him, and he is concerned about how they ask them to take the instructor's badges. And so the protagonist stops to him, saying that the director said that anyone who caught badge in 7 days would become a leader, and he wonders if he doesn't actually need to defeat an instructor, but they can take each other's badges. And so one who says that since his sovereign has few men compared to the Black Clan cadet, he can be safe, saying that it wouldn't be bad to be cautious. And so Jean thanks him for his advice, but he says it's natural since he swore to serve him, so he says he should use the room next to his. However, the protagonist reveals to him that he cannot train there due to certain reasons. He is training from another corner, so he is shocked by this, questioning whether this is not the center for people with expert proficiency. And he thinks Jean is even more amazing, saying he's going to give his better to achieve expert proficiency to use the same training center as him. He is shocked by how excited the boy was, and inside, after consuming the bullet, he can make a key sword, and notice that this is what it's like to be a true expert, exceeding 60 years of key. And he says that if you put this on a blade or a sword, it should key weapon. And he thanks Nano for her help and says it's thanks to her, and she says it's because of her. So he asks if there's no humility in the future, and she says it exists, but she doesn't know how to use it. And so he tells Nano to show her the video of the fighting back Giron, which she puts the video in augmented reality in his vision. Then he sends she pauses the video, tells her to zoom in on back here, and asks her to zoom in a little more on her neck, on her face, and so she does. And he says that her face is very pale and her eyes are red, and those red dots on his neck are definitely something that shouldn't be there. He gets more and more irritated, and a while later an instructor starts a battle, and here he is DUI, and he says that the guy also surpassed the abilities of a cadet, and says he is an expert, like he thinks he can't defeat him using only the 7 demon swords. And he thinks that boy is not completely nullifying the movements as Cadet 7, but is gaining an advantage of the blind spots of the techniques, and says he wasn't convinced since he came with so much confidence in just 4 hours. But to have analyzed the 7 swords in such a short time, he is a genius that rivals the other 2, the Blade Clan Cadet Candidate 5, Yudia, and so he says that dueling any further is useless, saying that they can stop there. Then the boy notices that he will hand over his badge and tell him to join his waiting members. Great results from the boy, and he thanks you, saying he achieved it, and wonders who will be next. Meanwhile, Baekiji remains calmly sitting there gnashing. Then Kyung Won goes talk to him, saying that you enjoyed your duel against the instructor from before, but then Baekiji lowers his raxi, saying that he is eating, telling him not to disturb him, and Kyung thinks that guy is very rude and says he's going to be direct, saying he was impressed with his skill as he seems to be a new expert, and also says that what seems he wants to be a leader of a group, but asks if Baek doesn't want to go further, and so he continues eating, shitting on what the kid is saying. So he gets more and more pissed off and thinks he should stay calm because getting nervous there will ruin your plan to get talented people, and tells Baek to think about it as it could be a great opportunity. And Baek says that it is already the 2nd time thinking that Blade guy was confident, asking him to be his right hand, and he gets pissed about it, saying that honestly he doesn't want to be a leader or go further, but he also doesn't want to be below no one, and his goal is to become strong. But then someone else comes along to talk to him in a whisper, apologizing for disturbing him while he eats, but asking if he can talk to him, and he thinks this is happening again, saying he's not in the mood, telling him to get lost. But the protagonist says that if he doesn't talk to him now, he might die later. He questions what he is talking about and notices that he is the protagonist, but then he says that he is not even a candidate to the clans, but says that his arrogance surpasses that of the previous 2, asking if he really thinks who can recruit someone that way. But then the protagonist says that he probably has an evil understood there, and he questions about this misunderstanding, saying that he is threatening him and calls it a misunderstanding, but he says he didn't mean it that way, saying he'll be direct because it seems to him that he was poisoned, and he questions what the hell this is. So he says that observed in the previous duel, and his face was pale and there were red spots on his neck, and so the protagonist enters his mind. He starts thinking about being poisoned, saying that there is no chance of this happening because even if he was careful with the John's son since he entered group 12, still he asks why that boy is showing him telling this, and even if he was poisoned, it's not his problem. But then he says he asks apologies for misunderstanding you, but if he was poisoned he would have noticed during meditation. And the protagonist asks if he feels good even during meditation, and he wonders if this type of meditation allows you to feel the poison because he doesn't know it very well since he lacks knowledge with the martial arts, but he thinks they are definitely symptoms of food poison. And so Dr. Beak passes by just in time, and he calls the doctor while he gets his food and talks to the boy who has been there for a long time, saying it's good to see him, asking if he ate. But the protagonist says not yet, saying that it is very good because he didn't want to eat it alone. But then before that he apologizes, asking if he can do a checkup on your friend because he thinks he has been poisoned, and so he is surprised and takes him to the infirmary, sending him at the time of that smoke breathing with his mouth. And the kid acts cool, but the doctor, he says he just has to take a deep breath, and when he does that he starts to feel sick and it turns all purple, and so the doctor says it's food food poisoning, and he says that it means he was poisoned. But he says he was fine during meditation and didn't have no contact with any poison, saying that he always ate alone. But then Beak says that this one is a little different, and it doesn't flow through your veins, and its effects appear when it is accumulated in the lungs and stomach, and he is surprised by this. And the doctor says it can be used in food, but it can also be used by making powder that you inhale while you sleep. And he says that in small hours it's hard to notice that he inhaled while he slept. And he asks if Beak is sharing the dormitory with the poison user. And during the first night in Group 12's dormitory, Beak put one of the heirs to sleep while everyone was against him, and he wonders if it doesn't matter who he is or who that other guy is, saying that in the gym everything is strange, and now he is in charge of Group 12, and all of them have no way to go against it. But Jongsum says he is quite sure of himself, telling him to enjoy his victory while he can, as the clan's claws are like poison layers, and they get stronger with time, and he thinks that's what that kid said back then, thinking Jongsum is a Biden and the motherfucker. And then Beak says, which was good that he found out right away, because he took the antidote for 7 days. He'll be fine, however. The protagonist asks if it isn't serious when red spots appear on his neck, and the doctor remember he said he was attacked in the chest during the duel, so the symptoms became more strong for a moment thanks to the stimulation of the lung. And if they were present all the time, they even say a god could save him. And he questions how he knows so much about this poison. And so he says that his mother died because of it, and he was poisoned for a while too. And so Beak begins to apologize, saying that he hasn't thanked him yet because he saved his life, thanking the protagonist a lot. But he says that everything is fine, and the doctor says that he remembers his professor says this. And then the protagonist says he didn't want anyone dying from a cowardly poison of that. And he also gets very angry because he has been looking for the source of that poison. Then Beak gets scared by that bloodlust, so the doctor asks why he doesn't rest there that night, or he will return to the dormitory and be poisoned again. And he seriously asks Beak, questioning if he is thinking about taking revenge, because he even has his foot hurt, but he says no. And so Jean says that cleaning the poison is the priority, and sends him rest as the doctor ordered, and asks the boy to leave Johnson with him. And so the doctor asks what he's planning, and he says he thinks they need to talk. And the doctor simply doesn't believe this excuse, but then they speak to the protagonist through sound telepathy, and they tell him that he will find who he is looking for in the forest near the 5th dormitory. And the protagonist says that if what he says is true, he will let him have a place near his. And they both get agitated because the boy is talking to someone who isn't even there, and he wonders if it was one or the other. And Mukien in turn despairs that he and the poison guy fight to the death, and says that he actually hopes the protagonist dies. And so while he goes there, Johnson is already in the forest, and thinks that since the instructors are in the 5th dormitory, there is no one around. It's the perfect place to collect poisonous plants. And he says that thanks to the bullet medicinal, now he has internal energy of expert, and if he works hard for some days, he will reach the 5th level of destructive poison. And until the 4th level, it was just techniques basic, but starting at the 5th level, it becomes more deadly because of the techniques. So even without using something like food poisoning, he'll be able to make Beak kneel. He thinks he's going to kill him before the poison can get to him, but then Johnson comes there asking because he is so happy, and he points the flashlight, questioning who is there, noticing that it doesn't seem to be an extruder, but he can't see since the flashlight is weak. And so Johnson just walks towards him asking if he was happy after playing with the poison. And so he notices that it's the protagonist asking what he's doing there, but then he notices that the boy talked about playing with the poison, questioning if he heard wrong. And so the protagonist says that the red dots on Beak's neck, he asks if the boy really thought he wouldn't know. Then he wonders how the boy knows, but he starts laughing, saying it's true, wondering if that's how he found out, because now that he mentions his bitch of a mother also died that way. But while he calls the protagonist mother a bitch, his mouth leaves his face and turns into something horrible, because the protagonist hand disfigures her by throwing him away with a single big punch. I'll tell you, this was as satisfying as Luffy punching Turubito. I don't remember if the name is true. If it isn't, that's it. But you know what punch I am talking about. And the protagonist puts everyone those years of hate in that punch, making him fly away, and he starts to roll over like he had fallen from a very high speed, hitting his back on a rock, completely breaking himself, almost as if he had been hit by a truck. And he puts a significant amount with blood coming out, already all broken, shaking, and wondering what the hell was that, all destroyed. Then Shin calmly approaches, telling him not to be a bitch, thinking that they have only just begun. And Shin-sun begins to notice that perhaps the boy is planning to kill him, but he thinks there is no chance of him breaking the academy rules, thinking he is a bluff. But he thinks his body won't move because that blow was too strong, and he tries to move his body with all his might. And Shin says he did something he shouldn't have, asking if he knows what that he did, but then he keeps asking his body to move with all its will. And the protagonist continues with his demonic aura emerging. Then he says that he released his mother with his mouth, and so he tries to move again. While protagonist attacks him, he manages to move his hand and give a punch the protagonist, calling him a bastard, and says he let his guard down. But then the protagonist do his punch calmly with his hand, and he notices that his 10-star technique was blocked very easily. And in addition, the protagonist takes that punching hand and spins it, twisting the hand of the boy, breaking it completely, squeezing and bleeding it only with his nails. Then he says that guy is serious and starts to get it into his head that he needs to kill him. Then he gets the clap of his hand near the protagonist's face and releases a gas that is probably poisonous, making him have to close your eyes and cover your nose. And he starts to come back, running away from there, and Shin tries to attack him again, throwing more poison in the protagonist's face, and so his face begins to disfigure because of that acid that fell there. And Shin starts to get all excited because it worked, and at level 4 of his destruction poison, he can keep 7 types of poisons condensed in it. He explains that this was the most deadly acid poison of all, and it is so dangerous dangerous that the chief told him not to use it on cult members. But he can't worry about it when he's around about to die. He starts to smile all bloody, but the protagonist gets up calm. The boy gets scared and Nano says that a powerful acid poison was identified on his face and hand of the user, and that is an emergency action. The defense mode is activated, neutralizing poison and restoring the damaged skin. So Johnson can't believe what he's seen because the boy has healed completely the mind and the damaged skin was completely restored. So he wonders what the hell is this, looking at the protagonist totally scared, questioning what he is seeing because he not only neutralized the poison but also cured himself, and note that this should not be possible even for a martial master. Then he falls with a broken paw and full of fear, all shitted up, and looking at his brother who is completely different. He wonders if he is a monster, but Shin starts to get irritated with that much poison because of course their clan member will want to use it. That's it. He's been thinking and doesn't want to let them live anymore, and that's what scares Junsu even more so with the boy's face and starts crawling on the floor with the cockroach that is. And so the protagonist takes the opportunity to take a free kick with his head, sending him far away with the kick, and his situation gets worse and worse. His mouth becomes increasingly toothless, and he starts to show his teeth and blood and swears at everyone he can. And so he lowers himself in front of the protagonist, putting his head on the ground, asking him to have mercy, begging please, lowering his head and banging it on the floor, asking him to just let him go this time. And the scene is totally ridiculous because besides being a son, Toothless is all disheveled, and so the protagonist grabs him by the shoulder, asking if he wants to live, questioning if he wants to. He spares him, but he remembers that they made his mother die in agony, and now he still has the audacity to ask you something like that. My friends, this is cinema. Revenge at this level, it's been a while, huh? And with that, Johnson realizes that he really screwed up and thinks he's really screwed because that kid will never forgive him, and he thinks about the instructors noticing that he has the dormitory and then starts screaming for help. But then the protagonist takes away his voice with a touch on the back of his neck and he goes completely mute, and the protagonist notices that he was trying to scream for help since the instructor's dormitory is nearby, and he asks if Johnson thinks that he would stay watching, saying that he is too dumb, and asks if that is the hand he used to throw poison in your face and crushes it with a stomp. Then he continues screaming, and the protagonist says that after analyzing the pronunciation and movement of the lips, it is very likely that he said no, not that hand. So the hand is completely broken with the fingers pointing each one to the hemisphere, and the protagonist says he won't give it to him kill today because he doesn't want to be expelled from the demonic academy because of some trash like him, and so the boy is happy that he will spare him. But then he says that he will torture you so much that you will beg him to kill you, and now why doesn't he? It starts with his bones, and so Johnson realizes that he really has no hope at all, and a tear falls from the crocodile's eyes, and so after a while he is completely crooked, and the protagonist didn't leave any bones intact, and so he wonders how he ended up so. He almost becomes a totally wrong symbol, so he says he doesn't remember, but baked GIC is in his mind. He remembers that he became like this because he used a micro-poison, and think about this micro-poison getting angry, wondering when it started learning about micro-poisons, and remembers 6 years ago in the pharmacy of the main house of the Poison Clan, and he hears his mother or one of the important women there asking how long it will take to be effective. So they say it will take less than a year, and a woman with a hat, quite emotional, says it looks excellent. So they won't fully realize it, and not Johnson, as mother says that it is clear because someone without whom I am in turn never would realize. Then ask her what she wants that micro-poison for. She wonders if she wants to know where it will be used. Starts laughing looking at Johnson, and he is in doubt as to this. And less than a year after the news of the death of the Lord's seventh wife was lost spread throughout the demonic cult, and his mother was overjoyed at the news of the death of that filthy woman she hated. But that happiness was short-lived because they discovered in a short time that the cause of death was a micro-poison, and his father was furious, and luckily they managed to escape his wrath thanks to the demonic doctor defending. That micro-poisons are not for the exclusive use of the Poison Clan, but the cook who made them her food took her own life, and so the real culprit was never found, and the only thing they managed to find out was that that cook had contact with the Lady of Vel some time ago, but no one could find out who she was, and because of that incident your grandfather, who was the leader of the Poison Clan and one of the 6 elders of the Poison Clan, lost their position on the council, and his father cut off all ties with his wives from the 6 major clans, and so his mother speaks to Young Song, saying who didn't use it, and asked if he saw him deliver the poison to her too, but if her telling this would be no different than confessing that she murdered him, and talking to the boy saying that this is a secret that must be taken to his grave, otherwise even he will receive his father's anger, and the boy is left with no choices, and in the end his mother passed away a few years later because of his guilt, and he wanted to tell everyone that it wasn't his mother, but could not break the promise he made to her, and that was when he swore that he would become the Lord, the highest position of the heavenly demon cult, and would take revenge on the true guilty and her entire clan for the sake of her mother, and for that filthy woman being the root of the problem, he would kill her son with his own hands. Look, I can be wrong, but I think the victim is definitely not the root of the killer's problem. So he asks his mother for forgiveness because no matter how much he trains, he doesn't think he can defeat that crazy monster. Remembering the protagonist with absurd affection, he says that even if he continues at that academy, he is sure that sooner or later he would use the poison on the other cadets as well, and since he can't, killing him will only destroy his dantian, and the boy is scared shitless of it, swinging his head in denial. But then the protagonist wonders what this is because he still is resisting even after he activated the key paralysis pressure points, questioning if he wants to say something and maybe he should release the key pressure point of the silence, and so he does, and the boy boy starts moaning things he doesn't understand at all. Then he asks Nano what he is talking about, and she starts the analysis. So he says that it wasn't the poison clan that killed his mother. And so the protagonist gets pissed asking what he is talking, and the boy continues to argue with his words looking like a newborn. And Nano says that one of the ladies from the other 5 clans, the real culprit for the death of his mother, and he asks the protagonist to please spare his Danshin, while almost telling that his mother asked him to keep it a secret, and he thinks about it and then stops telling because he almost revealed that it was his mother who provided the poison, and he thinks he can't do that anything. But that then protagonist notices he is hiding something, ordering Nano to start a facial analysis, and he asks if he is sure the culprit is among the other 5 clans, and he nods positively to the protagonist, and Nano says there is no noticeable change in the facial muscles, and the probability of him lying is less than 5%, and the boy begins to wonder if he wasn't sure who the culprit was Poison Clan, but if that's true he told you his anger. And the innocent then protagonist Baekeslo really had nothing to do with his mother's death, and he looks at the boy's face, and Nano confirms that there was a change in his pupils and muscles facial. The probability of him lying is 75%, and the boy gets very angry about it because as he thought they are related. But then the boy says he is not lying, and the protagonist tell him to shut up by really destroying his Danshin once and for all, and so on. Johnson feels his ki dispersing and his ki being gone, and so he realizes that it's over for him. And on the second floor of the academy infirmary, he thinks he has a bad feeling, wondering if must leave some antidotes ready. But then he hears a noise outside, and Prota arrives there ordering him to do something with Johnson. And they notice that the boy is all finished, and even Mug Yang stands up to look at Johnson with Baek. And the doctor asks what the hell he did to end up so, and the boy is surprised by this, noticing that that kid is really crazy, and he asks for Johnson to explain himself, while Mug Yang is surprised that he actually brought it. And analyzing the boy, the doctor notices that his Danshin has been destroyed, and the poison of destruction is the best martial art of clan poison, and the internal energy that remained in his Danshin was essential to form and maintain the poison without hurting him, and the damage done there caused the poison to spread in his body. He may not be a martial artist, but he knows how much they value their Danshins, and he knew something was going to happen, but he didn't know it would be like this. So the doctor tries to do something, so he asks how his blood can have that smell, because the odor that comes out when he pierces it is horrible. He says he is still alive even with all that poison flowing through his veins, and if questioned if he has resistance and has learned the martial arts of poison, and notices that he is holding on somehow, but he might die soon, and he starts to wonder what he's doing until he remembers of something and swears he was there. He notices that he has an antidote from his teachers saying that will feel like he's going to die, but if he drinks that he'll live. Meanwhile, the protagonist thinks so, asking Nano if she can enter his body and heal him, but she says that if it is against the rules of the system and the user's DNA was registered, so it cannot be transferred to someone else or be expelled from his body, and he thinks that there is no way. But then he notices that there is the boy's blood on his body, asking if Nano can analyze the poison in that blood, and she says it's possible. Tells him to put his fingers in that substance he wants analyzed. He asked if it is like that, touching that she analyzes the poison, saying that the analysis is complete and 7 different types of toxins were found together, causing a new toxic effect. He asks her to tell him which medicines to combine to create an antidote, and she creates one augmented reality in the boy's vision, speaking all the herbs he needs. And so the doctor fixes the boy up and says he doesn't seem to be as critical now that he stopped the poison spread with acupuncture and the antidote, and in that he smells it, noticing that it is medicinal herb cooking, and asks what the boy is doing, and the protagonist says he is making an antidote for resolve the situation. Then he asks if he hit his head somewhere, asking how he could do that, but then he realizes that everything there is detoxifying herbs, but he says that they can be poisonous if used in the wrong wood. He thinks the combination is perfect. He asked if that kid studied medicine before. He says he made a good medicine, but you need to know the poisons first, and so he says it is acid herring toxin, grain fungus tree frog venom, and red spider venom. And so the doctor is totally in disbelief, and the protagonist asks if Dr. Beak can trust him just this once, and so he makes an antidote and gives it to the boy, and he says that seeing as he drank all the antidote, he should wanting to live still, so he says he did what he could, and now he needs to prevent the poison spread with, but the computer says he combined the ingredients well, but tells him not to be cautious again, and the boy quickly apologizes for causing trouble. So he asks if he really destroyed his Dante, saying that he knows that the academy's about survival of the fittest, but it seems like an exaggeration, and says that the director of the academy and the Poison Clan, they won't tolerate this, asking what he's going to do, and he says he appreciates the concern, and he's the one who caused that mess, so he's going to solve it. And Dr. Beak notices that he is still young, and he may have acted like an adult until then, but he can still see the recklessness of a 15-year-old boy. He says that if he is convinced there is no way, but he hopes he thinks better about it consequences, because from his experience he learned that those who survive are not the strong but the smart ones, and he expects him to be less stubborn, and says it's late, saying that and then Beak asks what he should do, so the doctor says he should go back to, and so on he goes after the protagonist and stops, thinking he just wanted to get stronger, and now that's it possible thanks to Nano, but he was thinking that power was all he needed to stay about everyone in the cult, but he thinks this is nothing more than his arrogance. And Beak looks at the boy, asking why he went so far as to destroy his Dante. He says no controlled his anger and believed that if left alone he could use the poison on others. Then Beak starts to think that his decision making is not perfect, but he thinks differently of the other candidates and thinks that maybe he is a good option. He tries to talk talk to the boy, but good thing he arrived shouting protagonist and notices that he was there, so he says that they had arranged to together at midnight. Then he says he is relieved because he was worried he had been ambushed, but in that he apologizes for worrying them all, so good thing he says that it's okay because he's happy that he's okay. So Beak notices that this guy found people who are usually on his side, and he thinks that when he himself has no one in his dorm, he says he's leaving. But then if it's a question, ask if he wasn't going to say something before he says that it is not important, asking him to forget that it is good to call him to the dormitory. And there he tells everything that happened. I know he has these reasons, but they still need to become more powerful, as there should not be external interference for years. But the Poison Clan is one of the central powers of the cult, and since they don't know how they can come, he thinks they should be careful and focus on getting stronger. Everyone agrees, and Good Thing wonders if he is not more logical than it seems that the protagonist says that need be prepared since now they are enemies of the Poison Clan. And it is good that the Sovereign says, saying that he is more concerned about how the director will handle this incident, as he expects that nothing happens. And so the protagonist says that the rules don't say anything that can't be destroyed Dante before anyone. But Dante is the life of a martial artist, and then is totally because he can't even think because of anger. And so the next day he goes to the director and he says that his concerns have come true, and he introduces himself to the director, greeting, and So Myung stays quiet and continues calmly doing what he was doing until he lets go of his pencil, and he says he had to spend a lot of time writing a report because of it, and sends it. He doesn't get sad about not reading him back and asks the boy to sit down. And so he says that first they will deal with public issues, and says he will speak as director of academy first. And so the boy thinks about the speech and says that destroying Dante is not the essence of a martial artist, is a stupid act that never happened in the gym, and if ignored it can be repeated by another idiot in the future. And he speaks to the protagonist, saying that he orders him to abandon his yellow badge and spend 5 days in solitary confinement in the detention center. Then protagonist is fine calm about it, asking if he wasn't expelled, and Myung says that of course he wouldn't. He expels him because in the academy this only happens if he fails a test or if he kills another cadet. Outside of a test or duel, he thinks they are relieved because he was expecting the worst case scenario. Then Myung says he wouldn't be so happy if it were him, and the boy thinks he's right because he abandons his badge means you will lose your position as group leader, and if you get locked in the center of detention for 5 days, he will only have 1 day to get a new badge, and he wonders if there is still going to be an instructor with a badge by then. Then he thinks that according to the rules, he should be locked up for 7 days, but that would end his chances or slim opportunity he is dealing with. But Myung then completely changes his aura and puts blood in his eyes, and the boy is scared by it, thinking that that aura is unbelievable because he can't nor measure his power with his abilities. And Myung talks seriously to him, asking why they don't discuss his stupidity, not as a director, but as his cultured sambaito. He says he blocked all the sound with aura, as it can be quite annoying if someone heard what he has to say. And he talks to protagonist, saying that he had high expectations of him, but he did something that no one would do, and is totally disappointed. And the protagonist apologizes, but he says that apologies are nothing in the face of what he did, asking if it is really the best he can do because he caused a mess and doesn't even know how to clean himself. And he claims everything that Prota did because he thought that Jongsun had a connection with his mother's murder because of that poison, so he destroyed the probe Myung for revenge, but was worried that he would die, so he took him to the infirmary just because I wanted to be expelled. He says that if he's going to do something he should do it right, and calls him an idiot because he left someone alive who can take revenge, and acting like that only results in death. And the only thing what he did was put a target on his back. If he wants to survive, he must become complicit. He must not think one step ahead, he needs to think 3 or 4 steps. And so he thinks that they gave him similar advice, but it just seems like a scolding, and he thinks that the director is explaining to him how he was impulsive. And the director then asks why he joined the academy, and the boy says he is to become stronger than anyone, so he asks if anger and revenge are what motivate him to become stronger, and above all he is a candidate as heir. He questions whether as a candidate he really plans to leave anger and revenge aside everything until he reaches his goal, and says that his emotions currently would not burn only one tree plus the entire forest, and in the end it will turn to ash. He asks if the boy understands what he says. He thinks so. Then he asks, how do you think so? Because he will be lucky if he and his group did not meet the tragic end because of his impulsiveness. And he talks to the director that if he really wants to become the future of the cult, then he must have the blood boiling, but with a cool head, and if he doesn't succeed he will be crushed even before he gets it his revenge. So he thinks the director is right because he was only thinking about revenge, that he wants to destroy the 6 clans that led his mother to death, but he wonders what he will do. Then revenge should be a stop on this journey and not its final destination, and he thinks that what he lacks is rationality. And so the director notices that he is not so stupid that he can't think, and if he understands himself what he wants, the biggest monster in history of the cult can be born, and he thinks that its birth will be because of his great advice and not a drunk. And so he takes back all his time that was blocking the sound and takes it back the badge, and so he says he will follow the director's advice, and he is quickly taken away to the detention center. So he tries to talk to the warden, asking if he can give him a moment before he goes there, but the director says no. He says that he should at least let him speak to your group member, but the director says that your punishment will be announced publicly, and he thinks he should say that they are his old group because now they are just cadets normal. And the protagonist then thinks he wants to teach him about the consequences of his actions foolish, and so it is said that Cadet 7 destroyed Danny Ondo Cadet for eternally preventing the use of of martial arts from a talented individual, he was removed from his position as group leader and will spend 5 days in the detention center. And the other cadets should see this as an example that the academy will not tolerate another act like that, and so everyone gossips about it and thinks that the prota can die even in the academy as soon as he graduates. But in that Chan reading that starts to laugh, saying that guy is crazy, even wondering how he came up with the idea of destroying the dancing with someone, and starts laughing. But then he thinks he was worried about having a good rival, but he thinks this has been resolved since he took himself out of the game, and Kyung thinks that was a good luck, while Myo doesn't like it at all, while the protagonist gang gets together and thinks that everyone is shocked as he expected. But he has a bigger fish to fish, because when his sovereign arriving will only take 1 day, and he wonders if he will still have a yellow badge left, and he thinks that instead of taking an instructor they can take it from another group. But while they are thinking, Beat goes to them to talk to Wang Do, and so the next day around 10 p.m. the protagonist is in isolation, but instead of being sad he continues to chirp, totally focused trying to finish the simulation. And then it ends and he says he's hungry, eating the balls that they are giving him. He says he has to eat that hard and blunt thing for more days, he says, which is so humid and stuffy that he is sweating a lot, and a normal cadet wouldn't last there a day. He says it's smaller than the training room, but at least no one is watching him, and to be useful he has to get as strong as possible in 5 days. And then they open the door and he notices that he doesn't. It's time to open the doors and still question what's happening, because that thirst for blood is an exam. And then a person arrives with totally bizarre nails and lists the protagonist only with telekinesis, that he notices that that person is Jean. A little earlier, the night before, in the castle off the fellow cult of the Poison Clan in Azost, the leader goes there to see his nephew Johnson and starts to tremble, immediately ordering to report this to the boss. Goes that Moon starts to tremble, and the boss does not like this at all, getting very angry with the event. Then the bald man says that they cannot let this go. He should not wait until he leaves the academy, giving the idea of sending the assassin because they can hire a harmful clan to take care of him, saying that even better, and if they bribe one of the destroyers to kill him, saying that they can also make the cooks or employees poison his food. But then the boss tells him to stop and suggest horrible ideas, or asks if they have already forgotten about what happened 6 years ago after Miswa's death. But Baekmoon says that if they do not act, their reputation will fall. But the elder tells them not to be foolish, because if that were the case, the Sound Clan would also have acted. Then he says that since the incident, the Lord tried to weaken the power of the 6 clans with any excuse he could find. Hurting a cadet inside the academy would give him a good excuse. And this is the head of the Poison Clan, Baeko. And Baekmoon begins to tremble with hatred, questioning if they will really have to wait until he leaves the academy. But Baeko says that it should be like this, it should. But he is going there saying that he will meet in person with the left guardian, and so returning to the present. The protagonist is feeling what happened in this meeting of the two, already high, being controlled by the elder's key, and Baeko just raising his hand puts a huge pressure on the boy's body, and the protagonist thinks that even with his 10-star key, he cannot resist, and his skills are far above what he imagined, saying that his killing intent comes from hostility, and he does not know why such a skilled person is in the detention center, but he is definitely not on the protagonist's side, and he thinks that if he doesn't do anything, he will die, starting to bend his arms using only his strength, and Baeko is surprised because that child is resisting with physical strength instead of internal energy, asking if there was anyone with such powerful external energy, and thinks there is no way, bringing the boy close to him, grabbing his neck with only his hand. And Nano begins to notice a powerful energy from a hostile entity, starting a defense mode, but the protagonist asks Nano to stop because they have to be cautious, because if they retaliate to him in a hurry, he may end up getting hurt, and he knows he has a reason for coming there, so he wants to wait for now. And so Baeko notices that he did not try to retaliate to his key technique, saying that the boy thought quickly because he wanted to see the face of the one who hurt his grandson. However, the boy seems to be useful, and the protagonist hearing him talk about his grandson, he wonders if he means Zhang Zhongson, finally noticing that he is the head of the Poison Clan, the mysterious demonic lock Baeko. And Baeko assumes that they must already know why that old man came to visit him, and the protagonist wonders if he wants to kill him, wondering how to get out of this situation, because with a little force he can break his neck, wondering if he will die like this since he hasn't even managed to get revenge yet. And Baeko says that looking like this, and even at 15 when seeing death, he is staring at him instead of fueling his head, and he begins to think that the boy really needs a good lesson, taking his staff and hitting the boy, throwing him far against the wall, making the protagonist spit blood everywhere. And He quickly uses his key to bring the boy's neck to his hand again, and Baeko begins to assume that this must have taken the arrogance out of his eyes. But nothing has changed, and the boy is still looking at him with a lot of hostility in those eyes. So he thinks that he continues to look at him like that, because he knew that the boy was full of hate since he destroyed Yongson's Danshin. But to get to this point, he will become a problem if they leave him alone. But at this, the protagonist questions if he will break the cult's rules and kill him, and Baeko notices that he is threatening him and says that if he kills him and disintegrates his body with acid, who will find out? but then the protagonist says that he can get rid of the evidence. But if he disappears from the academy, his clan is the first on the list of suspects. And so Baeko notices that the boy is not that dumb and thinks that he has martial skills and rational, thinking ahead of his age, and the persistence to not cower in a life or death situation. Noticing that if he grows up, it could get bad, and he thinks that if it weren't for the academy, he would end it right now. Then Baeko says that the boy is very intelligent, but the fact that he hurt his grandson by putting the target on his back and says that he is not that smart, and as he said, he cannot kill him there. But he says he will promise something, saying that the moment he leaves the academy, he will make him feel pain beyond his imagination, breaking every bone in his body, skinning him to feed his meat to animals, and says that he will then destroy his tooth and torture him until his last breath, no matter how much he begs for forgiveness. And so the protagonist notices that that killing intent is very dense and strong, and so the old man opens his mouth, making him spit blood. Then Baeko says that it would be a shame if he left just like that, so he will leave him a little gift, while he takes one of the beads on his arm. Protagonist notices that he is using sound telepathy, and the old man says that then he will be able to meet with that old man soon, making him eat that thing while he swallows. Baeko says that it is not a lethal poison, but if he tells anyone that he gave the heavy rule of the cult, he will kill him, throwing the boy away, slamming him against the wall again. And so, while leaving the boy there fallen, he turns to him, telling him to stay that way until the day they see each other again, leaving the boy there dying, full of hate, and when he leaves, they close the door, while the left guardian talks to him because they thought they had an agreement. But Baeko questions if he would be able of just giving a warning to someone who hurt his own flesh and blood. And so the left guardian doesn't have much to say, and Baeko says he understands and apologizes for not being able to control his anger and raising his finger at him, saying that it wasn't serious enough to give him internal injuries, telling him not to worry, and so he just lets it go, while Baeko thanks him for fulfilling an old man's wish. But the left guardian asks him not to get into trouble, as he only granted Baeko's request because he swore not to hurt him for the 4 years he will be there. And so Baeko tells him not to worry, because until that old man is in his grave, no one will know if he leaves there. While Myung looks back saying that he only has 4 years to receive protection from outside, and after the king of this, his survival only depends on himself. The boy is currently there on the ground, still feeling the pain of that attack, while it doesn't stop coughing. Nano says that a poisonous substance entered the user's body orally, so he asks her to expel it from his body now. But she says that after an analysis, it was discovered that the poison has the effect of dissipating energy, and if the poison is neutralized, the remaining substance can be used to stimulate his danshin as a medicinal bullet. He is surprised by this, noticing that Baekyeo's plan was to weaken his internal energy. He thinks that this way he could kill him as soon as he fails the 3rd test and is expelled from the academy. He thinks it's a shame, because things would go according to his plan if it weren't for Nano. So he tells Nano to expel only the poison. She understands this, saying that the poison will be extracted and it begins to go through the boy's skin with a horrible smell. He notices that even though there isn't much, it stinks a lot. So Nano says that the poison has been expelled and the remaining substance is reacting positively, and the energy is circulating in the 14 meridian points of his body, stimulating the danshin. Then he says it has a similar effect to the dragon's medicinal bullet, and says that if so, they will try using key meditation along with the breathing technique, and if he is right, it is a huge blessing in disguise. And Nano quickly begins accelerating the user's metabolism, and after a while locked in, meditating, the cave begins to sweat with the heat inside, and he begins to release a lot of ki all over the surroundings until he opens his eyes, becoming incredulous, because his energy increased from 60 to 90 years, and says that the head of the poison clan didn't give him a little gift. He gave him a huge gift, still not believing that the poison clan was so audacious, because he would be in serious trouble if it weren't for Nano, and says that it is all a result of his idiocy, saying that he was lucky this time, but he swears not to lose his head again. And while he cleans himself with that cloth, the cloth begins to stink too much, and he thinks he can't wear that shirt anymore, until he notices something behind him, wondering what that is because it's light windy, and he ends up looking back and notices cracks in the wall, because as he remembers, the sound seemed different from that time he was thrown at the wall, almost as if it were hollow, and so he starts to break the place and finds a hole there, because it broke with just a few hits, and if he digs he might be able to get through, until he opens a hole that comes out in another corner of the cave, and this leaves him surprised, because he thought he was going to come out in a bigger cave, but it is connected to a tunnel, and he asks Nano for night vision, and so he starts walking there, wondering if they blocked it on purpose, because that is the case. There must be something hidden there, and so Nano notices that a faint light was identified at the end of the tunnel, and he questions about it, asking if maybe they are luminous stones, but when he gets closer, everything is getting bright, and he asks Nano to deactivate the night vision, and so when he goes out there, he sees a place with very different buildings, wondering what place that is. When he goes down to the ground of the place, he says he doesn't believe there was a place like that in the place, and says that it was probably the exit, but since it is blocked, he thinks it is no longer in use. However, he notices something on the ground, wondering what that mark is. And he says that there is more than one, and these marks seem to be from something being dragged, like a monolith. But then he thinks about this monolith, saying that this can't be happening, asking Nano to activate augmented reality and place a 3D model of the sapphire monolith, which is on the first floor of the library. And so she does by recreating everything in front of the boy. And he talks to Nano about those marks on the floor, asking if it is possible to analyze if any belong to that monolith. And she says she will compare them with the marks, then assembles everything that was in that place, and says that according to the analysis, that place must be where the monolith on the first floor was originally. And the protagonist notices that it is just as he thought, saying that it is there, and asks to do the same with the monolith on the second floor. And she goes on recreating the entire place. And he notices that it is indeed the place where the monoliths were originally, but he wonders why they separated them into floors instead of leaving them in one place, and questions what that stone pillar is, until he notices an inscription on the pillar, saying that that is the celestial demonic art of the sword, and several dots below the letters. So the boy is surprised by this, because there is a martial art that everyone thinks of when they talk about the lord of the celestial demonic cult, and it is considered the best and the cult's most powerful martial art is the art of the celestial demonic god. Every cultist knows the greatness of this art. It is so revered that it is called one of the 3 greatest divine arts by those outside the cult. But he wonders what in the world the celestial demonic sword art is. He asks if it is a breathing technique. He thinks it is not. He then assumes it is a sword technique, wondering why he has never heard of it before. Jang has already told him that the strongest art the Lord learned was the celestial demonic sword technique. He wonders if it is the name of the absolute sword that was on the monolith. He asks Nana to compare the writing with the technique that was on the monolith. She says that her analysis indicates that the writing is identical. He remembers that guard talking to him, asking if it wasn't sad, because there was a rumor that the ancestor left a sword technique of his epiphany there. Then he realizes that the true name of the absolute sword technique, born of the ancestral demon, was the celestial demonic sword art. Sword, and he notices that those holes are in the shape of a rising dragon, and he wonders what it is, wondering what he's trying to say, wondering if it has something to do with the number of holes. Again, noticing that there are 24 holes, and he says that the art has a total of 24 movements. He can't think of any other connection, but he thinks there has to be something, because why make holes in the shape of a rising dragon? So he thinks about it, looking again at that top that's up there, and wonders if there's something there. But when he looks, his eyes almost burn out, and he realizes that hiding a secret in the light instead of the darkness is very clever, and says that nothing the ancestor left behind was easy to obtain. He asks Nano if she can adjust the light perception in her eyes, and she quickly activates the anti-light vision mode. So he says he doesn't believe it, because all those lamps have inscriptions on them, and he tells Nano to analyze all the writings on the stone. So she does. He orders her to create 3D models of them so he can look closely, and when she creates them, he begins to organize the stones by their relevance in martial arts. And so she says she found writings and drawings of a breathing technique on 24 stones. Then he sees that same dragon symbol climbing between those rocks, being surprised by what Nano discovered before him. And he noticed that wasn't what the holes in the pillar were referring to, asking Nano to get rid of all the stones, except these 24. So when he sees it, he notices that it's a text for a breathing technique, but it says that you have to flow the internal energy at specific blood pressure points while moving in a specific way. And he notices that these movements are identical to the monolith sword technique, and when he starts to understand, he almost doesn't believe it, because it wants him to use the breathing technique while doing the same movements as the sword technique, saying that normal breathing techniques ask you to control your ki while sitting cross-legged or lying down because it's better to breathe, and he thinks that's strange. But he still proposes to try, asking Nano to give him the information of the stones from the head to the tail of the dragon. And so everything goes to his mind. He starts breathing while controlling the ki. According to the technique, he starts moving doing this. And Nano says that a powerful energy is rapidly flowing through his 14 meridians. And Nano begins to analyze and compile the data. And the boy begins to use the techniques in a phenomenal way. And so after a while the guards are yawning outside, he is training in what was supposed to be his prison. And he gets better and better. And he asks Nano how long he was in that, and Nano says he was moving for 2 hours, and several holes are in the ground, and he got a big scare with that. And he notices that he moved for 2 hours, and instead of feeling fatigued, he feels invigorated, and says that it seems like his ki flows faster the more he repeats those movements. And Nano says that the circulation of energy has become faster, and he questions if this is serious, wondering if he should try using his ki, and as he uses that, the ki gets stronger and stronger, and he notices that he is much faster, even making a ki sword, and says that with the faster ki flow, he can release the sand more freely now. and says that this doesn't even can be compared to thousands of breathing techniques, noting that this is a true absolute breathing technique. And he thinks that when the sword movement and the breathing technique are harmonized as one, he thinks he will have what he called sword art. And he begins to think that the ancestral demon was really a divine being, kneeling to him, speaking to his beloved ancestor, asking him to accept his reference from his unworthy descendant, prostrating himself before that pillar, and so for days later. The protagonist group says that according to the current information, the candidate of the Blade clan, Zhang Yuchang, has 4 badges, and the candidate of the Sword clan, Zhang Qiangwu, has 2, and the 700th cadet of the Nila's clan, Sa Masha, who also has 2, and they say that besides them, there are 7 cadets with 1 badge each. There are a total of 11 group leaders, and the bald guy thinks this is unbelievable, as the only remaining badge belongs to instructor Hojin Chang. Zhang Wu also says he doesn't believe it, as his biggest worries have come true. And Wang says that 3 people ended up taking more than half of the badges, but no one was able to criticize or fight them, and they say it was only possible because they are skilled. Zhang Wu says that according to the rumors, they apparently reached the level of experts, or even more, all because they were joining forces for a while, and one of them says that it could have gone to shit for them, while the other says that they should look on the bright side, because they took out the bad apples. Wang, Zhang, and Ho Damien where it was screwed up, but Wang Wu says that this path just wasn't for them, while Bong says that they started acting strange as soon as they learned that their sovereign destroyed Hong Sun's angel tooth, and they apologized, saying they wanted to stay, but it seems there's no way. And Bong says that they left the group without hesitation, as soon as the sovereign's punishment was decided, and opportunistic as they are, he wonders if they'll do well in another group, and all 6 get down, and Bong starts to question himself if he left everyone in a bind, and asks them not to be so depressed, because they may have lost 2 men, but they have Baekji, and he's as good as without, so he asks him to stop kissing his ass, while Wang Wu says it's true, telling Baekji that if it weren't for him, his sovereign and himself would be in trouble. And one of them says that if he hadn't defeated the instructor for days ago, they would be divided, and saying that they are very grateful, and Baekji just says he has a debt with KD7, so he wanted to help, but he doesn't know if he will accept him. But Wang Wu says that if he didn't like him, he wouldn't have helped him, and Baekji says it's true, and they will stop talking and practice the 7 demon swords until dinner. And so, at dinner time in front of the cafeteria, they start to divide, and Wang Wu asks if he will skip dinner. So he says that he usually skipped lunch and only eats dinner, but ended up having lunch because of them. So Wang Wu starts to want to skip the meal too, and Baekji is surprised. And Wang Wu says that even if it is temporary, he is the leader of the group, so he needs to protect him. And Baekji says that he is going to the training center, telling him not to worry, and he says that they will also go to the dormitory together since they finished training. And Wang Wu still stays that way, but he just tells him to enjoy dinner, and so everyone they notice that he is very unsure whether to go or not, because he is a glutton. He didn't want to stop. And so one of them says that he and Bong are going and asks him to eat, and he is all happy. And Bong doesn't like that very much, because they decided without even talking to him, and they go after Baekji. So he asks if they are not going to have dinner, and they say that skipping a meal won't kill them, and they came because they were worried since he is the leader, and they can't let him get beaten up around there. And so Baekji says that they are very worried, saying that Cadet 7 won't even be able to eat in peace when he leaves. So Wang Wu continues shitting with hunger, but still continues with them, and in front of the center Baekji says that they don't have to follow him anymore since he is going to the center. So they think that you never know, but Baekji says that they are almost there, but he feels something. They wonder what it was, and he stands in front of the 2, and so they are surrounded by several people, and Baekji noticing how they came with wooden swords. They were probably waiting for him, and so Bong notices that the guy in front of him is Ha Will Myong, who set a trap for them, and in that Baekji sees those who were in his old TM, and they question if he is having fun after abandoning his original group, and so Baekji doesn't have much to do. So one of them questions what they want there, and Myong asks if they really don't know what's going on, asking him to redistribute his badge, and Baekji asks if he thinks he's just going to do what he's asked. Then Myong says that if he doesn't he might get hurt, but he also says that since they are lackeys of the miserable Cadet 7, even if they hand him over, he won't let them go so easily, and Oh Jong doesn't like being called a lackey at all, while Baekji wonders what he's doing, because he may be an innate expert, but it's not enough to fight against 30 advanced cadets, and that Myong, he has a strength similar to his, and with that he starts talking telepathically to Jong, saying that he's going to pass the badge to him, so he should leave with Bong. But Jong asks what he's going to do, so Beck says that it's impossible for all of them to escape, saying that he'll do what he can to hold them back. But then Jong tells him not to be crazy, saying that they'll all leave together. But Beck tells him not to be an idiot, because if they lose the badge, his group will be disbanded again, and if that happens, everything will be in vain. And he says that even if he is the protagonist, he will not get the badge of a senior instructor. But then Myung begins to notice that they must be communicating with sound telepathy, and questions if he thinks he will just watch this happen, telling everyone to charge forward. So Beck quickly throws the badge in Bong's hand and tells him to run away. The boy wonders why him, and Beck, who keeps thinking that he is sorry, because they are angry, because he abandoned them as leader of the group. But he says that he cannot forgive that attitude, going after all of them who are attacking and making a huge mess in their midst, spinning in every direction, going down on everyone. And Myung begins to understand, saying that what he has is still little, wondering if he is still just an innate expert like him. But then Beck shouts at him, saying that there is a chance for them to escape. Bong and Jong also grab everything and run away, but Bong ends up dropping his cap, revealing his bald head. He then orders to get that guy because the bald guy has the badge. However, Bong shouts for someone else, questioning who he called bald. Bekji tells him to shut up and get out of there. Everyone keeps calling him. Bong, while running with Jong, worries him because Bong's movement techniques are slow to lose those guys. So he decides to stop, asking Bong to give him the badge. When he hands it over, he asks Bong to keep running no matter what. He goes the other way while they separate. Bong says that if they catch him, he'll be pulverized. He has to find a way to get to the cafeteria and tell Wang Ho what's going on. He tries to run as fast as he can because he can already see, but then he notices something strange and stops there, looking back and wondering why no one is behind him from him, and so he goes to the cafeteria after Wang Ho, and he asks why Bong is all sweaty. Then he continues panning, saying that they need to go to the training center now, and Wang Ho questions W had happened. Then Bong says it was an ambush, saying that Bekji and Jong are fighting, and everyone is surprised with Wang Ho flying after them, saying that their fears have come true. And when he gets there, he sees Bekji surrounded, and while he is standing in front of all of them, he ends up noticing that Jong was knocked out, and he thinks that it must have been the protagonist's brother who set up that ambush. So he asks how dare he that, while Bong notices that his fears have appeared because one of the heirs appeared there, saying that it seems they have a pest infestation to deal with. But at that, Wang Ho gets pissed off at being insulted, questioning if Jong has the courage to say that after ambushing and conspire against people. But then Bekji tells him to stop, saying that he wasn't the one who attacked them, and so Jong realizes that they are mistaken and says that anyway. He says that they owe him one because they lost the badge and have no chance. And so Bekji thanks him for the help, but says that he won't change his mind. So Jong tells him to just think about the offer, because he will have plenty of time for that. While they leave, Wang Ho falls to the ground relieved, and asks how his wound is, and he says that he is fine, and it wasn't very deep, but they lost the badge, apologizing, and so Bong thinks that Jong held on until the end to protect the badge, and starts to swear very angrily, because he will have plenty of time for that. While they leave, Wang Ho falls to the ground relieved, and asks how his wound is, and he says he's fine, and it wasn't very deep, but they lost the badge, apologizing, and so Bong thinks that Jong held on until the end to protect the badge, and starts to swear very angrily, because he will have plenty of time for that. While they leave, Wang Ho falls to the ground relieved, and asks how his wound is, and he says he's fine, and it wasn't very deep, but they lost the badge, apologizing, and so Bong thinks that Jong held on until the end to protect the badge, and starts to swear very angrily. And sometime later, Wang Ho questions Bekji what happened. Then he tells about when they were being chased, with everyone going after Jong, but he ended up tripping and rolling on the ground, and so his pursuers started grabbing him, trying to take the badge from his hand in every way, but he held on to it, getting beaten. And so it is said that after Bong gave the badge to Jong, he ran a lot, but in the end he was captured and lost. And so, while Bekji was fighting with Myung, he managed to put a lot of pressure on that sucker, and Beck says that he may even be an innate expert, but he couldn't go alone against him. But then he ended up being joined by Myung's friends, who injured his leg, making him fall to the ground. And seeing this, Myung says that it was time for him to take advantage of this. But then Yeo-chan appeared right on time, apologizing for doing this while he was passing by. But then he says that he is someone he has had his eye on for a while, asking why he just didn't. He hands him a beck. But Myung tells him not to get involved in other people's problems, asking if he thinks he can be nosy when they have more numbers. But Yeo-chan apparently doesn't care much about that, walking and beating everyone in front of him, arriving in front of Myung, questioning if he really thinks it doesn't matter that they have a few more lackeys, questioning if he wants to continue challenging him. And so Myung has no other option but to retreat, and even bleeding, Bekji gets up, calling Yeo-chan, saying that he owes him one, and he says that they lost the disjunctives, so he won't get another one, even if he doesn't become his subordinate. But then Beck tells his friends that of course he refused the offer, and that's when they arrive. Then Wonho says he didn't know that Cadet 5 was interested in Beck. Baekji, asking if it's because of the battle of the heirs, but he says that it doesn't matter now, because they are out of options. But then, Wonmin asks if they could gather cadets to return the favor, but then Wonho says they'll have to gather people who are only in it for themselves, as opposed to people who simply want to serve their sovereign, saying that would be against what he wants. But then Wonmin gets down, and Baekji asks what they do now, but Wonho says there's no other way, and Baekji asks if he's talking about Senior's instinct, saying he should know too, that getting his is impossible. Then Wonho says he knows this better than anyone, having fought him personally, and says it's gotten to the point that even the heirs are avoiding him, but they still need to believe in their sovereign, and Baekji wonders if having faith in him while they wait is really their only option. So Bang says he'll take Zhang to the infirmary, and Wonmin tries to help him, but Bang says he needs to say something, telling Wonho that as he also believes in his sovereign, believing in him more than anyone else, but he doesn't think it's fair to simply depend on him, and if they are his servants, they should do something for themselves, and says that if he really has no way until he returns tomorrow, they should at least gather more cadets. And Wonho, hearing this, becomes down in frustration. Then Bang thinks that maybe he was too harsh, but Wonho starts laughing, saying that he is right, saying that they shouldn't depend on him as his servants, they should be his hands and feet, and says that Bang really is the most dedicated. And everyone says they are impressed with him, saying that he actually has good ideas sometimes. And he decides to stop messing around and hurry up, going after some people. And the next morning, around 8 a.m., the instructors go to the protagonist's attention, wondering if he held up well. And when they get there, they tell him that this is the final day of Yeo Won's punishment, asking to open the door. And so he goes to Cadet 7, saying that his punishment is over. But the protagonist is calm there, meditating, opening his eyes and looking at him, and leaving all the instructors surprised. And when the boy comes out, he is even better, and they say that the child's body is undoubtedly better, and says that leaving that aside, these are not the eyes of someone who was trapped in a dark cave for 5 days, saying that his eyes shine more than before. And they also remember to ask what happened to his shirt, but when he shows it that smells so bad, he wonders what that horrible smell is, asking what he did with the shirt, throwing that thing away. And inside, they look at the whole cave, saying that there is nothing out of the ordinary, and they decide to just go down while the protagonist is relieved, because thank goodness they missed the hole that he covered with rocks. And so he asks how many badges are left, and the instructors notice that he hasn't given up yet, and say that there is only one left. And the protagonist thinks that this one must be the serious instructors, and the instructor says that he should already know that his badge is not the only solution, and the protagonist says he knows that, saying that he can go after other cadets, but talks to the instructor, saying that he wants to go to Rajanshan now, and so they are surprised, but ask the protagonist to take a shower first, because the little thing is literally, but apart from the part that he smells like a skunk, he asks the boy if he has lost his mind, because he shouldn't be hasty, telling him to do something that is within his capabilities, and the other instructor says he's right, telling him not to do more than he can, telling him not to do that kind of thing just because he's desperate, but the protagonist just thanks the advice, saying that if it really seems difficult, he'll give up during the fight, so he asks to be given a chance. And then one of the instructors starts saying that this kid hasn't learned anything from the punishment, asking why he'll accept such a difficult challenge. And so he questions about giving up during a fight, wondering if the serious instructor would really have so much mercy on his hands, and since he's so convinced, he has no choice, asking the boy to avoid getting hurt if possible, otherwise he won't have any chance. And so he says he promises to take that into consideration, and a while later, Bang is trying to call someone to serve Cadet 7, but then he says he must be crazy, asking if he was imagining what kind of shit he wanted to tell him, telling Bang to get lost. Then he stays back, noticing that it's his 4th rejection, and gets down, saying he'll try some more. But before he can do anything, he notices a commotion and wonders what's going on, wondering if there's a problem, and when he looks, it's Silso approaching, and they question what he's doing there, asking if he's really going to challenge that instructor seriously, noticing that his punishment is over, wondering if it's against that guy right away. And so Hojin comes out in front of everyone, and they're surprised. And he notices that it's Cadet 7, and he thinks that for one of his top duel candidates to come alone is a pretty happy thing. And the protagonist greets the instructor, and he says it's been a while, saying it was a good job to endure the detention center, asking if the protagonist wants to fight using a wooden sword or prefers only his hands. And so the protagonist says he wants only his hands, and they agree to begin. And everyone is excited about that challenge, while Bang is surprised and fearful about it. And so Hojin summons his ki, putting himself in a battle pose, and everyone notices that he has a very strong fighting spirit, wondering if Cadet 7 will be able to defeat him, saying that even Cadet 5 gave up, but the protagonist says he lost a lot with the punishment, and to gain the support of the cadets, he needs to do this. And so Hojin calls Andrevia, saying he will let him have the first attack. And the protagonist reminds him that in the cult, power is everything and it is the best strategy, so the only thing he has to do is prove that he is skilled. And he tells Hojin that he is eager to fight him, but when he exhales, he appears in front of him with a single jolt, getting close to Hojin and leaving him surprised. And he notices that this is very fast, but he still says that he has already analyzed his blade skills completely, trying to attack the protagonist. But the protagonist quickly manages to activate the key in his finger, stopping Hojin's attack, knocking aside that attack, throwing his hand to the side, and so he is surprised, because he used a sword skill instead of a blade skill, and while Hojin is surprised, the protagonist continues to attack him, pressuring him, and Hojin notices that he is nullifying the fifth sword movement by movement, and he is not only reacting quickly. So he tells the boy that since he knows how to use techniques of this level, he thinks he won't mind if he level up, being even more excited and increasing the pressure using the 7 demon swords for techniques and the simultaneous release. And everyone notices that from the first to the fourth, he did all of them simultaneously, creating several combinations, being surprised that that is the demon sword of a martial master. But then the protagonist uses the art of the demonic celestial sword, and everyone, as they question what was up with him stopping all of Jin Chan's attacks, pushing him to the max. But then when he notices something strange, he notices that this sword technique he can't block, and he needs to prepare his defensive key, being hit and thrown into the air by the protagonist, and everyone there is left without anything to do, with Jinshin falling behind him after receiving that attack. And the protagonist thinks it was exactly like augmented reality, and the 7 swords and the destructive sword are similar, and so Jinshin starts to get pissed, summoning even more ki, and Jin notices that the destructor's fighting spirit hasn't diminished, saying that the duel isn't over yet, and Jinshan thinks it was a good thing he used the key of the 10 stars to withstand the attack, because if he had been using the real sword, he would have died, noting that even though he didn't use his special techniques, he didn't go easy on the boy either, and says he should praise Yowan, increasing the pressure even more because the boy made him want to duel with everything he has. And so the protagonist notices that he expelled all his ki, and he assumes another posture, and this time things are getting heavier and heavier, and the protagonist says he heard that more martial artists can expel other people's ki from their bodies, and this fight won't end just because he hit him first. And Jin Chan has a psychopathic face looking at Yowan, saying that now, why doesn't he have some more fun? But he feels something making him stop, and so all his pressure disappears, and the protagonist wonders what's going on. And because he is decreasing the fighting spirit, and so Jinshan says he is extremely impressed, and says that he is the perfect example of someone who improves every day, and thinks that perhaps a monster that defies the imagination of the main lineage has been born. And so he simply cancels any plan he had and hands over his fate to the protagonist, saying that as an instructor he admits that he lost today, saying that he is more than qualified to be Lilia, and so he thanks the instructor, and everyone notices that he really succeeded, being surprised by this outcome that the fight had. And Bong in turn almost cries, calling his sovereign, saying that they have been waiting for his return. And the protagonist apologizes for worrying, and he says no, apologizing again. And Hojin is happy with the outcome until Baekji goes to the protagonist, and the protagonist wonders what he wants, because it seems that he has something to say, if questioning this is important. And so Baekji kneels in front of him, so everyone is surprised about this, and he wonders what the hell is this. And Baekji says he wants to show his gratitude, and he tells everyone that he was saved from the Veleno clan by the young master, Jin and Yowan. And everyone is surprised by this, noticing that they poison Cadet 18, asking what he is talking about. And then Baekji says that seeing the young master in the prison in the detention center after he saved him, he felt emotional, and the protagonist asks why he is talking like that, and everyone starts to gossip, noticing that Cadet 7 did that for Cadet 18, also asking why he would be kneeling, wondering why they did this to him. And Baekji tells the protagonist that he swears to dedicate his life to serving the young master as his loyal servant, all red. And so the protagonist begins to understand, noticing that he made this plan alone, and everyone starts gossiping, noticing that Cadet 18 is 7's servant, so they notice that it was all to protect his servant, all for the good of his men. And so Wonho says that Baekji did a good job, but says that his speech was kind of embarrassing, and Baekji says that this is the last time he will accept this idea of his, while Wonho notes that it is understandable. And so the other instructor goes to talk to Hojin, asking if he will be okay, and Hojin asks if he thinks he is embarrassed or something, saying that he deserved the badge with his skills in a fair fight. And then the other says that he is an incredible boy for having learned such a wonderful technique, wondering if he thinks he learned it from a proper guardian too. But then he says that maybe, and since he is a grandmaster, it is very likely. So the instructor is left wondering why someone renowned for his blade techniques would teach a sword technique to his student. And so he asks if Hojin doesn't go to the office, and he tells him to go ahead because he goes to get some fresh air. And when he gets up there, he ends up meeting Myung, and he says that Hojin has finally arrived. And he remembers when Myung told him to stop right there, wondering if Myung hadn't told him telepathically that he lost control. And Myung says that anyone would have reacted the same way when facing such a technique. And in his youth he fought hundreds of battles against the forces of justice and evil, and obviously he fought alongside his lord many times. Then he says that seeing as he helped the lord personally as a guardian, he is sure he knows this more than him, and that technique used by Yoan, if his eyes are not deceived, is the same as the lord's celestial demonic technique, and in fact, maybe even better. And it is said about the celestial demonic sword technique, and how the sword technique's created by the founder of the demonic cult. The demon celestial swords are the cult's best techniques, passed down only to the lords. They say the ancestor, the greatest martial arts genius of his time, ruled as the greatest martial artist thanks to his techniques. Myung thinks that although it's similar to the demonic celestial sword techniques, at first it's actually much better, and it's a sword technique that surpasses even the lord's demonic celestial sword. He asks how this child could have that, wondering if he could have learned it from the sapphire monolith that they say hides the ancestors' epiphany. However, he knows they're badly damaged with sword marks, and he's looked at it thousands of times and still can't understand anything. So he wonders how the boy managed it. Hojin talks to the director, but Myung cuts him off, telling them to keep it a secret for now. Hojin realizes he thinks the same way, and says he also thinks it's the best thing to do for now. Meanwhile, a girl goes to talk to the protagonist, saying she was moved after hearing about the sacrifice he made for his subordinate, and says she heard he is recruiting talented people, regardless of gender, to the clan. And Ho Sang of the Axe clan says that if he accepts her, she promises to dedicate her entire life to serving him. Then Wonho starts to get all red looking at her, and Beck wonders why he is like that, while the boy looks like he is drying meat on the fire. And then another girl also arrives and introduces herself to the protagonist, saying that her martial arts may not be the best, but if he accepts her, he swears eternal loyalty. And so the protagonist says that anyone can improve their martial arts, but more importantly, he is happy that he wants to serve him, welcoming the boy to the group. And so he says he is Jin Guk, saying that he is the eldest son of the Jin family, and swears to be his eternal servant, thanking the boy. But Bong wonders if he is not exaggerating a bit, while both Wonho and Beck and Ji notice that they have found another Bong, and so they think that this is bad because there are still 3 people missing, and he thought more people would be interested. But since the sovereign got another badge, it will only be a matter of time before more people join. So the protagonist asks where the other subordinates are, and so Beck doesn't have much to say, while Wonho says that first they should find a private place to talk. And so everyone goes there, and the protagonist begins to understand the situation, noticing that Wonshu and Ho Dami and Woong left. And he thanks Shin and Yumin more for their effort in trying to persuade more people, and they thank him for returning safely. But then the protagonist asks where Jong is, and everyone feels bad about this question. But the protagonist asks them anyway to tell him what happened. Then he says that's why Jong is hospitalized. Then he notices that Myung still hasn't lost his longing, but Beck, seeing him calm, notices that the protagonist is different from before, because he's still angry, but he's keeping his killing intent stable under control, noting that he probably won't be reckless like before. And Wonho questions what he would like to do, while the protagonist thinks that the academy wanted to make the cadets fight for the badges, and he thinks that even though he's kind of a jerk, he can't say that his actions were wrong. But it seems that none of them will want to forgive him. And he says that since he owes one to him, it's time to pay off his debt. And Baekji begins to wonder if the protagonist has truly changed. Meanwhile, one of Ho Chan's henchmen says that, as he asked, they angered Myung by taking Baekji's badge. So, Myung asked if he was the leader of his group. Ho Chen finds something strange, but doesn't care much. However, the boy notices that he asked about Yubao, saying that he was hospitalized due to severe internal injuries, but says that there is something more important. Ho Chen asks if he really thinks he will break his promise, so he gives him the badges, but also says that it turns out that he didn't fully fulfill his promise. The boy asks what he means. Ho Chan then says that the deal was for him to help win Baekji over, asking if he is there now. The boy, without much to do, then frustrated, asks what Ho Chan wants him to do exactly. Ho Chan says that he doesn't need anything to grant, saying that probably to get Baekji he needs to prove even greater desperation. Then, that kid realizes that Ho Chan is rotten to the core, and Ho Chan asks if he knows what he means, because he needs to experience the bad things to recognize the good things. And now that he thinks about it, he really doesn't have anyone capable of becoming the leader of the group, especially since Jong-soo was obliterated, so the kid almost doesn't believe it. And Ho Chang calls Yeon-pa, saying that he will give him another chance, and the kid is all happy. Then Yeon-pa tells him to get those men and finish off Baekji, ordering him to finish off the group on day 1 and get their badge, asking if he already knows how to do it, and says that it's better for him not to make a stupid mistake like before. Then Yeon-pa says that he promises not to disappoint him, and Yeon-chan says that if they can get their badge, they should form a group with those men under his command, and with that they can still become the leader of the group. saying that it's good for both of them. And so that kid realizes that he wants him to influence his lackeys, becoming totally frustrated. Meanwhile, in another corner, with the group training, they arrive talking about Myung, asking if he is the leader from Group 6, and so Yeonpa arrives saying he is Cadet 200, introducing himself to him. But Myung notices that other boy back there, who notices that the guys behind him are the same ones who helped him chase Baekji yesterday, asking what they want. And so Yeonpa says he will be direct, saying that he would like to ask for his help, as he needs a badge to pass the third test. But Myung tells him not to make him laugh, asking why he would help if there is no advantage for him, telling him to stop disrupting his training and get out. But Yeonpa asks what he would think if he said he was behind Ian's group, and Myung starts to get a little more interested, and Yeonpa senses it, saying that personally he owes Ian a lot. Of this, he went through a lot because of the boy, and if they get his badge, his group will be disbanded. He wonders who will follow someone who lost the group twice, and Yeonpa says that naturally, the chances of them being disqualified without being able to take the third test increase a lot. And Myung notices that he wants to finish what he started yesterday. But that guy's skills are too much, and he asks if he has no choice but to cooperate. And Myung ends up accepting, while Yeonpa thanks him for making a wise decision. But then Myung asks when they will attack him, and Yeonpa says it will be now, with Myung getting excited about it, saying that he likes his style. Meanwhile, the protagonist is with his gang, and out of nowhere those crazy people arrive with a heavy goat, calling the protagonist gang miserable rats, saying that they love to hide in the mountains. But the protagonist says that he was going to look for them, but thanks them for coming there on their own. And Myung asks why he is smiling, questioning if he does not understand his situation. But the protagonist says that the one who should be saying that, and at that boy who could no longer stand everything that was happening, orders them to lower their swords, and both Yeonpa and Myung are surprised by this, with everyone surrounding him, and they complain about what is happening, and the protagonist asks why they again, who's the real idiot there. And so, for hours ago, in the empty field behind the training center for specialists, that kid goes to Pyonghuk asking if he'll be okay alone. He says there's nothing he can do, since they told him to go alone. So, he says he just has a bad impression. However, Pyong says they can make their own group with the badge, but the kid says that just one isn't enough for the 20, and it could even be a reason for a fight between them. But Pyonghuk says that doesn't mean they can stay there and do nothing about it, and he begins to understand. But Pyonghuk continues saying that, also to survive, they can't be afraid to get their hands dirty, because it will be their end if they give up just because they're weak. And the kid remains hesitant, saying that using their former leader as a bargaining chip is too much. However, Pyonghuk says they can't cry over spilled milk, so he tells him to stop worrying about the group, and says he promises to give him a place when he's leader. Group. But then the protagonist appears there asking them to wait, and they are surprised. Then the protagonist questions why they are so alarmed, with everyone surrounding him. And so Beck asks if he made a daring agreement, and everyone is surprised to see him here, asking if they want revenge for yesterday. But Wonho doesn't like this talk at all, asking if he thinks he won't avenge him after being used as a dirty rat. And so they notice that Beck and even Shinwon and Wonho are there, and they start gossiping about him destroying and making him nervous, saying that it would be good to avoid him at all cost, because look how many people he took to the infirmary. But Pyonghuk starts saying that his numbers are higher, and the protagonist says that what it looks like, he really is an idiot, because he is saying something like that right in front of him. The protagonist goes after him, getting so close that he doesn't even have time to react. And when the protagonist gets close to that boy, he holds his arm, trying to control his power as much as possible, because if he punches too hard, he will break that kid into millions of pieces. And when he hits the boy, he bleeds, and is thrown far away by a single punch from the protagonist, leaving all the opponents open-mouthed, and the kid rolls away while his friend calls Pyonghuk. And when he falls to the ground, the protagonist realizes that perhaps he didn't hold on as he was thinking. But while everyone is shocked, Bong goes to that boy asking where the badge is, exactly the one they took yesterday after breaking all of Ojong's fingers. But then, the boy says that the one who has it is Mia Ong's 108-year-old chair, and that is exactly as Wonho expected. And the protagonist says that there is no way that ambitious guy would leave it with those guys. So Bong starts hitting the boy, but Beck asks him to stop, and Bong tells him to let him go, questioning if he got sentimental because of his old group. But then Beck tells him to wait, saying that what they said about making a deal with his name. But the boy says that Chen told them to put him in check, attacking him and stealing the badge, and the protagonist is surprised by this, while Beck does not believe it, because he thought he had nothing more to do with him, to think that all this was part of his scheme. And Beck asks the boy if he was promised a badge in exchange, and he starts to say that he's sorry. But Beck says they're all trash, and Bong continues beating him up, saying he's going to do to him the same thing he did to Jong. But at that, Wano tells him to wait, and Bong questions what he wants. But then Wano asks if he thinks just beating that guy is enough, telling him to trust him, because they can fool all of them. him. And he talks to KD from 670, asking if he really believes the words of the young master and Chan. And he questions what the boy means by that, and Wonho asks if he really thinks he's going to give him a badge, but then he says that the young master made a promise. And Wonho says he already understood, saying that since they're a group of 20, he must have promised 2 badges, but the boy doesn't say that's true, and everyone starts a riot, noticing that they're only going to get 1 badge, and they tell 670 that he said they were in this together, and said that they would put him in the group even if they weren't going to the ambush. Then Wonho says that first, they were tricked, and now they are fighting among themselves, and 670 asks how they mean trick. And Wonho questions if he really thinks Chan didn't know about that problem, and if they fight among themselves, they will be doing what he wants. And everyone finally realizes that they are really just pawns in the game. And Wonho likes the situation, asking if they are just going to keep yelling, saying that if they are really angry, they should take revenge. And so in the present moment, 670 orders them to lower their swords along with his entire gang, and Wonho asks what that means. And 670 questions if he really thinks he could get a badge as collateral. Then he says that he must think they are idiots. And Wonho begins to notice that what it looks like is him letting someone convince them. And so Wonho questions about it, saying that he couldn't even get the instructor's badge because he lacks skill, asking how he dares to say that when he's a rat that ambushes people in a group. And upon hearing this, Myung gets pissed, gnashing his teeth, asking how he dares to say that he has no skill, while they were being rats with a tail between their legs. But then Wonho starts laughing, saying that he agrees with him no matter what, he won't run like a rat, and says that it's even good, because they have no intention of letting him go. And the big boy gets more and more pissed, and the protagonist looks at him with a not-so-friendly face, making Myung question how they got to this point, saying that it wasn't the time to be proud, questioning if he should try to escape, but he realizes that if he abandons his group there, he won't be able to pass the 3rd test. And then Ioma also gets frustrated, because if he fails this time, he will lose all chances of serving Liu Jin, and he thinks he needs to persuade them to avoid this. And then he talks to Galen, Ian, saying that there was a bad thing understood, because Liu Jin said he was going to make them his servants, asking why they don't believe him. But then Gao questions if that means he's going to give badges to all of them, and Iompa doesn't quite understand. And Gao says that to accept 19 people as subordinates, he needs 2 badges, and Iompa ends up noting that that's why he betrayed them, wondering what he should do, because if he doesn't persuade them there, he'll fail the mission, but he can't promise anything alone. And Iompa questions how about they make a deal, because he'll ask him personally, and then they can receive 2 badges. And Gao starts to hesitate when he knows he's going to ask, so Iompa says that since he can ask, it's not a lie, and of course, it will be Ian Jin who will decide or not. So they think this is a very attractive bet, but Gao questions if he'll be able to handle that. And then Iompa asks handle what, and the protagonist shows that he will have to endure, game behind him, saying that Gao said if he will be able to handle him. Then Iompa wonders what the hell is this, and almost gets hit, barely escaping. And in that Myung goes all out against the protagonist with his wooden sword, but the protagonist doesn't even dodge, catching it with his hand and breaking it in front of him. Then Myung wonders how he did that, because it is a wooden sword imbued with 2 7 stars. But while he is looking like a surprised ass, he receives a blow to the side that almost breaks his ribs, throwing him away and falling to the ground. He looks at Baekhyun in front of him, saying that he will be his opponent, and Myung gets pissed, saying that he made a surprise attack, noticing that his rib broke again, so he thinks that they are at a clear disadvantage, but running is not the option, at least for him, because his gallery is running in fear and leaving Iompa behind. And they think that even if it's not a joke, they're going to face Yeowon's monstrous group, thinking that they have to find a way to get past group 12 and escape. Then Myung questions what they think they're doing, screaming angrily, but Baekhyun tells him not to get distracted, and he goes all out on Myung, who could only use one hand to defend himself. Then Wonho says that it's time for them to start, along with Bong, and also that new girl who is full of hate wanting to make her debut, and with all of them going after. The victory is very easy, and Iompa will getting more and more pressured, with Myung also receiving more blows to his ribcage. Then Iompa asks how they got to this, because they lost, and there will be no way out, saying that resisting will only make the situation worse. And if they can't win, he throws his sword to the ground, bowing to the protagonist, and saying that he surrenders, saying that victory is his. But then the protagonist questions the meaning of this. Iompa says that the results have already been decided, and asked what they can do if they have already lost, saying that the protagonist defeated them, ordering him to show mercy as a great candidate for the throne. Iompa says that no matter how angry he is, he will have to go easy on someone who surrendered. But then the protagonist questions about mercy, grabbing Iompa's head, grabbing the cowardly little brat by the hair, and asking him why he has to accept this. Because if he doesn't want to fight, he should have acted like a rat. Iompa, trembling like Vara Verdi, asks what he's doing against an opponent who surrendered. But the protagonist tells him to be quiet and sinks his face into the ground. and everyone around trembles in fear upon hearing what the boy is doing, and with a pool of blood already forming on the ground. The protagonist tells him that he must pay for messing with someone he shouldn't have, and says that he hasn't even started yet, while Iompa is already crying. So the protagonist continues massacring him, and Iompa, who has already lost Arabera, calls the protagonist a fucking asshole, asking if he thinks Chan will let it go, but the protagonist doesn't even react to this. And so Iompa wonders if he went too far, but still continues to think that Chan currently commands the largest faction in the academy, and he has no choice but to wait for Chan and Ian to get at least a little scared, and the protagonist thanks him for the warning. And so he begins to think that forgot, because he's the guy who broke all of Jensen's bones, and sinks Iompa's face back into the ground. Because apparently I don't think there's going to be much talking to him. And after that they left the kid there lying there unconscious, passed out or dead, I don't know, with that beating, probably dead from the strange beam. And the protagonist says that for him to faint, with just that, if he used all his strength, he would crush his head. And so with all the opponents already kneeling in front of the protagonist, they start to tremble with fear of what's to come. And the protagonist questions about Myong, and so he is pulled there. And Beck says that he was resisting a lot, so they activated his paralysis pressure points and left him mute. And Myong starts to tremble with hatred, thinking that if his rib wasn't broken he could do something, and Beck asks if he should let him speak, but the protagonist says no, saying that he is okay, saying you don't want to hear anything from that sucker. So he just grabs the kid's hand, lifts it into Myong's hand, and he starts to get scared about this, about what the protagonist is going to do. And so he just grabs one of his fingers and breaks it back, bending it like an L, and the kid goes to hell and back, only with his pain, and starts screaming. Then the protagonist tells him to be quiet, tells him not to make a fuss just because of his little finger, and asks if it hurt, but then says that there is another one breaking the other. And so Myong bites his mouth to bear the pain, starting to bleed with a look of hate in his eyes, and thinks that the protagonist is crazy. And Jin looks at him full of hate, saying that Zhang felt as much pain as he did. In fact, since they beat him brutally, he must be in even more pain. And everyone there starts to get scared, because they were the ones who did it, thinking that they are screwed, and everyone thinks they are the shit, cursing the protagonist mentally. And Myong starts to swear to kill the protagonist, full of hate in his lungs, saying that he will kill no matter what. But the protagonist simply smiles at him while he is full of swagger, until he leaves him, slaps Myong in the face, almost disfiguring the boy. Then the protagonist says he's going to give them an order, telling them to break a leg and all the fingers of Myong's entire group. Not for nothing, but what the physiotherapy guys get at this place is a joke. The amount of after effects the protagonist leaves us with, Jesus Christ, this guy is not joking. And all the prisoners, hearing this, almost shit themselves. So Gal thinks that if he had let Iampad convince him earlier, they would probably be suffering the same fate. As the protagonist leaves the scene, Myong is filled with hatred, with almost his entire body already consumed, until he enters berserker mode, and Bong notices that he has stood up. While he is exuding that blood-red aura, Bong calls his sovereign, but he goes all out, and the protagonist turns around with Myong almost on top of him. But while this demonic possession is happening on the other side, the Juchan gang is just training, and he finds something strange in the training, because they practice the 7 demonic swords as it's said in the secret book, but it doesn't seem right. And they are all advanced artists, so they should have already mastered the technique. But he wonders why they are unable to recreate the special synergy of that formation, and with that he calls everyone to take a break, because he will have to read the secret book a little more. So he talks to Gungpil and asks him what his opinion is as a spectator, asking if he thinks they did the right thing, training in the correct way. Then Gungpil starts to get afraid to speak, and Juchan says that it's okay, telling him not to worry about telling him what he thinks. Then Gungpil says that, to be honest, it seems like they were all just doing the same technique at the same time. He doesn't have the authority to say, since he's never seen it performed correctly, but it seems normal to him. So Juchan notes that he thinks so too. But someone comes calling him, and so everyone comes broken in his lap, and they ask who those are. That one of the students with his face bandaged, covered in blood, only with an eye showing, tells the young master that it is him, and he recognizes Gungpil's voice and questions what happened to his face and who he is carrying. And so Myong is thrown to the ground, still in his demonic form, but this time already unconscious, and Juchan is horrified by that scene. And they all start to check the fallen people and notice that it is Wonho, Beck, and all of Il-won's subordinates, and question who that is, and so they say it is Il-won. And in this, Juchan is happy, asking what he did to make him like that. And he says that if it weren't for Myong, it would be Hyzen. And he's been learning the reverse blood demon technique, and Juchan is surprised by this. And it's said that the reverse blood demon technique is a key control technique that makes you stronger by reversing the flow of your blood points, and it causes damage to your Kai points as you use it, and drives the user insane, and was eventually designated as a dangerous art even in the cult. And Juchan notices that that guy really is an idiot, and bets that he went crazy attacking enemies and allies without distinction. So he thinks that in any case he did a good job, because he didn't expect so much from them. So he was impressed, but says that before taking the supposed protagonist to the infirmary, he starts making several cuts on him, betting that having his tendons cut hurts, but says that unlike him, he will leave his dantian intact. And so Gal notices that he cut the tendons of someone who is already pretty screwed up, saying that that guy is horrible, saying that he really has no mercy. And so he begins to take the cloth off the supposed protagonist's face, asking if he isn't grateful, but when he sees it, he is shocked, noticing that that one is Yunpa, and he wonders what the hell is going on. But the real protagonist goes for him, hitting Juchan in the face, punching him hard and throwing him away. Then Juchan's group, who didn't notice that that one isn't Yunpa, asks what the meaning of this is. But then one who gets up, throwing everyone away. They notice that he is fine and wonder what the hell is this, and how he is fine. And so one who orders everyone to get up. And Sunhwa says that it was quick, because he thought they were going to stay lying down a while longer, and Baek notes that everything went as planned, and Jilan realizes that they tricked them, but questions how much the master and Tian are, asking if he was knocked out, but they also remember something strange, asking how much Group 12 is, saying that they were the ones who brought those guys there. But Gal is also on the protagonist's side, and they question if the boy dares to betray his master, saying that he is a snake. But then the protagonist says he can't believe they had that much faith in a guy, taking the cloth off his face, saying that maybe he doesn't even need it. And everyone notices that it is Yeo one who made his whole plan work so well. And going back to the moment when Myung jumped on the protagonist, Bang was desperate, but Baek acted quickly, managing to land a kick, stopping the boy. But that kick wasn't enough. Baek ended up being thrown away. Then he notices that that recoil was very powerful, saying that for a person to increase so much, it must be something absurd. And so he tries to attack again, but the protagonist simply manages to get behind him and grab the boy's arm. And so Myung is surprised, turning his back, but the protagonist already had a plan, and quickly, without even noticing what happened, Myung was already seeing the world upside down, and the protagonist was taking him on a space ride, taking him into the air, and with that, he slams Myung's back into the ground, making him spit blood out, and so he jumps and punches the boy again, sinking Myung's face, and surely that kind of thing should kill. In a normal world, he had traumatic brain injury, but the protagonist says that he probably didn't die, since his body is more resistant thanks to the demonic blood. And so he questions his protagonist. Well, he tells them not to worry. And Bong notes that this is the reverse bloody demonic technique, saying that it is the first every time he sees it, and Wonho says that a ban art in Kodo, he will certainly be expelled from the academy, and questions about the rest of them, and so he says that he has already taken care of everyone, with all their fingers broken and well tortured, and they think they just have to take them to the infirmary now. So Bong says that now that they have avenged Zhang and found the real culprit, they should do something, but Wonho tells Bong to calm down, understanding that he is frustrated, but says that he lacks the power to fight them now, and Wonho agrees with him, saying that they not only need to equalize the numbers, but have at least 2 more experts in naturals like Beck and Ji to think about fighting them. But Sunhwa questions if he and Wonho wouldn't be able to face an expert and natural together. And so the kid gets all red with her touching, and Min starts to notice the atmosphere. So Gal says that if he needs more people, they can help, and all 3 look at them. So they thank Gal, saying that even with the help of his group, it will be dangerous. They think there is no way, and they will take them to the infirmary and plan revenge later. But then they think if only they had more specialists and natural, but the protagonist tells everyone to prepare because they will attack Eugene now. And so Wonho asks if he thought of a plan and tells him that of course he did, and at that moment they are surprised because the protagonist voice was the same as Yumpa's, and at that moment Nano deactivates the voice change, and he ends up almost not being able to speak the same, but returns to his normal voice. And everyone notices that his voice was changing, and everyone is amazed and asks how they did it. And they all say that their faces are priceless, and they get pissed, asking how they dare to do that kind of exchange. And Jinyu goes after him full of hatred, having the somewhat mistaken idea that he could kill the protagonist. But he only defends himself with 2 fingers, and he thinks there's no way he can win, noticing that he blocked his fist techniques very easily, and the protagonist goes to him, grabbing the badge, taking it off very easily, and so he tries to do something. But the protagonist punches him in the middle of his chest, throwing the crazy guy back with all his strength, making him vomit blood, and the protagonist thinks that may be because he's an innate expert that he didn't fall with a single blow, and goes after him. But then Nano warns him that a powerful powerful energy is forming behind him, and he turns quickly and asks everyone to duck, and they duck quickly, fleeing from that attack, and the protagonist uses his ki to be able to stop that blade, surprising everyone around him, and the protagonist says that Chan is doing badly, making a disgrace, and he says that he just wanted to get revenge for the surprise attack, and so Jiang questions if he finally woke up, saying that he took a while, and Chen questions if he's telling him that he waited. Then he says he didn't want him to use the surprise attack as an excuse for his defeat, and Chan thinks he was a kid when he found him in front of the training center, saying that this is very fast growth, and thinks he should have ripped off his arm a long time ago, and he says he'll do it before the protagonist gets stronger than him, and so everyone thinks that for Chan to be so serious, he considers Yowon a worthy opponent, and Wanho thinks that if his sovereign loses there, it will be the end of the group. But when they are face to face, Chan disappears, going after the protagonist using the demonic ghost blade technique. Second technique, ghost blade attack, and the protagonist seeing this notices that this is the technique of the Blade clan that can rival the butterfly dance, thinking that his fighting spirit is immense, noticing that it would be foolish not to use everything he has against such a strong opponent, and he really goes with everything he can against Yowon, defending his attack, and he thinks he will respond to it with a sword technique, and so Yowon is surprised that he can use a key sword, starting to wonder what the protagonist is planning, and when he throws Yowon's arm away, he attacks with another, thinking that just as Yowon is thinking, the ghost blade is not so simple for him to block with a common sword technique. As he attacks, Yochen's hand makes a curve, leaving the protagonist surprised. Then that curve acts as if it were a snake going towards the protagonist, who defends himself with great difficulty if thrown away. And everyone celebrates the pressure that Yochen is putting on the protagonist, while Wanho and the others are worried. And Yowon says that he had thought he had nullified his move, but he ended up attacking him from a different angle, and says that this kind of move would tear someone's arm, thinking that Yochen's arm must be very well trained. He also has a little more internal energy than him, and the protagonist thinks that honestly, he could have fought a senior officer. But then in the meantime, Yochen starts to smile, saying that he is lucky or admired for rip off his arm in that attack, asking why he doesn't stop playing around with that incomplete technique, which he clearly isn't used to, and uses the butterfly dance. But the protagonist questions what incomplete sword technique that is. So Yochen asks if he really thinks he wouldn't recognize it. Then the protagonist notes that he recognized the sapphire monolith's destructive sword technique, and Yochen says that he seems to be miming this example of the 7 demonic swords shown by the instructors, but says that it won't work on him. However, the protagonist notes that it seems he hasn't discovered anything, and he starts saying that he will only use 5 techniques, and if he continues to be stubborn using the 7 incomplete demonic swords, he will say goodbye to his right arm after 5 techniques. And the protagonist asks if he wants to bet, because since he is saying that he can defeat his incomplete technique with 5 moves, it must be a pretty advantageous bet. Then, so Yochen tells him to state the conditions, which the protagonist says they're going to bet their badges, and Yochen starts laughing, saying he's a fun guy, but says that since he has for badges, they have to make it fair, because if he wins he'll take Baekji with him. And so Baekji thinks that this asshole keeps screwing his balls, so Yochen asks him if everything is okay, and Baekji starts to get fearful that the protagonist is worth the bet. But then he looks at the protagonist's face and notices that he has a very serious expression, and ends up noticing that maybe he can trust Awin, and so they notice that now they have a bet, and Yochen even says that he'll let him have their first attack, and the protagonist notices that he's quite cocky, and Yochen just tells him to shut up and go for it, and the protagonist actually goes while he tries to defend himself, but the boy aims a stab in the face, and so Yochen calls him a fool, saying that his stubbornness will cost him everything he has. After all, the protagonist probably doesn't even know how Manhwa reads the secret book of the 7 demonic swords to fight the instructor, and says he already knows all the flaws. So he starts trying to use the 4th technique's demonic ghost blade attack, the ghost blade wisp, but then as he clashes, Yochen feels something different, because the protagonist is putting a lot of pressure on him, and when Awin raises his hand, Yochen wonders what's going on, and the protagonist goes all out on him, putting even more pressure, pushing him back, and Yochen wonders what happened and if these are really the 7 swords, asking that as the technique continues. It gets harder to block, and the protagonist keeps putting even more pressure, becoming more and more badass, and Yochen thinks that if it's come to this, he'll have to escape, getting back and activating his 5th technique's demonic blade attack. But he doesn't have time for that, because the protagonist keeps putting absurd pressure, and he wonders how he is so fast. As he goes backwards, he ends up realizing that shit went wrong, while the protagonist spins his sword. Yochen realizes that he is being pressured, and when he descends again, his attack begins to hit Yochen, who feels an absurd pain, having his whole body chopped up, and with that the protagonist makes an X all over his body, cutting his arm, leg, and everything on his side. Then he sticks the sword in Yochen with a serious look and tears off his arm. Yes, another one for rehabilitation. While viewing his arm in third person, it is said that the blade candidate, Yochin, contrary to his irreverent personality, was a genius who trained hard and worked hard. Being a natural expert upon entering the academy, his efforts led him to the level of a true expert, which shocked the other cadets. The subordinates who followed him were certain he was the best candidate. But upon seeing his arm flying, Yochin is shocked by this and begins to scream, crying in pain, and then the protagonist announces that he won the bet, and everyone can't believe what's happening, as the young master lost, asking how this could have happened, and they say it was with the technique. So Yochin uses his ki to stop the bleeding. Everyone tries to get close to him, but the protagonist places his ki sword to Yochin's neck and tells him that if he takes one more step, he will cut off his remaining arm. Man, the guy has very few ideas and he doesn't want to know anything, nothing. And where they ask everyone to step aside, and the protagonist tells him to give him what he promised, and Yochin asks how he did it, questioning how he performed such an incredible technique with only the 7 demonic swords. But the protagonist thinks about these swords and he says that he is using only that, but the protagonist says that if that is what it seemed to him, then he is not strong enough to discuss sword techniques. And with that, Yochin remembers that he is paraphrasing something that he himself already said to the protagonist, because he told Yowon that he was not strong enough to threaten him like that. And with that, the boy's heart almost breaks, and he begins to feel frustrated because he pushed himself so hard to be the next lord. So he orders the devices to be handed over, and they stay like that. And so he talks to Yowon, telling him not to think that this is the end, but faints from the loss of blood. And Yochin's lackey doesn't have the courage to speak, but keeps swearing to the protagonist, telling him to wait, because someday they'll return it. And he gives the badge to the protagonist full of hatred, and says that as the young master said, he shouldn't think that this is the end. But the protagonist is so out of ideas that he punches that kid who's swearing to him in front of him, and really thought it wouldn't come to anything, knocking him to the ground, drawing blood. And so he starts cursing the protagonist, saying that they kept that promise, wondering what that means. And he says that he didn't promise to finish everything when he got the devices, and they start to understand, and the protagonist says that he learned a great lesson from Yochin about not leaving loose ends. And so the kid starts to notice that the protagonist is very spiteful, saying that this doesn't mean he should do that to the opponent he lost, but he gets beaten up again by the protagonist is thrown away, and he falls down stinking with his jaw all broken, and Owen asks if it's okay when they do it, but when someone else does it, it's spiteful, saying they're hypocritical, ordering all the olds to be captured and broken. And so the protagonist gang goes up against those attacks, trembling with fear, and everyone ends up completely broken in the end. And so the protagonist gives them their badges, and Gal asks why he's dealing with this, and he says he has no reason to stay with them. And then Gal realizes that in this place, everything is about survival of the fittest, and he shouldn't have given them anything, thinking that the guy in front of him is truly destined for greatness. And Gal thinks that because of that event, they will surely be targeted by the Blade clan, and if that's the case, he starts to ask if it wouldn't be better to help him become the next lord. And then they kneel before the protagonist, and he questions what everyone are doing while they put their heads on the ground, swearing loyalty to the young Master Aowan, and asks the boy to accept them. And so Beck talks to the Hulk it was all according to plan again, and he starts laughing all smugly, while Borg thinks that he is really different from what he seems, and I certainly didn't think that this brute would be good at strategy. And so a while later in the infirmary of the academy on the second floor, Dr. Beck is laughing out loud thanking Aowan because he sent several patients right after his punishment was over. And so one of the instructors notices that he is smiling looking at the injured, saying that he is really weird, while the doctor wonders which one he should start with. And one of the instructors notes that it seems like yesterday that he took the boy there for the internal wounds, and who would have thought that he would do all that and become a monster of this level. And Beck calls the two and tells them to stop talking and hold the floor, that everything is screwed. Meanwhile, Zhang says that if the sovereign has his admiration, saying that it is worth following until the end. Meanwhile, in the director's office, Myung is looking at Myung. He certainly used the reverse bloody demonic technique, and he starts to use his ki to make all the boys' meridian return to normal until Myung wakes up with a fright, starting to cough. Then Myung notices that it seems that he finally became conscious. Then Myung asks how he got there. Her swears he was fighting with Jin and Yowon. And so Myung says he's the one asking the questions there, and asks how he knows how to use the reverse bloody demonic technique. And Myung notices the mess he's gotten himself into. And Myung comes to his surprise and continues looking very pissed. And Myung says he doesn't know what he's talking about. And Myung is disappointed with this answer, raising his hand and lifting the kid with only his ki. And he becomes desperate, questioning why the director is doing this to him. So Myung brings him close to him, and only with his ki twists the boy's arm, breaking it completely. And so from outside nothing can be heard, and even if they hear, they will remain still. And inside, the boy is screaming while his arm is coughed up like laundry, and So Myung says he's blocking all sounds from leaving that area with his aura, and no one can hear his screams, and talks to Myung telling him his entire record, saying that officially he doesn't is affiliated with no other clan, and this is the information he submitted, and so he begins to cry in despair. And Myung says that he must think he is good at keeping secrets, but seeing as how he was able to learn the reverse blood demon technique, a martial art that was lost decades ago, at just 17 years old, his entire clan is now suspect, and he won't care if the Sword Warrior clan is decimated. And he begins to twist the boy's foot, completely breaking it, and Myung suffers in pain as he resists and says nothing, but Myung grabs his neck, saying that he underestimated the Kodo's information network, questioning if the boy thought he didn't know that the Sword Warrior clan is one of the two Sword Shadow clans, a secret organization of the Sword clan, and Myung becomes increasingly desperate until he throws everything up in the air, biting his tongue and throwing up a huge amount of blood. And Myung becomes desperate because of this, because he didn't expect the boy to do something like that, because not only did he bit his tongue, how he reversed his ki flow, and he tries to do something with the ki in the boy's belly, and he thinks he can't control his ki, noticing that they didn't plan to be caught so easily. And while the boy is feigning in that situation, he wonders if his destiny is to die like a dog of that clan, and he all screwed up thinks that this is shit. And so 6 in the afternoon in the academy cafeteria, everyone talks to the protagonist asking for more chances to be able to be on his side. But then Bong stands in front of everyone and tells them to line up, asking how he dares to ask to speak to him, causing that confusion, and if he has something to discuss with his sovereign, and they should line up in order of arrival, and he gets all silly while noticing that what seems like there will be no way. And Unru says that as expected of Bong, he really is good at that kind of thing, but he wonders if the rumors have already spread, thinking that it was faster than he thought, saying that there is no way. After all, he won against Shida Ho Jin-chan and Yi-chan too, and so he thinks that now his sovereign has been recognized as a candidate for Lord along with Mu Yong of the Black Clan, and says that it is natural that he becomes the center of attention, and so everyone stands in front of the protagonist. And the first to introduce himself is Cadet 70, Yin Sub, saying that he is from the clan of thieves, and seeing the boy kneel, he wonders if he has to do this too. While Subjong talks to the protagonist who may be from a medium-sized clan, but he wants to help him, and so everyone else starts doing the same. The protagonist notes that there are many of them there, thinking that seeing them all will take a while. As night falls, he says he would like to thank everyone who joined to become a member of his group, but he says there is something he needs to say. He says he is not just looking for people for that test. He wants people to become his companions and subordinates in order to create a new demonic cult. Even though it will be a hard journey, he will walk alongside everyone. If they do not intend to join this journey, he will have to politely decline the request. Onru notices that his liege has grown a lot, remembering the time the boy said he was going to change the 6 clans of the cult. He then thinks that instead of demonstrating usefulness with the 6 main clans, he preferred the change of the cult itself as his cause. It is much less intimidating to the cadets, and shows his ambition as a candidate for Lord. However, he still doesn't have the support of the other clans, and he wonders how many will actually stay. One of them stands up and apologizes, but says it will be difficult for him since his clan serves the Sound clan. Everyone starts saying they're sorry, standing up to. Onru says it's worth it. It's a shame, but he can't blame them. A while later, there are only a few left. The boy smiles happily at the number of people there. One of them stands up, saying that after hearing his words, even though he lacks skill, he wishes to accompany him on that journey. Everyone asks the protagonist to accept him. Meanwhile, another person arrives, calling the protagonist directly, and asks if he can speak with him briefly. Both Onru and Min notice who he is, and so he speaks to his liege, saying that he must accept him no matter what. The protagonist questions why he should do that, since Min says that Mung Ion is the grandson of the 9th elder of the council, Mung Ion, and so it is spoken of as the top of the heavenly demonic cult, who is the lord and the 12 elders of the council below him, and except for the council of elders, who were not from one of the 6 main clans. The king were skilled martial artists who achieved their position thanks to their skills, and the 9th elder Mung Ionas, a member of the famous Black Dragon Palm clan, reached his position through his conquest during the last great demonic war, and not only possesses powerful martial arts, but is also shrewd, which made his clan grow to the point of rivaling the 6 main clans, and that is why his descendant is considered the most important recruitment target among the Lord candidates. And so Mung Ion goes to the protagonist, but everyone notices that he is limping, and Onru wonders what happened to him, and so he says that the protagonist has 6. He says yes, but then Mung Ion says that one of them is his. And so Mung Ion says that the 6 main clans continually tried to recruit him, a descendant of the Black Dragon Palm clan, as their subordinate, and he says he politely refused each time. Then Yu Chang came to him for the 3rd time, and he said he would ask the boy for the last time, asking if he would be his subordinate. Mung Ion apologizes to Yu Chan, saying that he hasn't changed his mind about maintaining his neutrality, and he just wants to focus on the academy for now. But then when he answered him, he suddenly attacked, and in the end the boy was defeated. And he not only took his badge, but also broke his left leg and right arm. So he left after threatening to join his group if he wanted to pass the third test. And Baek once again notices how much of an asshole that guy was, because he not only envies talented people, but also becomes obsessed with them. Mangayeon says he planned to join any group and take revenge when he recovered, but no one wanted to accept him when the boy said he had a broken leg and broken arms. But then the protagonist doesn't quite understand where he's going with this, questioning what he should do about it, and says that he's still sure that someone would accept him because of his skills. And Mangayeon says that there was a leader who told him she would accept, but withdrew her offer 2 hours later, and it turns out that Yu-chan interfered, and Bong notices how much of a bitch that kid was, becoming very happy that his sovereign cut off his arm, and Gal begins to share this same emotion, and so Mangayeon says that regardless of the third test, he wanted to get revenge as soon as possible, and that's when he heard that the protagonist cut off his arm, and he's not sure whether to be happy or disappointed. And telling all this, he says it is because of this is why the protagonist must take responsibility. And the boy questions what he is talking about and says he knows he has a problem. But how did he come to that conclusion? And everyone there notices that asking him to take responsibility starts to go a little beyond the acceptable point of the brotherhood with benefits. So Mangayeon starts to apologize because he wasn't careful with his words, since he's still a little depressed, but he would like him to accept despite the leg and arm. So the protagonist questions if this means he intends to join him on our journey, or that he simply wants to join the group. And so Mangayeon doesn't have much to answer, and in the flashback of his grandfather talking to him, he calls him Mangayo, saying that when he enters the academy, he must be neutral at all times, but if there is someone he wishes to serve, he must observe carefully before making his decision. And Mangayeon asks if he can join the group now and think about being his subordinate, swearing that it won't be long. And the protagonist questions if this is serious, saying that if that is the case, he refuses. And Mangayeon begins to getting a little desperate, but Min talks to the protagonist, saying that he is in a complicated situation, questioning why he doesn't reconsider, mentally speaking to the protagonist, that he will regret leaving someone as talented as he is, questioning how he can give up so easily on someone the other candidates want to recruit. Then Anhu talks to him, saying that if a cadet is skilled enough to be a leader and decided to kneel for him, there is a high chance that he will be subordinate in the future, and thinks it is better to accept him for now. And so the protagonist says that if he accepts just thinking about the circumstance, what will happen to the others he has rejected so far? And he cannot create exceptions to his own rule just because he is talented. But then he asks the protagonist to give him for days then, and the protagonist keeps refusing while he tries to argue. 2-1, and he asks Mangayeon to stop, asking why he is so desperate to be part of his group. And the protagonist orders Nano to do a facial analysis while Mangayeon starts to stutter. And so she begins to do the analysis while Mangayeon says that he wants to better observe the type of person he is. Nano starts to say that there was an error, saying that it is impossible to analyze the target's face, and he questions how so. And Nano says that it is impossible to analyze since the face is covered by artificial skin, and he notices that the skin on the ears and behind the neck is a little different, wondering if it is a mask of human skin, and questions why he is hiding his face. And Nano says that after analyzing the target's body, with the exception of the face, the target's age is estimated between 15 and 17 years old, and his gender is female. While the protagonist was thinking that he might be hiding his identity, he gets a fright, because it turns out that she is a woman. And Mangayeon in turn begins to have the feeling that they are staring at his ear and neck, wondering if he noticed anything, but thinks he has no chance, asking how he can notice something that not even the left guardian noticed. And so he says that she is a girl, and she thinks she screwed up, saying that she actually wants to be his subordinate, saying that she just hadn't thought about it so much, asking him to accept, saying that her life is his now. And Minwon, who is surprised that she accepted so suddenly, and she talks to the protagonist mentally about what he was going to say, saying that she wants to talk to him alone about it, and he agrees. And I think I was calling them Mangayeon the whole time, but Mangayeon might be the grandfather. She is Mangayeon really. I'm lost. It's a hell of a name. It's very difficult to remember so many Korean names. Then he talks to Mangayeon, who already dozed for a while, and she says that for sure Wonwoo, Baek, and Bong introduce themselves to her, while the protagonist watches from afar, thinking that now that the group has grown a lot, he will have to reorganize the groups. And so 26 new members joined, and with a total of 53 people, he created groups equal to the number of badges he has, and selected 5 leaders based on skills. And the first group is Wonwoo, the second is Baek, the third is Sunhwa, leader of the female cadets, and the fourth is Yumin, and the fifth is Gao, leader of a previous group. And with that, the protagonist began to lead the largest faction in the academy. And sometime after that, at 8 p.m., behind the training sim for the specialist, he goes to Mangaon, and she reveals to him that that is the face of her younger brother, who says that before she was born, her father was sent on a mission where he was ambushed and killed by the forces of evil. And so because of the shock, his mother died giving birth to his brother, and his brother Mangaon, who was born due to a hemorrhage during labor, was born with a disability. And his grandfather hid this fact from people, and the protagonist realizes that in the meantime, she ended up in martial arts, but also realizes that this will come to Tony at some point, asking why. Hide it, and she says that because their clans want their clan to serve them no matter what, and they send matchmakers regularly to try to create a bond with their clan, and so they knew everything before he entered the academy. And the protagonist begins to understand, because there was that traditionally the position of the clan leader was always a man, and in these circumstances a matchmaker could marry her, and they must find a way to force Mangaon to enter the academy and kill him in an accident, and now his heir must absorb the clan, breaking the balance between the 6 main clan. And she says that this is why she suggested coming to the academy dressed as a man, and if she can get it good as a result, even the 6 clans won't mess with him. And the protagonist says that no one knows her gender, then questions why she used her name instead of her brother's name, and she says that it has to look like something she did alone, so if they find out, neither her brother nor the clan will be penalized. And the protagonist is moved by her having such a story, and also for having grown up without her parents, and she says that now he knows the reason for her wearing a human skin mask, asking him not to tell anyone. And so he promises, also asking if her voice is modified, and she returns to her normal timbre, saying that of course, because he would be caught immediately otherwise. And the protagonist notices that when she was forcing her voice, she sounded like a teenager in puberty, but now it is clear that she is a girl. And she says that she feels much better speaking normally, saying that her voice gets hoarse when she keeps forcing it, and she starts to say that she almost forgot, saying that it's time to glue her mask, and if it doesn't stick every night, it could fall off at any moment. And she starts taking off the mask in front of the protagonist, leaving him all excited. And she starts to question why she doesn't leave until she manages to take it off, revealing her face and loosening her hair. Then she says that it has been very difficult to apply the glue with only one arm. But while the girl is putting herself back together, the protagonist looks at her, all excited. Then she says that it's good that he's there, and at that moment, the protagonist discovered that life is not just nanomachines and tearing off arms. And he is all happy to see that she is happy. Then she asks for his hands, handing him the mask, questioning whether he understands why it would be hard work, so he can barely contain himself, noticing that this is what a beautiful person looks like, and she starts to thank him, because she thinks sharing her secret wasn't so bad after all. Then she says that as he can see, since she hasn't fully recovered, training is still difficult, and she asked if he's going to the specialist training center, and he says yes, and she asks where his dorm is. He says it's building 4, room 7, and she says that since she joined his group, she should bring her things there, saying he'll see her later. And so the protagonist is speechless, but then he thinks about dorm 4, and is a little surprised by it. Meanwhile, Mujin is beating up a boy there, dropping him, and getting mad at the kid. And so the bald guy who follows him thinks that during the 10 days the young master was hospitalized, the quality of the cadets increased. And for a cadet from an elite clan, to endure 30 techniques is something that could get bad for them, and he thinks that Mujin now has over 60 years of Q, thanks to medicine balls, but because of his desperation, his understanding is at the level of a medical expert. And Mujin tells Jerion that now that they have the badge, they can go. And Jerion thinks that the reason for this is clear, that it is to defeat that monster, and Mujin thinks that to do this, he needs to increase his proficiency until he can easily defeat guys like that, saying that he will reach the protagonist. But meanwhile, in the gym dormitory of Building 4, Mujin is already waiting for the protagonist lying on one of the beds, and he thinks that this is bad. But of course she will never be caught with the mask. However, Bon already starts taking off his clothes as soon as he enters the room, and walks naked from one side to the other, and the protagonist doesn't even have anywhere to hide his face, because he knew this was going to happen, and he starts apologizing to Bong, mentally for not being able to protect her dignity, and they all do the same, taking off their clothes there, and the protagonist questions her and she's fine, and she says yes, and it's okay, and it's happened several times so she doesn't even care anymore, and says that the protagonist should also take a shower, but in reality, and her face is all flushed, and it is said that her temperature has risen, and he thinks she's acting like it's nothing, but he can't even look her in the eyes now, so he starts to think that he should at least forbid them to be naked in the room. And so, the next morning, on the 7th day of the 3rd test, the protagonist and his subordinates went to the main building to report the badges they had, being officially recognized as leaders for the test, and it is said that there were 17 badges, and the Samakit clan did not have a second group leader, despite having the badges, and 16 groups were registered, so now, within the 16 cadets, the 15 cadets who were left without a group should find one to join in the next 21 days and right after breakfast. They go to an empty field behind the dormitory, and Baek tells the protagonist that since he became a group, he will teach the sword series to them, and he is doubtful about it, but Honor tells him that he knows they are guilty of teaching the members of his group, and he thinks it would be good if he let him teach his own groups. And so the protagonist thinks that those guys are talking as if they care about him, when in fact it all started the day before, while they were discussing training. He thinks it is because they started an argument during breakfast, and it would have been fine if he hadn't listened. However, Gal says that she has the same opinion as Onro, and since they have their own method of training, they would like to continue like this. And the protagonist tells them to do as they please, and notices that they are competing. However, he thinks that a healthy competition won't be bad, and Min says that he still needs members, while Sunhwa says that she also needs to be like him, and she apologizes to the protagonist, saying that she would like to ask him to take care of her members, while they don't have the full group, and they tell the protagonist that they will look for more, and he tells them not to worry. He says that it will take a while to convince anyone, since it is not just being part of the group, but he thinks there is no way. He says that now that he thinks about it, Baek also needs more members, but he doesn't like receiving help, and he is sure that he will get it. And a while later, the protagonist begins to try to train some people, while Mangyu looks at him, and she thinks that he probably won't be able to look at everyone, since there are so many. However, good that in turn, everyone is happy, because finally he will learning martial arts from his sovereign, and the protagonist thinks he's nervous, since it's his first time teaching, but he thinks he should start. He says he'll do a demonstration, saying he'll do it slowly, so they should watch. He then begins with an absurd demonstration in front of him, and they think it's identical to the images in the secret book, asking how he manages to do it so perfectly. Mangyu thinks this can't be happening, since she heard he was in the detention center 5 of the 7 days, but she still wonders how he manages to do the techniques perfectly, saying that no matter how good she is at interpreting, she doesn't think she could do a new martial art so perfectly. When he finishes, he asks if they understood, and says he'll help them all, asking him to repeat the 7 swords, and everyone is happy. After all, their leader will help them individually. Not believing it, thinking that opportunities like these don't come around every day, Bon asks who should be first, but then Prota questions what he's talking about, and he says he needs them to do it at the same time to be quick, and says it will take forever if it's one by one. And obviously they question what this crazy guy is talking about, and yet without reacting, Mangyu thinks that maybe if they were helping to do the formation together, it would work, but she doesn't think he will be able to instruct them at the same time, wondering if she should watch and help. But then Bon questions why they don't try it alone first. But then the protagonist yells, telling them to do the first technique, and asks Nana to activate augmented reality, analyzing information using the tutorial mode, and tell her if any of them are wrong. And so she begins to understand, applying the mode. And then after a while, he tells them to start with the first technique, the first sword, and so they all do. And Mangyu sees that things are going wrong, because since they are in a group, it seems to be okay, but some are doing it wrong. And the protagonist starts looking at each one individually with Nano, and Mangyu thinks he should use sound telepathy to tell the young master which ones are wrong, but then he says that since they are training, he will call them by number, and speaks to 31 in the front row, saying that he is not putting enough strength in the arm movement in the first movement, and if he continues like this the others will get weaker, asking him to keep this in mind. And he tells 95 if the balance is bad during the execution of the technique, and says that during the third movement he should move his right foot forward, but he did it with his left, and if the steps are incorrect he will make the technique fail, asking him to be careful, and also speaks to Bong, and says that his sword seems to be losing strength, and in the third movement he is only using the strength of the fist with the right step, but the power should come from the hip. And so he thanks the protagonist, and then Mangyu thinks that he does not believe, because what she was observing was Bong, and he noticed his mistakes perfectly, wondering if he managed to observe everyone. And so the protagonist talks to 508, giving him tips as well, and Mangyu notices that this is much more than being a good observer, and he gives tips to all of them as they do it together. And he continues using Nano for this, and thinks that there is still a lot to fix, but since they need to understand some things for themselves, he will correct them later. And so Mangyu thinks that the formations are better than before, noticing that the protagonist is really incredible, and he thinks that they are probably not so dumb as to repeat the mistakes. And with this method 7 days will be enough, but it ended up taking longer than he expected for everyone to master the techniques, and that the martial clan cadets managed it in 7 days, but the martial family cadets took a while to master it. And there's also Zhang, who arrived late due to his hospitalization that lasted 5 days, and the protagonist says that luckily he's quite talented, so he managed it in just 5 days, and 10 days later, Beck comes back to him, saying that he lost to Wonho and that everyone is happy, saying that for him to be able to admit his defeat, he's a real man. Then Beck says that Gal also took 9 days, asking how he managed it in 7, and he says it wasn't that difficult, because he just has to beat him enough, until they learn, and everyone in the guy's group is shaking with fear. So Beck is disbelieving with this, and it is said that in those 10 days, the only thing that changed wasn't just the mastering of the technique. Beck, Manhwa, and Wooman managed to complete their groups with some of the recruits who were skilled enough to be group leaders, and there was one who came by himself alone, the postman of 708, Taekyun, and he tells the protagonist that the stagnant water is doomed to rot, and he doesn't want the cult to waste its energy fighting between the 6 clans. He believes that he as a descendant who is not related to them can change things, and so he also says that there was an acquaintance of Manhwa who arrived saying that in a world dominated by force, they really needed to talk, saying that if the protagonist proves his skills, she swears her eternal loyalty to him, and he managed to defeat her with absurdities, with his eyes even closed. He thinks that in the end she lost to the butterfly dance and 3 techniques, and with that, 2 innate experts became subordinates of the protagonist, and in those 10 days, Wonho and Manhwa, who were already diligent in their training, also became innate experts, and he says he would like to congratulate them on their feat, and Manhwa and Wonho thank him, with Wonho saying that as his first sword, he must work on himself so as not to be a burden. And so Beck thinks about the speech of his, but one of the extras opens his mouth saying that he doesn't want to interfere, but he thinks that title belongs to Beckji or Mungyo, questioning if they aren't better for Carbo. But the people in Adon who begin to question how he doesn't want to interfere, when their leader is clearly more suitable, and Beak's people, who aren't saying anything, start to argue with the other group. So the two think that they won't even get involved in this discussion. And Tika begins to mentally talk to the protagonist, who due to the many servants he has, he thought this problem would come, but he thinks it was sooner than he expected, and thinks it's the ideal time for him to create a hierarchy, saying that loyalty is important, but in his cult, strength is hierarchy, and asks him to keep that in mind. And the protagonist thinks he's right, because to lead people, a hierarchy is necessary, but he also knows it's almost time for the 3rd test. It would be bad to get hurt in a battle, questioning what he should do, but then he shouts for everyone to be quiet, because they heard them, and he wants to take this chance to establish a hierarchy, and he says he'll take the 6 most skilled, and give them the title of 6 swords, each one being equal to the other. But then Seo-John asks him if there's a reason he chose 6 swords, and he says that when they graduate, they will be against the 6 clans, and they say he wants 6 swords capable of leading the attack against them, and everyone gets a little tense, and Wonho says they ended the 6 clans to put 6 swords, and asked if this wouldn't just repeat the problem. But the protagonist says that just because he took the title doesn't mean it will be his forever, and there will be an annual competition where the strongest will win the title, and this will remain unchanged even if he reaches the top. And Beck says that if he wins the battle of heirs and becomes the lord, implementing this will end the current system where the 6 clans maintain the main force. And he says that since they have the 3rd test ahead, he will simplify the decision, and everyone who is not an expert in anything or above must step forward. And he asks if anyone has any objections to the chosen ones, and all 6 who are there are very brave, and everyone says they have no objections. And the protagonist starts thinking about the first sword, but Beck says he has something to say, saying he thinks there should be a hierarchy even among these swords. And Seojin says he agrees, because since they are doing this, he thinks they should be chosen based on their skills, and he says that they have a good argument, but since it will be bad if they get injured, they should not use anything other than the 3 stars. However, Mungle says that since she is injured, she wants to pass, so Beck says that this is a shame, because he wanted to fight her, and so she says that they can have a fight next year. And Tyke notes that this means that Mungle will be the 6th, so with that defined, Wonho starts laughing, throwing his clothes up, and the 2 girls look at him with total disgust, and he with ripped muscles questions if they are going to start, and Beck wonders why he took off his shirt. Look, if I had this cracked shape like this way, any opportunity I would take off my shirt and show the shape, I would let it speak for me. Speaking of speaking for myself, I'll see you in the next video because I'll continue this work. So let's go to the 10,000 subscribers because I'm so excited about this here. There are a lot of chapters. I know you've already seen most of them, but I'll continue until the current ones. And I need your strength. Don't forget to comment and leave a like. And I'll see you in the next video. Bye.